Our tale of the unfortunate maiden reborn begins on a stormy night. In a gloomy castle nestled deep within an ancient forest, her lonely lament echoed, "I only wanted to be treated like everyone else." They stood face to face in a corridor where windows peered into the night. Cold rain fell, drowning out all else. In this land of shadows, the man's emotionless gaze met hers without a trace of pity. His hand gripped a gleaming, razor-sharp sword as he asked, "Did you know it would come to this?" She stared at him, dazed, then lowered her head in sorrow. "I've known for a long time," she said, her voice trembling. "That I..." Her lips pressed tightly, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, she drew a small dagger and lunged at him, while he stood motionless. But just as the dagger neared him, as she recalled the unspoken end of her sentence, that I would die in that place, her eyes widened in shock. Reflected in them was the image of the man she loved rushing toward her, her tears welling up uncontrollably. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing the sword that had pierced her heart and the familiar silhouette of the man. He remained silent, his lips pressed as he looked at her. In her final moments, her trembling hand reached out to touch his face, caressing it as her heart ached more than the bleeding wound. At that moment, she let go, collapsing slowly. A love cherished for years shattered in an instant. I didn't want to realize that 25 years had passed so meaninglessly. Why did he kill me? In her last flicker of consciousness, she thought, if I were given another chance, I would start over. Her eyes closed, and a long, dark expanse of time passed, endless, uncountable. In that pitch-black void, she heard the relentless ticking of a clock's gears, turning forever. Her memories faded, swallowed by darkness. Then, suddenly, everything became clear, vivid, and radiant as daylight. And it truly was daylight. She sat before a mirror, dressed impeccably, as beautiful as ever, the young lady of House Rotlin. She froze. What happened? Looking around her familiar bedroom, she wondered if this was a dream or reality. Her breath caught in her throat. Suddenly, a gentle hand slipped around her arm, and a voice called, "My lady." A middle-aged woman with small glasses asked with concern, "Are you all right?" The girl stared at her, bewildered. "Elda? How?" Her eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? She was certain Elda had died long ago. Memories flooded back, a shattered glass, her father standing with blood on his hands, a scream ringing out, "Adeline is not your daughter." And the whispers, "Good heavens, did Viscount Rotlin have an affair? Is she his illegitimate child?" When her memories began, as a child cradled in Elda's arms, her existence had been announced at a banquet, marking her and Elda as uninvited guests. Elda, her nursemaid, had held her tightly, shielding her young mistress from cruel gossip. From then on, with her low-born origins as the unacknowledged child of House Rotlin, Adeline had faced the world alone. Those memories cut into her heart like a knife. Now, seeing the one person who loved her most in the world again, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears welled up as she turned and clung to Elda, thinking, the only one who stayed by my side in that hell. Elda, alive. This isn't an illusion. Feeling Elda's warmth and hearing her kind voice, she knew this was no dream. Elda, slightly surprised by her reaction, looked worried. "Truly, Lady Adeline, you don't want this, do you? The marriage to that duke?" She sat beside her, like a mother, a friend. Adeline took her hand, smiling. Elda's presence was already more happiness than she could ask for. "Don't worry, Elda," she said. "I'm truly fine." But Elda, still concerned, wiped her tears like a doting mother. "I'm so worried." Adeline thought to herself, "That's what I love about you, Elda." And so, our protagonist, Adeline Rotlin, reborn to redo her life, regained her resolve. Fall where you may, rise twice as strong. Though she appeared demure, her heart bloomed, yes. Today is my wedding day. A loveless marriage, existing only on paper. Memories of the past brought a pang of sadness as she lowered her head. I thought I could do something to escape House Rotlin. Yet I was still treated as worthless. In that gloomy castle, things only got worse. I don't know how it came to this, but I'm back. Adeline took a deep breath, steadying herself. I've returned to this place. This is my second chance. Looking out the window at the radiant sunlight, she resolved, this time, I'll live the life I want. Just then, the door creaked open. Adeline glanced over and saw Bianca Rotlin, the only daughter of House Rotlin, step inside. Her so-called dear sister held a fan, her sharp eyes glinting with malicious glee. How lucky you are, she sneered. Looks like you'll be alone for the rest of your life. She smirked. Who would want to marry someone like you? That man has no taste. Adeline lowered her head, feigning regret. You're right. Lady Bianca, the precious gem of House Rotlin, yet he chose someone like me. In her heart, she thought, why did I ever get entangled with that man? But with a steely tone, she continued, you're right. The truth is, a man did choose someone like me. Her eyes sharpened. I suppose I should be grateful for that. Bianca flinched, staring at the sister she despised. Elda, standing nearby, wondered, is Lady Adeline not using formal speech? Adeline was no longer the Adeline of her past life, no longer weeping. She thought, I can change my future with my own strength. With a proud expression, she said, a man chose me. But Bianca couldn't take it anymore. She shouted, what? You're just marrying some lowly duke. You think I'd be jealous? Adeline smirked. Sorry, but our circumstances are different. You don't even get a choice. Her words struck Bianca's sore spot. Clenching her fan tightly, Bianca hissed, you. Are you serious? A bastard like you. She raised her fan, ready to strike Adeline, when the butler's voice interrupted, Lady Adeline. He cleared his throat. Duke Venzak requests your presence in the drawing room. Adeline sighed in relief. Just in time. As she turned to leave, she glanced at Bianca. Farewell, then. She walked away swiftly, leaving Bianca fuming, screaming, Adeline. The grand door opened, and Adeline was ready to step through once more. This time, things would be different. As she walked, she thought, there's no way to know if this chance was granted by God or some mystical force, but there must be a reason I've returned to this day. She recalled that place, the land of shadows, where no one emerged alive. A ruthless duke ruled there, a man obsessed with power, heedless of the kingdom, Hyrayth Venzak. Pushing open the door, she steeled herself. A reunion with my infamous husband. In the vast room, many eyes were fixed on her, Duke and Duchess Venzak, a few servants, and, at the far end, her former husband from her past life. Adeline's gaze softened. I loved him so deeply once, but I died by his sword. A familiar voice broke through her memories. Are you Adeline-Hyrayth? His handsome, cold face was unlike any other. Pain surged the moment she saw him again. Her eyes turned icy as she replied politely, I can hardly believe we're meeting here, Duke Venzak. With a slight curtsy, she continued, I am Adeline-Hyrayth. It's an honor to meet you, Duke Venzak. She extended her hand toward him with a forced smile. Would you kindly lead the way? Hurray studied her intently, his gaze cautious but devoid of hostility. He recalled a dream from days ago, a voice echoing in his mind, O seer of truth, find Adeline-Hyrayth. Stand by her side. Build your world together. After waking, Hyrayth had consulted friends at Ray's parlor. Aster Leff, holding a notebook, had said, regarding the captain's prophetic dream, it's likely about the seer we've been searching for. We'll need to confirm if she's truly the one, but we must bring her to safety before they catch wind of her. Hyrayth had sat in silence, deep in thought. Aster added, she seemed terrified when she heard your name. This marriage was accepted too easily, which worries me. Of course, no wedding ceremony will take place, but you should at least escort her yourself. Hyrayth, arms crossed at his desk, asked absently, what's the point? Aster replied, at the very least, show her some respect. She's a pitiable girl. Hyrayth pressed his lips together, considering. Aster, enthusiastic, continued, she's a gentle, humble lady. It won't be difficult, will it? This had spurred Hyrayth to come here. Now, looking at Adeline, he felt a pang of disappointment. Aster swore she was humble and pitiable. This woman? He studied her striking, resolute face. What kind of person can look me in the eye without a hint of fear? Stepping past her, he said curtly, let's go. Adeline, expecting some reaction, felt a wave of disappointment. Lowering her head, she thought, he's truly awful. No wedding, a half-hearted proposal, and all he says is 2 words. I loved him for 25 years, only to meet him like this, cold as ever. As they passed each other, she spoke up, won't you lead the way, my lord? Hyrayth turned sharply, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He looked again at her lovely face, unable to resist complying. Outside, near a lavish carriage, Hyrayth stood by a tree, grumbling, "Who's this humble and gentle lady supposed to be?" Aster chuckled, recalling Adeline's gentle demeanor. With an innocent smile, he explained, "Haha, strange, isn't it? When I met her, she was so humble. She was flustered, couldn't even lift her head." Indeed, Aster hadn't lied. But the Adeline he'd met before wasn't the Adeline of today. The coachman's voice rang out, "The Duchess's carriage has arrived. Let us return to the manor first." Inside the carriage, Adeline sat deep in thought. After a long silence, she spoke, "I can't see the scenery outside. Are we there yet?" The carriage came to a halt, and they stepped out into a quiet, ancient forest. Don't be surprised if you expected a bustling city outside. After all, this is the ancient era, not exactly teeming with people in such a desolate place. Adeline looked at Hyrayth, waiting. He showed no sign of irritation but said, "The Duchess must take a different route." With a hint of concern, he asked, "Have you ever heard of magic?" Adeline smiled brightly. "Of course I have." He couldn't know that in her past life, he was the one who taught her about it. She recalled how, whenever she asked about something she didn't understand, he would explain it thoroughly. She must have annoyed him back then. And yet, that was why she had loved him so deeply. Lost in memories, she barely heard him ask again, "Can you use it?" Adeline answered carefully, "I don't fully understand it, but I can manage, somewhat." She stopped herself from saying the rest, "All of this, you taught me. I couldn't help you, but..." Sighing, she turned away to hide her unease. Hyrayth pressed, "What kind can you use?" Adeline replied, "Must I demonstrate right now? I'm a bit tired." Hyrayth's gaze swept over her from his taller vantage point. "I heard the youngest daughter of House Rotlin is quite humble, but you seem far from the rumors." Adeline snapped back, "If you prefer someone like that, go find yourself such a woman." She turned sharply, their eyes locking in a tense, confrontational stare. Aster, standing nearby, broke into a sweat and waved his hands to diffuse the situation. Hyrayth, arms crossed, asked, "Have you ever used a teleportation circle?" Adeline replied curtly, "Never." He explained, "Some people feel dizzy the first time. Be careful." He performed the spell right in front of her, a dazzling array of ancient runes glowing brightly. Adeline shielded her eyes from the glare. "It's hard to endure," he warned. Familiar yet awestruck, Adeline gave a cryptic smile. "I'll do my best." They ventured deeper into the forest, moonlight casting its glow everywhere. Hyrayth's steps were light on the grass as he asked, "That woman must have passed through already. So, this is the Duke's territory?" Suddenly, Adeline's voice came from behind, "Those trees are impressive, and this place is amazing." She stood clinging to a large tree, startling the two men, who clicked their tongues. "Interesting assessment," they muttered. Stepping forward, Adeline said, "I'd like to propose a few things." Both men crossed their arms, awaiting her terms. Hyrayth raised an eyebrow. "You think you're in a position to make demands?" Adeline smirked playfully. "Oh. Why not? You want something from me, don't you? Or do you expect to get it for free? Are you really a duke?" Hyrayth's face darkened as he asked, "Adeline, are you the seer?" Adeline paused, calculating. "As expected, they think I'm the seer. I'll just go along with it. No need to correct the misunderstanding, right?" Calmly, she said, "Duke Hyrayth Venzak, I expect to be treated according to my abilities. I won't change my name and will continue to live as Adeline Rotlin." Hyrayth's expression grew slightly irritated, though he didn't fully understand why. Adeline stood before him, strikingly beautiful. He froze, staring at her. Aster waved a hand to negotiate. Hold on, Adeline. You know you're engaged to the Duke, right?" Covering her mouth, she laughed brightly. "If I didn't, why would I be here?" Aster scratched his head, flustered. "Right, haha, but why? If you keep your pre-marriage name, other men might pursue you. That wouldn't look good to others." Adeline laughed again. "Oh, are you worried about me? It'd be better if you hadn't started worrying now instead of when we discussed this marriage." "Don't bother, I don't care what others think. Your captain must think the same, no?" Aster was speechless at her retort. Hyrayth sighed, thinking, this girl. Adeline, gleeful at winning the argument, pointed at him. "See? He likes a girl like me." Aster chuckled nervously. Well, Captain. He was slightly concerned about the accuracy of that claim, but Hyrayth thought, it's not a bad proposal. He added to himself, but why does it feel like a burden? It's a good thing, it could lighten my tedious workload. Yet, for some reason, I don't want her to do this, as if she's trying to keep her distance from me. He glanced at her chatting cheerfully with Aster, not him, feeling an odd irritation. Adeline turned back, dropping the friendly smile she'd given Aster. To Hyrayth, she said, I'll act as the Duchess of Venzak in public, but when we're alone, I'm Adeline-Hyrayth. And I have big dreams for the wedding. With a dramatic flair, she described her vision of a lavish, extravagant ceremony. Let me have a grand wedding. Looking straight at him, she added, for now, let's say we're allies pretending to be married. As their hands clasped, Adeline hesitated. It's a good proposal, but why does he seem so reluctant? He only replied, fine. Let's do it. A cheerful shout rang out from the distance, hey, you're back early. A man approached, his demeanor warm and friendly. This must be the Duchess. A pleasure to meet you. This kind-faced man was Maven, the steward of House Venzak. Adeline stared at the familiar figure, her expression softening with warmth. In her mind, she whispered his name, Maven, the only one who cared for me in the Duke's domain. A sudden flash of lightning shattered her thoughts, replaced by a vivid memory of Maven being killed by a giant octopus. She jolted, startled. Tears nearly spilled from her eyes, but she lowered her head to compose herself. The fragmented image puzzled her. Was that a memory I'd forgotten? Maven's concerned voice snapped her back. Duchess. Duchess Venzak, are you all right? You don't look well. Adeline forced a friendly smile. Oh, I'm fine. Just a bit dizzy, that's all. Her mind raced to piece together her past life. That's right, I remember now, Maven died in the end. Why am I suddenly recalling this? Are my memories incomplete? Maven chuckled nervously. You scared me, my lady. Hiding her joy at seeing him alive, Adeline smiled softly. Thank you, Maven. Could you just call me Adeline? Maven's eyes widened in shock. What? How could I address Duchess Venzak so casually? Adeline replied calmly, a name's not so precious that you need to worry about it. Just call me Adeline. She thought to herself, the past is gone. I won't let it happen again. While Maven hesitated, Hyrayth sighed in exasperation. Do as she says. He was likely wondering why she granted Maven the privilege of using her name, more than she did for her supposed husband. Maven, let's go. Adeline urged. The steward responded promptly, yes, Adeline. Would you like to board the carriage? Adeline glanced curiously at Hyrayth. What are you doing, my lord? Aren't you supposed to escort me? Hyrayth pressed his lips together, at a loss for words. Finally, he turned back, offering his hand for her to take. This time, he managed 2 more words than before, let's go. Standing beside him, Adeline's earlier satisfaction from teasing him faded. She couldn't suppress the flood of emotions from being near the man she'd spent years with. At last, the carriage reached its destination. Aster and Maven sat up front, chatting idly. Aster, our Duchess seems a bit different, doesn't she? Maven said. Aster nodded. Yeah, she's pretty tough. Maven grinned. It's the first time I've seen our Duke sigh like that. Aster glanced back. Just sighing? I saw the captain looking downright flustered. Maven's eyes widened. Really? The captain? He can get flustered? Wonders never cease. Crossing his arms, Maven mused, strange. He recalled that Hyrayth had only shown such emotions once before, as a child, when he was taken away. Things are getting interesting. Inside the carriage, the Venzak couple sat across from each other in silence. Adeline felt stifled, thinking, should I say I'll sit with Maven instead? Why does he keep staring like he's trying to read my thoughts? She glanced out at the vast grassy plains, muttering to herself, stupid monkeys. It's not like that would work. This land still looks so barren. If we go deeper into the forest of shadows, there's a castle. Beyond that, a settlement and a black tower, the servants' quarters. Her eyes lingered on the familiar buildings. The people here never cared much for decorating their homes. Breaking the silence, she said, it seems you haven't made much use of this place. So much empty land. Hyrayth raised an eyebrow, listening as she continued, this area is just for carriages to pass through. I'm thinking of turning it into a beautiful garden. What do you think? Hyrayth clicked his tongue, arms crossed. Do as you like. So far, he hadn't once opposed his wife. Adeline pointed excitedly. Really? Even if it's prettier than the royal palace gardens? Hyrayth replied glumly, aren't you already planning to do whatever you want? You're worrying over nothing. Adeline chuckled. Worrying over nothing? That's easy for you to say. Turning to the carriage window, she propped her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Why did I always suppress my desires before? Is that why they say attitude determines everything? Whatever, I'm a strong woman now, doing what I want. Her slender figure seemed to fade into the light streaming through the window. This is what I deserve. Maybe I'll do everything I only dreamed of before. Her dreamy gaze wandered. What trees should I plant? What flowers? I can't wait for tomorrow. They arrived at Venzak Castle, where the staff welcomed her warmly. The head steward bowed with a smile. Welcome, my lady. It's an honor to serve you. The maids curtsied respectfully. Shall I prepare for you to rest? Treated as the true lady of the house, Adeline smiled. Yes, I'll leave it to you. I'm a bit tired. The steward led the way up the stairs, cheerful. This way, please. Maven added, the rooms on the third floor are spacious and get great sunlight, perfect. It's right next to the master's room, so you'll feel safe. Adeline nodded, pleased. Haha, is that so? Glancing at Maven, she thought, I'm so glad he's alive. It's comforting to have someone here who lifts my spirits. Her heels clicked as she approached the room. The steward said respectfully, this is your room from now on, my lady. Adeline froze for half a second, calming herself. Finally, I've entered this room. In my past life, I wasn't its mistress. Someone else took my place as the lady of this castle, Hela, who came with Ray when he returned after disappearing. She took everything that was mine. Adeline's mood darkened, but she vowed silently, this time, I won't lose to them. She replied, yes, I quite like it. Maven and Aster beamed at her satisfaction, while Hyrayth, looking bored, said, good. Rest. Maven exclaimed, wow, Adeline, I was surprised. Adeline blinked innocently. Really? Why? Maven put his hands on his hips, explaining, our master isn't the type to care about others' feelings like that. Adeline feigned surprise. Is that so? What's he usually like? Maven recounted, he'd just head straight to his room. Adeline nodded empathetically. Haha, that sounds like him. Maven added cautiously, of course, I'm not saying he's a bad person. He's just a bit rough around the edges. Adeline covered her mouth, smiling. I understand. If you say so, Maven, I believe you. In her mind, she thought, he's not a bad person, but he's cold and selfish. Most would call that the worst kind. From the start, when marriage became a tool for him. Maven concluded before leaving, oh, if you need anything, ring the bell, and a maid will assist you. Would you like something to eat now? Adeline gasped. Oh, is it that late already? Confidently, she said, I'll skip lunch. There's a lot to arrange while I rest. Maven turned back. Will you join us for dinner, then? She smiled brightly. Of course, Maven. Don't worry about me, go do your work. Maven peeked back through the door. All right, rest well. A while later, a knock echoed at the door. My lady, may I come in? Adeline, sprawled on the sofa, replied lazily, come in. A young maid stepped inside and bowed. I'm Catherine. From today, I'll be your personal attendant. Adeline responded indifferently, oh, Catherine. Yes, my lady, Catherine said, bowing again, waiting for orders. Adeline merely said, just help me out, Catherine. Yes, please guide me, my lady, Catherine replied. Adeline recalled their first meeting in her past life. Catherine showed respect at first, but later she began to look down on me. Why did everyone belittle me when I treated them kindly? Suppressing her disappointment, Adeline placed a hand on her forehead. All right, how old are you? Catherine answered, I'm 22, my lady. Adeline nodded absently. Fine. I'll call for you if I need anything. You may leave now. Catherine exhaled in relief, nodding. Yes, my lady. I'll take my leave. As she turned to go, Catherine's mind raced. What should I do now? Her reaction didn't seem good. Did I mess up? In her distraction, she bumped into a vase nearby. Crash. The shattering sound startled both her and Adeline. Catherine panicked, fearing the loss of her wages, but Adeline's concern was for the shards that could harm the young maid. Rushing forward like a knight, Adeline caught her with genuine worry. The gesture left Catherine both touched and terrified, still trembling from the disaster she caused. She stammered apologies to her new mistress. But Adeline only said, Catherine. I'm not talking about the vase. Still supporting her, Adeline asked gently, Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Catherine let out a small ah. Overwhelmed by emotion and embarrassment at being held by her mistress, she bowed deeply, apologizing profusely. Adeline smiled kindly. Don't worry about the vase. I'll call for you this afternoon. Thank you, my lady, Catherine stammered, her face flushed with awkwardness. As the door closed, Catherine's steps were unsteady. She'd never expected such gentle treatment. Muttering to herself, she said, She's incredible. I had no idea she'd be like this. I was so foolish to feel jealous because she married the master. How can she be as beautiful as a doll? I can't believe I'm the personal maid to someone like her. This is amazing. With newfound determination, Catherine clenched her lips. I have to tell everyone how beautiful and amazing the Duchess is. She vowed proudly, I'll make her the most respected person in this household. Back in the room, Adeline felt an inexplicable tickle, unaware she was the subject of such enthusiasm. Meanwhile, her husband was sulking. Hyrayth stood before his room's door, shrouded in the darkness of solitude. He recalled the strange distance in Adeline's words when she'd said, For now, let's say we're allies pretending to be married. Murmuring her name in confusion, Adeline. He sat at his desk, lost in thought about his pretend wife. She's just beyond that wall, so what? I still can't forget what happened that day, her radiant smile, how beautiful she looked when she said so brightly, I love it. He thought, worrying about a woman like her is too much of a luxury for me. Lowering his head glumly, he wondered, why am I so bothered by this? A voice interrupted. Captain, may I come in? Hyrayth asked, what is it? Aster replied, I wanted to discuss our upcoming plans, and I'm curious what's on your mind. Hyrayth responded coldly, if you're here to spout nonsense, get out. But if it's about the prophecy, that's another matter. Aster grinned widely. Oh, prophecy, huh? Before Aster could explain his visit, Hyrayth, seizing the chance to vent to his friend, said, that woman said she'd open my eyes. Does that mean I'll be able to distinguish between Deva and Ahura? Aster blinked, startled. Wait, Captain, don't tell me you're still calling Adeline that woman or this woman? With a convincing tone, Aster crossed his arms. She's the Duchess now. If you keep using those terms, the servants will look down on her. Hyrayth snapped irritably, fuck, what a hassle. Is how I address her really the most pressing issue right now? We have a ton of problems to solve. Aster grumbled, no, I think this is the most important issue to address. Adeline is part of your family now, Captain. You may have forgotten, but humans are creatures of relationships. They get engaged, marry, have children, and build homes together. Hyrayth froze, silent for a moment before retorting, you know that kind of family game is too far-fetched for me. His hand clenched tightly as he thought, I understand what Aster's trying to say, but it's 512 now. His grip tightened, knuckles cracking with anxiety. Since the war between heaven and mortals ended with the defeat of the Celestials, we've only been struggling to survive for heaven's restoration. It's been 60 years since I awakened Aster and Wacken. We don't even have the strength to find other Celestials, and there's no news of the Demon King or the entrance to the Demon Realm. With a look of frustration, Hyrayth rubbed his head wearily. What about news from Wacken? Have they found traces of the Celestials who entered the Silent Realm? Aster, equally exasperated, threw his hands behind his head. Wacken did contact us, but most of the information was useless. He explained, they found traces, but they couldn't stay long because of the bone-chilling cold. See, they should have left it to me. Aster muttered, Wacken's idiots, so impatient. A bunch of whiny brats. Hyrayth agreed, impatient is right. Aster concluded, when they return, we'll head to the Ice Kingdom. You should join us, Captain. Sighing, he added, it's so far. If only we had a teleportation circle, it'd take just a few days. Hyrayth raised a hand glumly, faint threads of divine energy flickering weakly. I don't have much divine power left, so there's no other choice. Clenching his hand, he dispelled the faint magic, thinking, come to think of it, that woman said she could use magic. Can a seer even do that? His expression blanked. The tree of life for the Celestials has withered. The demon clan's tree of life must have weakened too, with the demon king in hiding. That's why creatures like Celestials and demons, who can wield magic, have vanished. The tree of magic is the source of power for both. When the tree withers, the power fades. Since they share the same origin, Celestials and demons can't distinguish whether someone's using divine or demonic power. He recalled Adeline's radiant smile, filled with hope. Adeline-Hyrayth, the one who sees the truth, will enlighten you, that was the prophecy. He wondered what it meant. Is her ability to use magic tied to this? Does seeing the truth mean something else? Divine or demonic power? Her beautiful face gave him renewed determination. Why do I feel so strange and uneasy when I look into her eyes? Why exactly? Meanwhile, Adeline lounged on her spacious bed, savoring the freedom of doing nothing as the lady of the house. Glancing outside, she wondered, what's with the roof? Squinting, she realized, I'm at the Venzak estate. She chuckled to herself. I died, but I've been reborn. I get to live again. Looking out the window at the gentle sunlight streaming into her room, she thought, it's beautiful. Catherine's voice called out, Lady Adeline? Come in, Adeline replied. Catherine entered timidly. Excuse me, I'm here to ask what you'd like for dinner. Adeline replied, you've come at the perfect time, I was just about to call for you. Catherine, still too fearful to look up, said, shall I lead you to the dining room? Or would you prefer to eat here, my lady? Adeline smiled brightly. I'll go to the dining room. I can't go downstairs looking like this. Could you help me? She urged, how long are you going to stand there staring? Catherine blushed innocently, wondering, but how could I dare? Adeline teased, lift your head. I don't want to talk to the top of someone's head. Catherine slowly raised her gaze. Adeline continued, see? What a waste to hide such a pretty face. Come here and help me change. This dress is all wrinkled, so I need to freshen up before heading downstairs. Catherine panicked. I'm sorry. It seems we haven't prepared proper attire. I'll go buy some right away. Adeline propped her chin on her hand. At this hour? You planning to head to the capital's dress shop? Catherine looked helpless. We can't, but... Adeline sighed. It's fine, I'm not blaming you, Catherine. The master of this estate is at fault for not preparing for his bride's arrival. That's not on you. Catherine, could you fetch Maven for me? Catherine dashed off. Yes, I'll be right back. Adeline turned, scratching her head contentedly. Looks like there's a lot to do. I'll have to teach Ray how to treat the lady of the house properly. Maven appeared promptly, beaming. Lady Adeline, you called? I hear it's about attire? Adeline turned to him. Could you bring me some of the Duke's clothes? I need to change, but there's nothing here. Maven broke into a sweat. The Duke's clothes? That's right, Adeline confirmed with an innocent smile. The one who created this mess, the Duke, doesn't care about me. But that doesn't mean I have to look sloppy, does it? So, he's at fault too. Bring some of his nice outfits. The two servants stared at their new mistress in admiration for her audacity, then with concern, don't tell me Adeline plans to turn our master into a real human being? The image of Adeline taming the spoiled Venzak beast with a ribbon and a satisfied grin terrified Maven and Catherine. Then, delighted, they obeyed and hurried off to fulfill the order. Adeline watched the diligent servants with joy, thinking, oh, they're so enthusiastic. A pang of sadness hit her, things I never imagined in my past life. Back then, I couldn't do anything in the dressing room. So many times, I went to the dining room in a wrinkled dress. I never thought to ask Maven, and Catherine never looked at me with kindness. The reason I can change things so easily now is because... Adeline realized, in my past life, I truly lived in vain. In the adjacent room, her husband was engrossed in work, holding a document without glancing up at Maven. So, that woman wants my clothes? Maven explained, yes, if it weren't so late, I'd buy her dresses immediately, but right now, she has nothing to wear. The issue furrowed Harris' brow. Normally, husbands don't care much about what their wives wear, it all ends the same, folks. But Hyrayth was curious about Adeline's request. He set down his pen. Why mine specifically? Tell her to find a maid with a similar build and borrow theirs. Hyrayth crossed his arms decisively at his desk. Maven panicked, exclaiming, Master, you can't do that. Having her wear a servant's clothes would be an insult. Hyrayth sighed in exasperation at Maven's mindset, resuming his notes. So, wearing theirs is unacceptable, but mine is fine. Those are men's clothes. Maven persuaded, they say newlyweds are in sync in body and soul. Hyrayth thought despairingly, this nosy guy, usually he can't even look me in the eye. Now he's arguing and lecturing me. But, her wearing my clothes. An image flashed in Harris' mind, Adeline in an oversized white shirt, the familiar sight swaying him. His face flushed slightly as he propped his chin, calculating. Sounds not bad. In recent Manhwa, my neat black-haired guys are always so masculine and decisive, pretty great, right? And devastatingly handsome. And so, Adeline had new attire. She emerged to Catherine's awe. Wow, my lady, seriously. Catherine's eyes sparkled at her mistress in Harris' clothes, looking utterly noble. Adeline, neat and stunning, replied softly, is that so? Thank you. Let's head to the dining room, we've delayed long enough. Catherine nodded. Yes, my lady. As Adeline walked, she thought, even if I don't sew my own clothes, someone can tailor them to fit. Things I had to do myself before, now others can handle. It's unfamiliar, but relieving, like taking off a suffocating tight corset. I prefer this over scheming. Maybe I should dress like this more often. Maven greeted her at the dining room door. Ah, you're here. We've just finished preparing. His eyes and mouth rounded. Adeline, you look amazing. He thought, even cooler than Aster. Adeline brushed it off with a genuine smile. Maven, when you think of handsome, you go to Aster first? Not the Duke? Maven looked glum. Well, I don't want to mention the Duke, but Aster has that princely vibe. You could say he's the pretty boy type, different from the Duke's charm. Adeline placed a hand over her mouth, pondering. Does Aster really? I never even thought he was handsome. Good grief, this girl, besides Hyrayth, she sees no other flowers in the garden of handsome men. Adeline shook her head, unable to grasp beauty. Maven asked, Adeline, one question, you think our master is the most handsome, right? Adeline blushed at the probing question. She'd spent her entire past life devoted to him. But she placed hands on hips, feigning toughness. Are you joking, Maven? Maven teased, come on, I wouldn't dare. Adeline boldly retorted, I don't care about their looks, I only care about the money in their pockets. Being human, money makes life sweeter. Then I can enjoy so much. She squinted, imagining. Maven nodded sympathetically. The servants arranged her seat and bowed. In that case, your view of the Duke must be great. I'll definitely remind him often so you can live richly as you wish. Adeline sat, nodding. Thank you, Maven. You've worked hard. Her mind wandered to the past, honestly, I had moments enjoying life with Ray without money worries. I'd love to tell Maven, but the one who stabbed without hesitation was Ray. Even though I can sit here again, I'm still alone. Adeline picked up her fork and began eating, but stopped after a few bites, lost in thought. Maven watched worriedly. Does she not like this dish? He asked, Adeline, is something wrong? If so, I'll have the chef prepare another. Adeline forced a smile. No, nothing. Thanks for worrying, I was just daydreaming. I wanted to ask, doesn't the Duke usually dine here? Maven replied, no, he eats alone in his room. Adeline probed, usually? I feel like you're saying it's normal, so I should understand and overlook it. Maven exclaimed indignantly. As a steward, I'm ashamed. I'll fix it right away. Adeline crossed her arms on the table, smiling brightly at Maven. Why? You didn't do anything wrong, Mav. She said gently, please tell the Duke that in this estate, no matter his usual habits, there's no reason for me to understand or ignore his actions. He's not single anymore. I want him down here immediately to eat and chat with me. And if he stays up there, tell him I'll starve myself to death. She propped her chin, resolute. Hyrayth, about to take a bite, choked as Maven relayed Adeline's words, that if he didn't come down, she'd starve to death. He set down his food, hesitating. She really said that? Maven nodded. Yes, I heard clearly, she said she'd kill herself. Hyrayth sweated, grabbing his clothes. What, is she going to fight over food now? He sighed. She's such a troublesome woman. Maven added fuel. People will gossip that House Venzak starves its new bride, it'll be on you for not feeding her. Maven prattled on until Hyrayth closed his eyes in defeat. Fine, I get it. Stop preaching. Rising, he grumbled, sigh. Prepare another meal for me downstairs. Maven saluted crisply. That's a wise choice, sir. Hyrayth pondered silently, I need to gauge how much she knows about me. This could be a good opportunity. Deep down, he admitted, I don't hate this. In the dining room, Adeline sat waiting, her eyes half closed in thought before she looked up brightly. So, you came. Her husband paused, catching the fleeting, melancholic glint in her eyes, stirring something within him. Hyrayth sat at the table, watching her expectantly. She propped her hands on the table, smiling. Thanks for the clothes. I'll be careful not to ruin them. Hyrayth replied calmly, they seem to fit you well, even though they're men's clothes. Adeline frowned. Is that your honest opinion? Hyrayth raised an eyebrow, meeting her gaze. She continued sternly, Sir, you're my husband now. Shouldn't you at least say they suit me or look nice? Hyrayth picked up his fork, muttering, You're making a lot of demands. Adeline pouted, If you don't like it, should I go back home? What are you even doing? You're the one who wanted to marry me, right? With a pitiful tone, she whined, If you're going to spoil me, you should do it properly. I didn't know you were so irresponsible. Hyrayth's face darkened, thinking, she's not backing down. He sighed. You're playing my wife without even taking my name. Fine, they suit you. Adeline took a bite, smiling. Thanks for the compliment. She paused, then teased, But you're still hung up on the fact I didn't take your name, huh? Hyrayth thought in despair, Is it too late to cancel this marriage? Adeline laughed. Haha, I'm kidding. Let's eat before the food gets cold. She focused on her meal, but inwardly mused, Has Ray ever listened to me like this? If not, it's fine. Can I be a little greedy this time? I thought this story would be like others I've read, reborn heroine hating her old lover, plotting to kill him. But no, I've never hated him, not even now. I just want to set things right a little. Looking up at him, she said, I'll call you Ray. Her words caught him off guard. His fork froze briefly before he resumed cutting his steak. Do what you want? Adeline's cheeks flushed slightly. This life feels a bit different. She smiled wider, suggesting, So, Ray, try calling me Adeline. I bet you don't want to keep saying this woman or that woman, right? Hyrayth choked, pausing mid-bite. Forcing a strange smile, he muttered, Adeline. The moment the name left his lips, a wave of dread crashed over Adeline. Memories of the past flooded in, his voice calling her Adeline in desperation. Her eyes widened in panic, heart pounding. He noticed, concerned. Are you all right? Adeline forced a laugh. Oh, nothing. The salad's just too good. But Hyrayth wasn't fooled, thinking, she hasn't even touched it. Adeline's mind raced. What was that voice in my memory? If Ray called me that before, I'd never forget it. I'm certain he never said my name in those 25 years. She recalled his face. Though my memories are fragmented, I'm sure of this. Adele, I can't picture Ray's face clearly, but why did his voice sound so desperate? The meal passed quietly, and night fell over the Venzak estate. In the garden, Adeline held a teacup, lost in thought. Adele, Ray's voice called. She turned, her face softening as she said gently, You really called me by name. I'm grateful. Her words carried no edge, only sincerity. He approached, saying, You're the one who asked me to. But I have a question. He hesitated, then cut to the chase. How much do you know about us? Setting her teacup down, Adeline replied calmly, I know you're a deva. I know about the war between heaven and hell, and that heaven was defeated. That war, fought 512 years ago on this land between heaven and hell. The middle realm, humanity's home, was neutral ground between the two. Devas from heaven and Asuras from hell often came here to unwind. But the pact not to encroach on this space was broken. After a long war, the Devas were defeated by the Asuras. And you, Ray, are the last leader of the Devas Isderlot. She hid her thought, this is what you told me in my past life. Turning to him, she said, but in all those stories, there was nothing about you. I want to hear your story. She spoke again, I've had many dreams, some clear, some not. A lie to coax Ray into sharing. She continued earnestly, that's why I want to hear about you. When you were born, how you lived. This was her true heart. About me? Ray thought. I've never really reflected on myself. All I've thought about is avoiding the Asura's notice and surviving. Revenge, stealing the tree of life. The past doesn't matter, there's not much to say. I just survived. I just lived, he said aloud. Adeline watched him, waiting. Finally, he began, I was born in the tree of life a few months before the war started. You know celestials and demons grow faster than humans, right? We're like 5 or 6-year-old children in just 3 or 4 months. Around that time, the pact between celestials and demons broke. Both sides ignored God's rules, trying to claim the middle realm. The relationship between demons and celestials wasn't always bad. Humans served us like gods, white-winged celestials as good, black-winged demons as evil. But in truth, we're not so different from humans, equally good and evil. That's why we sometimes helped humans or troubled them. We revealed ourselves, blending in through disguise. So maybe both sides craved the middle realm more. Adeline listened intently, then called softly, Ray. He continued calmly, there were always skirmishes, but I didn't think it'd escalate so far. The war spread quickly to the middle realm, and heaven began to lose. The demon leader, Camellia, prepared relentlessly. Eventually, they reached heaven and burned the tree of life, the source of our power. All divine energy scattered, and celestials who couldn't wield it fell instantly. I, amidst the chaos, was named successor to the previous Durlot. But I had no chance to be guided, Fa Bianca, the Durlot then, died. The leadership of heaven was suddenly usurped. A flood poured in, nearly destroying heaven. Family, comrades, all fell hopelessly. Many celestials sank into a long sleep to heal. I had to find the surviving ones in the silent realm. Luckily, the demon king Camellia also entered the silent realm. Oddly, so did I, despite not being heavily wounded. It let me hide and search for other celestials. That's when I found Aster and Wacken. He stood beside her, speaking gravely. Adeline asked, did you search the middle realm? He replied, heaven had fallen, so I had no choice but to linger here. This land, the land of shadows. Humans call it cursed and abandoned it. That made it perfect for us to rebuild our forces. She smiled. So, you're planning revenge? Ray didn't deny it. Yes. I awakened every comrade I found in the silent realm, rebuilding our strength. I'll kill the demon king Camellia and restore the tree of life. As Durlot, I must fulfill my mission to rebuild heaven. Adeline looked at him with pity. Foolish. In my past life, I thought his cruelty came from his mission as Durlot. He doesn't know, he's been alone too long. He doesn't know how to express his anger, he just endures. Otherwise, his eyes wouldn't look so sad. He's so strong, maybe because of that long loneliness. Without thinking, Adeline touched his hand, standing up. From now on, I'll stand by your side. So don't worry. She thought, loneliness, I've known it too. I just want to tell him everything about me. Are the fingertips I brushed cold? Ray met her gaze, silent, his cheeks faintly flushed. The days passed swiftly and more peacefully, and a month had gone by since Adeline arrived at the Venzak estate. Maven, hands on hips, shouted cheerfully all day long, phew. So busy. Wait, that tree doesn't go there, that's the training ground. No, no, take that table to the drawing room. Inside, Adeline gave a soft hum, standing by the window, gazing outside. She issued orders as if she'd been waiting for the moment. Turning with a radiant smile, she said, all right, let's start with the garden. I can't stand how barren it looks. Hire gardeners, and an architect too. Maven looked at her, thinking, the master just keeps repeating, do whatever she wants, like an automatic response whenever I ask his opinion. Observing the brightened garden, Maven nodded contentedly. Still, the atmosphere here is really nice. Everyone seems happy. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Hey! Look at all this." Maven turned. What? Wacken. The short-haired, grinning man was the legendary Wacken, just back from a mission. The moment he returned, he rushed to find his leader. While Aster and Ray were discussing, Wacken burst in, shouting, "Captain! Is it true you got married?" His face was tense with the news he'd heard. Yes, Ray replied, eyes still fixed on the paper in his hand. Wacken approached anxiously. Really? When? To someone from where? How? Aster explained, she's a seer. About a month ago, while you were holed up in the ice isles. Her name's Adeline, the esteemed lady of House Rotlin. Aster turned to Ray, asking, should I explain why you had to marry her right away? Wacken snapped, no need. Stay out of it, I'm talking to the captain. Aster said calmly, that's not a conversation. You're just yelling in his face. Wacken roared, damn it. I told you to butt out. You should have stopped him from doing this. Aster sighed. Why would I stop him? I'm the one who convinced him to marry her. Fury flared in Wacken, his face red. You. How dare you steal my job? I was supposed to find the perfect wife for the captain. Golden-haired Aster was no less cheeky. You should have found her before me, then. A war erupted between the two subordinates, their glares sparking fire, while the mastermind sat unfazed, saying nothing. The fight ended when Wacken grumbled, I'd rather go see this woman myself than stay here with you. After Wacken stormed out, Aster crossed his arms, glancing after him. Seriously, that guy gets more hyper every time he visits. Captain, why don't you stop him? Ray, chin propped, eyes closed in relaxation, sighed. Let him be. Aster said worriedly, but... Then he reassured himself, I guess even the captain will have to bow to her. With pride, Ray declared, exactly. We don't need to do anything. She could easily lift someone like Wacken with one hand. Smiling, Ray felt a twinge of unease. But I'm still worried. I should talk to him. What's Wacken thinking? The hyperactive Wacken marched toward the garden to confront the woman he needed to evaluate, his face full of irritation. He thought, what nonsense. The wife of Derlot? How dare he make such a big move while I was stuck in the ice isles? If she's nothing special, I'll kick her out myself. His hand clenched with resolve. Finally, he spotted a blonde woman in the distance. Under the radiant sunlight, Adeline's golden hair shimmered brilliantly. She stood discussing with servants, her delicate figure commanding attention. That's her, Wacken thought, observing from behind. Losing patience, he shouted, hey! Adeline and the others turned, curious. The gardener glanced nervously at Wacken, but Adeline calmly ordered, what's the matter? I'm fine, keep working. Catherine, bring some chilled tea. And the lilacs go there, move that tree to the opposite side. Wacken, furious at being ignored by the new mistress, yelled, you. Do you know who I am? Adeline glanced at him, smiling brightly. As I said, I'll ask you instead, do you know who I am? Why are you so aggressive when you already know the answer? Speak, Wacken. How does she know my name? Wacken muttered, then shouted, never mind. Why aren't you using formal speech with me? Adeline said calmly, answer me first. Do you know who I am? Wacken sneered, aren't you Duchess Adeline Rotlin? Just a... Exactly, Adeline cut him off. I am Adeline Rotlin, wife of Duke Svenzak, your master. Her eyes turned icy. Turning fully to face him, she continued, so you're speaking to your master's wife as an equal and disrespecting him. Are you planning a rebellion? Wacken froze, stammering, I'm not disrespecting the captain. Adeline glanced at the gleaming sword on his back, saying slowly, that sword, it's the divine blade Nakagra's. Her words jolted Wacken. How do you know about this sword? Adeline smiled faintly. Didn't Ray tell you? I'm a seer. Wacken broke into a nervous sweat. That's true? Adeline lowered her head, feigning disappointment. You claim to be a loyal follower, yet you don't even listen to your master's words. Wacken's face reddened with anger, but he was speechless. Adeline continued, about that sword, it's only sleeping. I can awaken it. Her words struck Wacken like a blow. His attitude shifted, and he listened, stunned. She pressed, "Would you acknowledge me if I could awaken it?" Wacken, skeptical, reached behind and drew the sword slowly. "Awaken this sword? You? You're joking. This sword fell dormant when Heaven's tree of life died. It can't awaken unless a new tree grows. How could a human like you do it?" Adeline tucked her hair behind her ear, unfazed. "Let's try. What's there to lose? Isn't that sword important to you?" It was Commander Fabian's, wasn't it? The mention of the revered golden-haired commander silenced Wacken. His bravado faded, replaced by a somber expression. He lost this sword in that battle. It was only recently recovered. Holding the sword reverently with both hands, he extended it toward Adeline. "This sword isn't just important to me, it was once the commander's." His eyes gleamed with hope. "Can you really awaken it?" "I carry this blade because it lost its light. If it can regain its power, I want to return it to the captain." Gripping the sword tightly, he said solemnly, "Let me ask again, can you restore this blade to our Durlot?" Adeline took the sword carefully, her smile bright and confident. "Since you desire it so strongly, I'll make it happen." She added, "Oh, and Wacken, the real reason I want to awaken this sword is so you can protect our Durlot with it." "That's why." Her hand rested on the blue gem in the sword's hilt. Ancient runes began to glow in the air, and the blade slowly levitated. Adeline focused, drawing on all her knowledge, murmuring, "These are Deva runes?" Closing her eyes, she concentrated, chanting the runes softly. Magic swirled around her, the air humming with power. Wacken stared, awestruck, as light radiated from the sword, its blue glow reflecting in his wide eyes. "No way. She's human, and yet, she's doing it." The spell concluded, and the gem on the hilt sparkled vibrantly. Holding the sword with both hands, Adeline smiled triumphantly. "Wacken, take it. It's yours now. Do you believe me?" Wacken, a seasoned warrior, was utterly subdued for the first time. Overwhelmed with relief, he lowered his gaze, exhaling. "Why? She's just a human, so much younger than me, yet her presence is so commanding." With a genuine smile, he knelt in respect. "Forgive my rudeness. Allow me to offer my belated respect, Duchess Adeline Venzak. I am Wacken Win. I will follow your orders and wield this sword to protect our Durlot at all costs." Adeline nodded, pleased. "All right, Wacken. Let me introduce myself again. Adeline-Hyrayth Lin. I hope we'll work well together. From now on, call me Adeline." And just like that, another had fallen under Adeline's charm. Wacken returned to Ray's study, panting, "Captain." The two men, already bested by Adeline, looked at him with mild disdain. Aster snapped, "What's with you? You came back looking even dumber than when you left. Did Adeline thrash you?" Seeing Wacken's tamed, almost pet-like expression, Ray sympathized, "Maybe." Aster, concerned, asked, "Captain, he's not hurt, is he?" Ray could only shrug. Finally, the overwhelmed Wacken spoke, voice brimming with emotion, "Captain. Captain." He raised the awakened sword, its gem glowing brilliantly. "Look at this." Aster and Ray leapt up, stunned, staring at the revived blade. "How did this happen?" "That sword was clearly." Wacken confirmed it was dormant, but Adeline touched it, tapped it a few times, and it lit up. "Adeline?" Ray asked, incredulous. Wacken reasoned, "Yes, Adeline. At first, I thought it might be the Tree of Life awakening it, but then why didn't you notice, Captain? I thought it was nonsense when you said she was a seer or whatever, but now I have to believe it, she spoke the Deva language." Aster growled, "Why were you picking a fight with me now?" Their warrior instincts flared, and the two lunged at each other, snarling, "What, you wanna go? I've got a holy sword now. Even without it, you're not worth my punch. Meet me in the training yard." But seriously, folks, these two are among the last elites of the Celestial clan. There's a reason they've survived this long, loyal retainers of my husband, Ray. Ray sat dazed, piecing together the clues, muttering, "Adeline spoke Deva?" Yet his mind lingered on her radiant beauty, her golden hair shimmering like summer sunlight. He thought, humans can learn Deva and Azura languages, but they can't pronounce the words clearly. Only seers among mortals can speak it fluently. So, Adeline is a seer, that's why I pursued this marriage. But why do I feel so uneasy? Later, in the garden, Adeline stood in quiet contemplation, her thoughts drifting to the past. She recalled how Hela had used her powers to awaken the sword after Adeline's own failed attempt. Stepping outside, she had felt utterly useless. Tears streamed down her face as she watched Hela cast the spell to rouse the blade, memorizing every step for this moment. Adeline smiled softly now. This time, I did it. She covered her mouth, embarrassed, thinking, honestly, I was just pretending and didn't expect it to work. But it wasn't mere chance that Adeline had awakened the sword, it was the result of her efforts. She wondered if this success came from magic. I should be careful about revealing my magic to others like I did before. Wacken had seemed shocked. After Aster taught me about my magic in my past life, I practiced alone whenever I could. Gradually, I learned to cast spells instantly without chanting incantations. That's how I made the sword float earlier. It must have been 1 or 2 years before my death in that life. She vividly remembered chasing after Ray, calling, "Wait, Duke." Back then, she thought she could help him somehow, and learning magic seemed like the way. She proudly showed him small objects floating in the air, saying, "What do you think? I can do things like this instantly now." But instead of her joy, Ray responded coldly, "That power, never use it in front of others." The light in her eyes dimmed. Stammering, "Duke?" Why, tears rolled down her cheeks as she bowed her head in despair. Snapping back to the present, Adeline told herself, after that, I stopped showing my magic to anyone. Honestly, the magic I used then wasn't even that special. If he wasn't impressed by those tricks, the real issue was that I didn't need to chant incantations anymore. I could cast spells silently. But if that was a problem then, it's still a problem now. Looking at her human hands, she recalled Ray's cold departure, the darkness enveloping her. Painfully, she thought, why now? If only my memories were intact. Then I'd know what Ray's true expression was back then. Was he scolding me? I feel like he was worried about me for some reason, but I can't remember. As she pondered, a few maids called out cheerfully, "My lady, can we set the tea table here?" The girls were arranging an afternoon tea setup in the newly revitalized garden, which was starting to feel more like a home. One maid said, "The Venzak estate feels alive with you here, my lady." Adeline smiled. "I'm glad you think so." The maid asked about the newly expanded training ground nearby. Adeline confirmed it was for Lord Venzak's practice and to recruit more knights. Setting down her empty teacup, waiting for a refill, the maid praised, "Your mind is so sharp, my lady. You're always working." Adeline said seriously, "I'm going to take this chance to learn swordsmanship from Wacken." "Really?" the maid exclaimed, surprised. With admiration, the maid listened as Adeline shared, "Actually, my dream is to become the greatest swordmaster, wielding the most legendary blade. I could excel if Wacken teaches me." The maid, puzzled, said, "My lady, you're joking, right?" Sipping her warm tea, Adeline thought, "It sounds like a joke, but I'm serious about learning from Wacken. If I master swordsmanship, I can hide that I'm using magic. With a legendary sword, when its blade flashes, people will think it's just the sword's power." She remembered her past life, when danger struck, and Ray said, "Stay behind me." The fear and helplessness of being unable to protect him haunted her. Now, resolute, she declared, "I want to become stronger, so I'm no longer controlled by others." The maid, perceptive, saw the shift in Adeline's expression. Her confusion faded, and she comforted, "I don't know what's troubling you, my lady, but please don't worry too much. You're already strong enough to stand above others' influence." Adeline's face flushed, delighted by the maid's warm praise and friendly smile. "You're the best, my lady." Adeline replied cheerfully, "I understand." "Thank you, Rebecca." That night, in a deep sleep, memories flooded Adeline's mind. In her dream, Aster shouted angrily, "We have to bring that girl along, Captain. She almost got you killed." Ray, without turning, replied, "We'll take her." Aster yelled, "Captain! TCH." His face was filled with worry and desperation at his leader's risky decision. Hearing their argument, Adeline felt heartbroken, tears falling as she wondered, "What can I even do here?" Seeing Wacken and Hela's cold stares, she felt utterly dejected. "No one believes in me, so why does Ray keep bringing me along?" "Ray," she knelt, head bowed, praying. Ray asked, "Have you realized anything today?" Adeline, head lowered, whispered, "I haven't realized anything. Like always, I have no answers." Can't I help you at all? The memory overwhelmed her, jolting her awake. Clutching her blanket, she thought anxiously, maybe it's because of Waken's accident. I dreamed of that day. How long must I dwell on these memories? How much longer must I prove my worth to ease this unease? In the silent night, the full moon bathed the balcony in light, illuminating Adeline's small, lonely figure. She gazed out, eyes wide. This is my room now, not that cramped, run-down one. The room of a true duchess. Ray no longer questions me every night. I should be happy, so why? Barefoot, Adeline stepped out of bed. Tonight, when he doesn't come, why do I feel so lonely? She walked to the balcony, resting her hands on the railing, lost in thought. I really hate and despise him, don't I? Looking at the vast courtyard and the empty balcony of the room next to hers, she wondered, what if my heart no longer remembers him? The quiet night passed as the candlelight flickered out. 2 months later, Aster and Waken stood in awe before a newly built structure. Aster was stunned that it was completed in just 2 months, unsure of Adeline's purpose. Waken, sword ever on his back, stared in admiration. Ray, too, observed silently, taking in the large, finished building. Aster said, don't you know? I think asking Adeline directly would be best. Waken rubbed his chin, speculating, at this rate, we should call Adeline captain instead of him. She's practically the captain since she's his wife. Aster groaned, what's with the sudden flattery? As they puzzled, Adeline appeared, wearing a light blue dress, and said brightly, it's a dormitory for the knights we'll recruit. The group was shocked. Aster, arms crossed, asked, knights? We won't have enough to fill a dormitory. Adeline replied, besides Devis, we'll hire mercenaries too. She smirked inwardly, it was built quickly because I used magic. Aster, baffled, turned to Ray. Captain, what's going on? His face showed real frustration. Ray, caught off guard by his wife's innocence, said, I wasn't informed about this. Adeline protested, impossible. I'd never make such a big decision recklessly. Strange, I got approval from Maven. Ray broke into a sweat, nervous. Do we need to call Maven to confirm? His memory kicked in. He recalled Maven bringing documents to his desk for approval. Among the countless Adeline says reports, Ray had stamped them all with OK and said, let her do what she wants. Ray's face fell. I'm done for. Aster raised a fist, gritting his teeth. Captain. Adeline grinned, pleased at dodging scrutiny. Waken asked, Adeline, what's with this sudden recruitment? And mercenaries instead of regular knights? Do you know how rough they are? Adeline replied calmly, I know. But how long will it take with just the 3 of you? There aren't many Devis left, and they're still in meditation, needing time to awaken. We need more information on Azuras and Devis. Aster questioned, even with sudden recruitment, how many will brave the night forest to join? Oh, I get it, that's why mercenaries. Adeline smiled. Exactly. Mercenaries work for profit, I don't think that's so bad. They're like us, fighting fiercely to survive. She encouraged Aster, train the recruits, all right? Aster, stunned by the undiscussed task, stammered, I've never trained anyone. Adeline reassured, you'll manage, Aster. She had reason to believe so, Aster had trained mercenaries in her past life. Glancing at her husband and Waken, Adeline's gaze made them shrink. Waken grumbled, what now? Adeline burst out laughing. I didn't mean to laugh, but you two look like puppies. Waken and Aster gritted their teeth, glaring, then bantered, the captain looks like a dog? Even the Demon King would wake from meditation hearing that. Haha. Ray never argued with his wife, even as Adeline teased until tears streamed down her face. Wiping them, she said, Hahu, I have something for Waken to do. And for Ray too. Luckily, you're all here. She thought, they think I'm crazy, but... Taking a breath, she declared, I'm going to build a road through the night forest. Her words hit like a thunderbolt. Ray and the others were stunned. Waken said nervously, Adeline, the night forest is... Adeline hesitated, I know, but... Ray interrupted, no. She knew he'd say that. Trying to persuade him, she said, do you think I'd propose a road without a plan? Ray said sternly, even so, you can't. Redecorating the estate, revamping the garden, building a dormitory, those are fine. But even for you, I can't agree to this. Adeline faltered, thinking, even for me? Because I'm a seer? She said, have you forgotten? I'm a seer. Don't you think I know the night forest contains celestial flora? Ray grew sharper. You're planning something absurd, knowing that? Adeline's face hardened, resolute. Why call it absurd before hearing me out? Ray softened, I mean. Adeline pressed, Ray, I won't do anything to harm you or the Devis. Do you know why? My goal is to fulfill all your wishes within 10 years. I want to spend the rest of my life here, carefree and at ease. Her expression was utterly sincere, she was voicing the true dream of a reborn Adeline who knew what she wanted. Aster froze, stunned. 10 years? Ray thought, we planned for at least 200 years. Why is she? Adeline said calmly, if it's me, I can do it. So, Wacken. Yes, Wacken replied promptly. Adeline declared loudly, from now on, teach me swordsmanship, Wacken. I need to protect my suspicious husband. Ray instantly became the pitiful protected one in the other's eyes. They stifled laughter, to Ray's embarrassment and frustration. Adeline clapped. We've laughed enough. Now, will you listen? I'll explain why I want to build a road through the night forest and how, in 10 years, I can end this war. Pointing to the sky, she began, first, I'm going to Mavane Island. Aster interrupted, Adeline, we're talking about the night forest. Why Mavane Island? Wacken, curious, asked, you're going there yourself? It's so far, even teleportation won't work. By ship, it's over a week. Adeline beamed. You guessed it, I'm going myself. I've even planned to visit Mokran City. Ray stared, one surprise after another. Aster warned, aren't you being a bit? Adeline said confidently, what, worried about Mokran's crime and corruption? Her confidence left the three men speechless, unable to argue. Finally, Adeline said seriously, let me tell you about 3 reasons. I said I'd build a road through the night forest, but not just a road. I know the celestial trees that shrouded in darkness are from heaven. They only grew there before, but for some reason, they took root in the mortal realm, becoming warped and twisted. Yet their inherent power remains, protecting the Venzak family. If an ordinary person enters, the tree's energy drives them mad, or kills them. We can't fully stop Azuras from manifesting, but we can prevent those possessed by them. Looking at Ray and his companions, she thought, I understand why they're so worried. She continued, before the war between heaven and hell, the Celestials received a prophecy of calamity and scattered celestial seeds here. So if heaven fell, surviving Celestials could nurture their strength here. I'd never thoughtlessly desecrate such a vital place. But I'm determined to do this so the road can be opened or closed at will. And to do that, we need to eliminate those poised to revive the Demon King. I plan to host a grand banquet. It's been a while since you, Aster, and Wacken earned the name Hyrayth, right? Her husband nodded slightly. Yes, that's true. Convincing her husband thrilled her. Adeline grinned, then her eyes sharpened. Doesn't that mean they've been watching us, waiting for a chance to infiltrate and destroy this place? If it's me, I can distinguish whether intruders are Azura possessed. With fierce determination, she declared, I swear the day our people return to this land isn't far. That's why I'm going to Mavane Island. Even if I understand part of it, I need materials to build the road. Ray said worriedly, but do you really have to go? If it's just ordinary materials, we have plenty. Adeline replied, if everything I needed was here, I wouldn't go, but... Turning to Aster, she asked, Aster, the food here's pretty bad, right? Aster said honestly, yeah, it is, Adeline laughed. It's fine. Your face says it all. She continued, it's hard to hire chefs in a place like this. While executing my plan, I need to find one. There's a special chef there I want to introduce to everyone. Covering her mouth, she added, oh, I almost forgot, the mercenaries I plan to hire happen to have a ship we need to reach Mavane Island. The barrage of surprises left the men dejected, realizing she'd planned everything before telling them. Ray sighed, what now? Aster raised his hand, hesitant. Adeline, do you really have to go that far? Adeline replied without hesitation, of course. I've explained everything. Did I miss something? Aster said, the mercenaries in Mokran, you could borrow from someone else. I'm sure they're rough and hardly decent. Adeline chuckled, exactly. They have to be that tough to brave the night forest. Inwardly, she thought, if I told them I planned to awaken a sleeping siren, they'd die of shock. She said, I'm taking a ship for another reason too. Aster spoke up, Adeline, with the situation as it is, it's hard to give you an answer right away. You have to understand, when you leave, everyone out there is your enemy. Sincerely, he added, you're important to us, Adele. Adeline replied solemnly, those words mean a lot, but I still have much to entrust to you all. The role of a seer is as vital as you are to me. So I'll do my best. They looked at her, moved yet worried. But Adeline was resolute, thinking, I should set these feelings aside. This is just a mutually beneficial relationship. Don't look at me like that. You'd abandon me if I lost my value. That's our bond. I never even dreamed they'd care for me. As she turned to leave, Ray called, when are you planning to go? Adeline spun back, her eyes wide with surprise, staring at him. Aster said, Captain? Ray replied, we've heard everything she wants to do. There's no reason to stop her. Permission or not. If this trip is so dangerous, we'll just escort Adele. Aster, still worried, said, even so. Ray paused, then called out, hey. Adeline, fed up with their hesitance, snapped, I have a name, Adeline. She hadn't yet tamed her husband's way of addressing her, so how could she dream of sparking any affection from him? Ray stepped closer, his tone gentle. Fine, Adeline. Adeline grumbled, don't click your tongue at me. Ray lowered his gaze, forcing out a softer substitute. All right, Adele, darling. The words made him flush with embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he added, ahem, I'll go with you and follow your lead, so don't worry. Adeline froze, stunned by Ray's expression. What? Ray wondered, why is she reacting like that to me saying I'll do whatever she wants? He asked, why are you acting like that? Adeline blushed, covering her mouth, seriously pondering the sincerity of what just happened. I'm sorry, I never thought you'd call me darling. She added softly, thank you. Ray didn't fully grasp what she'd been through to say such words, but he blushed too. If he knew the reason, he'd likely feel heartbroken for her. Turning away, he said, don't thank me for something so small. You're the Duchess, you can do whatever you want. That's the rule. His two subordinates, witnessing their master's flustered state for the first time, smirked inwardly. Adeline, genuinely moved, thought, things feel a bit different now. Can I hope for even a little from him? In a small, gloomy manner, blood dripped steadily onto the floor as a red-haired girl sat helplessly, muttering, why? Why? For what reason? A silver divine sword lay on the ground, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of small animals. Hela stared blankly at the results of her ritual, seething. Why can't I see their future? Hurry Svenzak, Aster Lef, whack and win. I should be able to see their fates. When did this start happening? She bit her nails in frustration. I clearly saw it, them leading me through the night forest. The blood of chickens, goats, sheep, and even pigs was useless for her divination now. She glared at the blood-stained basin before her, disgusted. Forget the future, even my psychic abilities are failing. I could see everyone's future, except theirs. Why? Hela gritted her teeth. This is a problem. If this continues, he'll think I'm useless. Meanwhile, Ray sat alone, lost in thought, Adeline's image flooding his mind. He recalled her fiery determination when convincing him to follow her plan, her resolve to live peacefully in the estate after 10 years, and her confident declaration to protect her suspicious husband. The way she faced him, demanding he call her by name, and her emotion when he jokingly called her darling. Ray clasped his hands, chin resting on them, lost in thought until Aster entered, hands on hips, serious. Captain, we need to talk. Are you really going to Mokran City with Adeline? Ray confirmed, yes. Aster protested, Captain, are you all right? Adeline's important. We can't let her get hurt, or worse, killed. And you're taking her to a place like that? Ray met his gaze, interrupting, Aster, do I seem weak to you? Aster paused, then sighed. That's not the issue. You're stronger than anyone, but protecting someone in battle is different. You know Mokran City isn't normal. Even noble families hire scores of knights for protection there. Kidnapping, theft, murder, and worse happen without word spreading. I trust Adeline, but bad things happen. You can go if you must, but she can't. Ray hesitated, but... Aster pressed, since when do you listen to others? You always ignored everyone. Ray pondered, why? When did I start feeling I need to follow her every request, from the trivial to the absurd? Why do I feel compelled to fulfill them all? Why does my body freeze when I meet her eyes? He asked, Aster, am I strange? Aster frowned, scratching his head. Wow, I'm just glad you're noticing now. Ray lowered his head, deep in thought. Aster added, you'll go no matter what I say, right? I know you're changing. I've stayed quiet because I don't like it. The discussion ended, and things proceeded as planned. In the warehouse, Aster said, we have millstones and scrolls. Since we have plenty, let's refine them into magic stones to bring along. I think this'll happen more often. Ray looked up. Aster. The departure day arrived swiftly, with the cold season approaching. Adeline gazed out the window, remarking, it's a bit chilly today. Catherine agreed, it's December already. Shouldn't you wear thicker clothes, my lady? Adeline smiled. This cloak's enough for me. I'm more worried you'll be cold. Catherine's cheeks flushed, touched. I'm fine, really. Adeline said, I'll buy one just like mine for you later. I don't want my people to freeze. Catherine, moved, exclaimed, my lady. Outside in the hall, Wacken and Maven waited. Maven waved cheerfully. Oh, Adeline, are you ready? He struggled with a large, heavy suitcase. I called Wacken because I'm too weak to carry this. Wacken shot him a cold glance. Weakling. You should exercise. Maven pouted, I'm just a normal guy, Wacken. Adeline watched her retainers, thinking, if there's a reason to rush this journey, it's for Maven. In my past life, I went to Mavane Island to defeat monsters, proof the Demon King was growing stronger. If time flows like before, the siren will awaken in 517. I can't wait that long. Maven died fighting the siren alongside Wacken. That's why I need to act while it's still asleep. Adeline spoke up, don't worry, Maven. I'll protect you. Her words startled the two men. Wacken asked, is protecting people your hobby, Adele? Rubbing his chin, he added, last time you said you'd protect the captain, now Maven. Maven wailed dramatically, am I that weak in your eyes, my lady? He explained, I'm not that frail, it's just everyone around me is a monster. Wacken bristled at monster, while Adeline calmly told Maven, really? Then run fast when trouble comes. Maven, lugging the suitcase, muttered glumly, I can't reason with Wacken. Wacken smirked, he's sulking again. Adeline watched Maven trudge off, then turned to Wacken. You're not a bad guy. Stop teasing him. I know you actually like him. Wacken flinched. You're talking about me? She replied, yes. If you don't stop, you'll regret it later. In her memory, when Maven died in her past life, Wacken had been devastated, clutching him and screaming. That scene better not happen again, she thought. Wacken asked, by the way, what's the name of the mercenary group we're meeting? Adeline blinked. Didn't I say? It's the Eagle Mercenaries, also known as Black Wind. Wacken broke into a sweat. Adeline, you know what the Black Wind is like, right? She replied casually, yeah, I know. Wacken pressed, then you know they're involved in human trafficking? Adeline kept walking, calling back, yes, I know. Wacken shouted, and you're still going to them? Adeline, still moving, said, I feel like Ray, Wacken, and Aster still treat me like a child. Wacken protested, that's not what I meant. It's too dangerous. Adeline turned back. So what? Will you make me hide behind you and stay out of my own business because it's dangerous? Wacken was speechless. Adeline continued, yes, I know you're worried because I'm important. Once or twice, I can understand its concern. But I'm not a doll for you to place wherever you want. Wacken stared, stunned. She added, you asked if protecting people is my hobby, right? Wacken mumbled, yeah, because... Adeline said, I know, I must seem small and weak to you, like I can't even hold a sword. But remember, I'm the one who brought light back to that sword. Please remember I have the strength to protect others too. I'm sick of hiding behind people and doing nothing. Turning back, she smiled brightly. So I hope you understand, got it? With a touch of basic magic, Adeline cast a spell, drawing a portal. A gust of wind roared, pulling her through a dark tunnel into the forest. Ray, standing beside her, asked, you still okay? She replied, yes, I'm completely fine. Wacken, finding it hard to believe, furrowed his brow with concern, but Adeline reaffirmed that this second teleportation felt better than the first. Her husband said, I understand. I heard this is your second time teleporting. She beamed with pride at her success, knowing she'd need to rely on this skill often in the future. Since I told Wacken I can protect others too, I have to try. Meanwhile, Wacken, nearly in tears with worry, realized he'd underestimated her. Rubbing his chin, he thought, though humans revere Devas or Asuras, the true leader is someone else. Divine power flows to seers. Both Asuras and Devas draw strength from the Tree of Life, and seers are rare. That must be why Adeline can teleport so quickly. Wacken grinned, satisfied that their team had such a powerful ally. Lucky for us, the captain snagged a wife like Adele. Ray, chatting with her, couldn't help but admire how captivating she looked in the sunlight filtering through the trees. He thought, Adele, I'm certain now, I'm not crazy. Talking to Aster confirmed it, I'm a fool whenever it comes to her. As he mused, he noticed the ribbon tying her hair come loose, unleashing a cascade of shimmering golden waves. Adeline turned, radiant like a sunflower, her clear violet eyes sparkling. She's so beautiful, he thought, every time I see her, including this moment. Ray swiftly caught the ribbon as it fluttered toward him, feeling utterly pathetic. How can I call myself Durlot? Wacken's eyes lit up, gazing at his mistress with utmost admiration. But the star of the moment was dazed, thinking, why do I feel so off? Teleportation made me nauseous. She took the ribbon back, looking woozy. They pressed on through the forest, the group consisting of Wacken, Adeline, and Ray. Wacken warned, this forest is crawling with orcs that attack humans, monsters that used to live here. Adeline glanced to the side, alert. Of course. In her past life, when she'd come to Mokran, she'd seen massive beast traps with sharp wooden spikes at the city gates, a testament to the city's vigilance. Wacken had told her about Mokran's defenses, and everyone knew it to be true. Adeline, amused, watched Wacken's predictable actions, delighted each time she guessed what he'd say next. She playfully teased Wacken, making Ray glance back repeatedly. He wondered, does she like being fussed over? Next time, I'll be the first. His face grew pensive, mulling over this important realization as they reached their destination. This was the legendary Mokran city. A kind-looking brown-haired man waved, inviting them to Mayho Inn, boasting amazing baths at a low price and beds better than anywhere else. Another man with gray-blue eyes offered free local specialty soup. Adeline squealed with excitement, while Ray calmly explained, this place is full of mercenaries and tourists, so it's like this. Adeline sighed, I know. I didn't get why you wouldn't let me come here with all these tourists. Ray reluctantly replied, all right, I agree, and Adeline cheered, thank you. She suddenly recalled being here in her past life. Curious, she asked, I understand why there are so many mercenaries, but I didn't expect this many tourists. Ray explained, low taxes, cheap goods, casinos, and arenas draw people here for the experience. He went on at length. Adeline, surprised, thought, he's not annoyed explaining to me like I assumed. I've misunderstood him a lot. Her eyes widened with gratitude as she looked at him. They approached the arena, where flyers fluttered everywhere, showcasing today's gladiators and thrilling betting matches. Ray caught one, unimpressed. This is why the streets are so lively. Wacken, holding a flyer, noted, every year at this time, Mokran buzzes with this. Adeline studied a flyer depicting a scarred gladiator, recognizing him instantly. This guy aiming for the championship is the Great Thief of Hell. The tournament started tomorrow. With a format like the Premier League, Adeline, knowing the outcome from her past life, devised a plan to make money betting on the winner. The Eagle Mercenaries leader had once said the Great Thief lost due to a foolish mistake, a match that only profited the house. She piped up, Ray, and he leaned closer, asking, what's up? Adeline waved the flyer, grinning like a flower. Want to make some money tomorrow? Ray, arms crossed, looked exasperated, while Wacken worried the fight's brutality would scare her. Adeline reassured them, I've spent a lot at the Venzak estate, building the arena, Knight's dormitory, decorating, and furniture. I need to make some money now. Wacken eagerly guessed her plan, boasting he could pick the winner with one glance, confidently volunteering to choose the bet. But the Venzak couple knew who the real seer was. Wacken scratched his head, realizing his blunder, and followed his mistress's lead, admitting he'd tried to teach a fish to swim. Adeline turned to Ray. Want to try? He asked. What's this betting thing? Wacken gaped. Captain, you're 500 years old and don't know betting? Ray, embarrassed, said, I don't have time for pointless things. Wacken protested the word pointless for such a high-stakes game but couldn't out-talk Ray. Adeline noticed Wacken argued more with her than with Ray, who was open to dialogue. Wacken explained, keep it simple. Tomorrow, the gladiators' names will be listed, and we just pick one. Ray calculated, famous fighters have high payout splits, while unknowns have low ones. Turning to Adeline, he said, I bet you've got another reason for wanting to earn money. Adeline, having roped her husband in, cheered, wow, Captain Ray's so smart. Laughing, she thought, why's his expression so warm? Was he like this in my past life? Suddenly, Ray tapped her forehead. Don't get addicted to gambling. Even if you lose, we have plenty of money for you to spend. Adeline and Wacken were stunned as Ray recounted, there was a man named Ballin who loved gambling. I took him in and disciplined him for ruining himself and his family, but he still threw money at bets whenever he could. That's how it was. His eyes held regret. Leaning down gently, he said, if you insist on gambling, I'll have to work hard so you don't starve. Adeline crossed her arms, pouting. I've never been like that. Ray and Wacken chuckled at her expression. Wacken, thrilled to see his captain's softer side, noted Ray shared more with Adeline than with him, even when asked about the past. Seeing them together, I admire this side of the captain. Wacken boasted he'd worked hard to secure rooms in this hard-to-book inn, ensuring his mistress wouldn't sleep on the streets or get scolded by the captain. Adeline, grateful, warmed Wacken's heart with her thanks. The polished innkeeper greeted them joyfully. Honored guests, I hear you've booked a royal suite and a deluxe room, correct? Adeline marveled at the lavish Manhwa inn, then paused, turning to Ray. Wait, he said a royal suite? She asked the receptionist, did you say a deluxe room and a royal suite? The enthusiastic man confirmed, boasting about the royal suite's massive bath for ultimate relaxation. It sounded appealing, but, wait. She turned to Wacken. What's that about? What? Wacken asked, winking as if to say, enjoy it. Praise me. Adeline wailed dramatically, turning to Ray. Hold on, Ray, are we sharing a room? Ray, dead serious, replied, we're married. Wouldn't it be odd not to share? Adeline had no real objection but assumed he'd dislike it. In her past life, he'd never shared a room with her, even as his wife for 25 years. Flustered, she stammered, I thought you'd find it uncomfortable. Ray replied, why would you think I'd be uncomfortable? His earnest response made her blush. Adeline froze. Huh? Ray countered, you don't want to share a room with me, then? Adeline's heart nearly stopped. She took a deep breath, calming herself, thinking, this man doesn't mean anything special by it. Don't be foolish and fall for words like that. I can't forget that moment. Finally steadying herself by recalling the end of her first life, she decided, keeping my emotions in check is enough. That way, I won't get hurt again. Lowering her head, eyes downcast, she said, fine, we can't change the room now anyway. Turning away, she added, let's have them show us the way. My feet are starting to ache. Ray watched her silently, remembering his promise to do whatever she wanted. And there it was, ta-da! The receptionist introduced their 1,000 square meter luxurious suite, designed like an apartment with 2 bedrooms 999 meters apart, a massive bathtub in the center, and a tea table among other amenities. Adeline cheered at the separation between the beds but felt a twinge of sadness, thinking, maybe that's why Ray agreed to share a room with someone. Relief washed over her, easing the tension in her expression. Suddenly, Ray said, come here for a sec. Huh? What's that? Adeline asked, unsure where he was leading her. But his awkwardness vanished as he brought her to the window, revealing a vibrant view of the bustling city, the best sights from a prime vantage point. She gazed in awe, then exclaimed with delight at the beauty. Beside her, the man who'd paid for this indulgence stood proudly, arms crossed, smiling. Are you satisfied? He asked. Absolutely, she replied with a sweet smile. Good, he said, stealing a glance at her, thinking, this is the first time in 500 years I've felt this, wanting to see someone smile like this. Not bad. The romantic moment faded, cutting to a dim room where a silver divine sword and a badge rested neatly on a table. A man tapped rhythmically, waiting. The door opened, and another man stepped in, saying, "Boss." "What is it, Koken?" The man lifted his hat, and Koken reported, "I spotted some interesting folks during lunch, a woman dressed like a man, a noble, and a soldier." The leader, sipping his beer, his amber eyes cold, asked, "Interesting how?" Koken explained their booking of a deluxe room at Manhwa improved their wealth. Tapping his fingers, the leader asked, "That rich, huh?" He stood abruptly. "I hate complications. Grab the girl while the others are out, and I'll make sure you get a taste of the money. Do it now." After settling in, the group explored the city. Adeline shopped enthusiastically, waving to the others at a fabric stall. "Is this the famous lace of this city?" She dove into the fabrics, admiring and praising their beauty. The vendor said, "You're even prettier than them, miss." Wacken, wide-eyed, said, "Adeline would sulk forever if she couldn't come here." Ray agreed silently, patiently waiting as she shopped. Wacken, less patient, said he needed to arrange a carriage in the capital for their journey and asked how long they'd stay. Adeline replied, "4 days is plenty. Getting to Mavane Island is the priority, since the Eagle mercenaries will contact us about the money I mentioned." Wacken bid them farewell, exchanging warm, friendly goodbyes with Adeline. "Now just the two of them," Adeline said, "shall we keep shopping?" Ray, unprepared for this, looked glum but stayed silent, unable to argue. Adeline tasked him with carrying her shopping bags. Seeing the pile, she felt guilty. "I should have sent some with Wacken." Reaching out, she said, "Let me take a few," but Ray, surprised by her concern, didn't find them heavy. Turning away, he said, "It's fine. Looks like you want to go somewhere else. Let's go." His gallantry flustered her, making her blush as she stammered, but feeling it was cumbersome, she suggested he take the bags back to the inn. "I'll rest while waiting, since my feet are tired. Then we'll have tea together. I'll check out a few nearby shops." Her beautiful face and smile left Ray unable to refuse, his cheeks reddening. Still, he asked worriedly, "Will you be okay alone?" Adeline, stunned by his concern, put on a brave front. "Of course. Come back soon. Sometimes a lady likes to shop alone." Ray nodded, satisfied, promising to return quickly. Adeline waved with a gentle smile. But as he walked a few steps away, her smile vanished. "I need to secretly check something. Will it work?" she thought, staring at the small bag in front of her. Ray, the 500-year-old fool, hadn't noticed. After a few steps, he paused, having spotted a suspicious figure in the crowd. Moving to a secluded corner, he confirmed he was being followed and let the stalker trail him. The man muttered, "Damn it, where's he wandering? If I lose him, I'm screwed." As he grumbled, a hand grabbed him. Ray yanked him up, pressing a sharp dagger to his throat, and said coldly, "Who are you, and why are you following me? Your life depends on your answer." Trembling, the thief stared into Ray's icy, murderous eyes, unable to speak. Ray dropped him, letting him go with a few curt threats. But then he noticed a badge the man dropped, an eagle emblem that sparked concern. Meanwhile, using her new infinite space magic to expand a limited space, a high-level spell, Adeline teleported back to the inn through her bag's opening. In her past life, Ray had deemed her magic quite good. She grinned, proud of pulling it off again. Ray will come back once the tea shop staff tell him I'm at the inn. But he hadn't returned. Did we miss each other? Waiting eagerly, she heard a knock. "My lady, your drink is ready." Adeline frowned, she hadn't ordered anything, wanting to wait for Ray. Before she could respond, someone burst in, pressing a drugged cloth to her mouth. Koken, she recalled as she saw him, before her eyes closed. Why now, when Ray's not here? She remembered Koken was someone she needed to meet, but not like this. "He was on our side, upset when my place as Duchess was taken. He's the Eagle Mercenaries' deputy leader." Adeline thought, "Not just him, Maven and others cared for me. I need to find them to protect them. But why are they all stronger than me, and why did I forget this?" Her thoughts faded, her arms limp, as she slipped into unconsciousness. Memories swirled, in my past life's battle, the Devis vanished again. Wacken, Aster, Maven, Koken, Avid, all dead. When the sword pierced me, Ray was alone. As dusk fell, Ray returned to the inn, finding Wacken casually eating a sausage. Wacken asked why Ray was back, and Ray explained Adeline told him to return. Wacken, shocked, burst out laughing. After some teasing, he asked, "Where's Adeline?" Learning she was alone at the tea shop, Wacken grew alert, and Ray, realizing it too, felt a surge of fear. Wacken shouted, "Captain, this is Mokran." While Wacken scolded, Ray, terrified, raced off to find Adeline, berating himself for being lost in her smile and tea plans, leaving her alone. "I'm such an idiot." Ray and Wacken rushed to the tea shop and questioned the server, but the answer was clear: no one with blonde hair and violet eyes had been there, despite Wacken's pleas for the man to recall. Moments later, the server shrugged casually. "Think about it, how many people go missing every day? Am I supposed to remember and count them all? Maybe she's just strolling or something. A blonde lady dressed like a man? Never seen her." A spark flashed in Ray's eyes. In an instant, he seized the lying server by the throat, pinning him against the wall. "You filthy liar, did you just mention a lady dressed like a man? How do you know that? Speak, or you'll lose your head right here." The server's eyes streamed with tears, terrified, as he stared into Ray's icy, deadly gaze. He wasn't joking. Ray's grip lifted the man off the ground, nearly out of control, until Wacken intervened. "Captain, he can't tell us about Adeline if you choke him out." Ray dropped the server with a thud, his face pale and speechless. Wacken crouched down, flashing a professional smile. "Hey, you said lots of people go missing, right?" A few simple questions were enough to make the man spill. "The Eagle Gang, they took her." Ray's eyes narrowed, piecing it together. Meanwhile, in the kidnapper's den, they bickered over whether their captive was hurt from a fall. Adeline stirred, faintly hearing two voices. "Hey, is she awake?" Still dazed, fear gripped her as a fragment of memory surfaced from her unconscious state. Why did everyone die in my past life? The Devas were so strong, so why did they all vanish? Was it because the Demon King awoke? She needed her memories to be whole to find answers. But now wasn't the time, she was kidnapped, after all. "Lady, answer if you're awake." "Don't bother thinking too hard," the two men said. Adeline realized she'd found exactly who she was looking for, though she needed to handle this vulnerable situation first. Smiling brightly, she said, "You've saved me some trouble by finding me, I was looking for you." She locked eyes with the man with cold amber eyes. "Nice to meet you, Avid." He froze, stunned. "I don't know you," he said, drawing his sword. "How do you know my old name?" Adeline brushed the blade aside, smiling lightly. "You'll regret killing me." Avid scoffed, he'd heard that line from nobles before. But Adeline reminded him their goal was money. "Let's save time." Curious why their captive knew their motives, Avid listened as Adeline explained. "My group's staying in the grandest room at Manhwa Inn, shopping lavishly, with no escorts. It was a perfect chance for kidnappers to extort money." Her sharp gaze warned Avid, "Maybe we don't need escorts because we're too strong." Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Koken shouted, "Boss!" The kidnappers panicked, realizing a stranger was outside. Before they could finish, Wacken's voice rang out. "Oh, Captain, are we going in together? Why'd you go first? Come on, let's do this." Wacken's excited grin and the fury in Ray's eyes froze everyone in place. Avid, quick to react, raised his hands in surrender. "Well, no wonder you're so calm," he said to Adeline. "You were counting on them." Adeline was speechless, dumbfounded. "I didn't expect them, what is this? My plan's ruined." "How'd you find this place?" she asked. Wacken recounted their worry, especially Ray's. "The captain went all out to find you. When we found no other leads, he used swordsmanship magic to scan every corner of this city. It's suicidal, Suos could detect him, but he didn't care. He said it wasn't important." The story moved Adeline, filling her with both joy and worry. Ray brushed it off. "Enough," he said, gently extending his hand. Overwhelmed, her cheeks flushed, eyes misty, she thought, "Ray, you really came to save me?" "I didn't kill them," Ray said, "because of our agreement." Adeline knew he wasn't bloodthirsty. His actions, giving her hope, stirred both gratitude and fear in her. Avid interrupted, "I can't believe this. Can someone explain?" But Ray and Adeline, lost in their moment, ignored him. Snapping back, Adeline tied her hair up and said cheerfully, "Allow me to introduce myself, I'm Adeline-Hyrayth, wife of this Dark Duke." Avid trembled before the friendly yet intimidating faces. Still, they sat down to negotiate. Avid thought, this is called negotiating? Adeline was persuading Avid to join the side of justice, but the two men beside her didn't need words, their glares were enough. Avid, shaking, lifted his beer mug. So, you want to threaten, negotiate, what? Adeline sweetly invited him to join as a mercenary, asking if he'd agree. Avid couldn't refuse with Ray looming behind her, his eyes screaming, got any objections to what my wife just said? He agreed instantly but asked, do you know anything about mercenaries? Adeline, unfazed, replied, of course. Why would I hire you for fun? Avid said seriously, Hyrayth Venzak, even emperors wouldn't dare oppose him. And you think mercenaries like us, the infamous Black Wind, can become knights? Sipping her tea, Adeline smiled. I know your reputation. You do anything for money. The name Black Wind comes from leaving despair in your wake, right, Avid Kanta? Avid froze, shocked she knew his long-abandoned surname. How do you know that? Adeline dismissed it. Doesn't matter. I know, don't I? Setting her tea down, she smiled. Avid, defeated, went silent, thinking, out of everyone, why us? They're filthy rich. The Dark Duke's land shouldn't know its ruler. His senses sharpened as he noticed Wacken and Ray's menacing aura. Adeline grinned. Get it? Elite knights won't enter the Dark Lands, but mercenaries after money are easier to recruit. Standing, hands on the table, she declared, that's only part of the reason. Walking past Avid, she continued, because I believe you can become great knights. Avid, intrigued, asked, how are you so sure? Adeline laughed. I'm a seer. Sorry, I can't say more, trade secret. Avid groaned, ugh, Duke, is your wife always this forceful? Wacken grinned cheekily. It's her unique charm. I shouldn't say that, right, Captain? Ray, silent, looked pensive, then blurted, sometimes I want to crack open that little head of hers to see what she's thinking. Avid, doubly despairing, clutched his head, agreeing to work for the Venzaks and asking about compensation. Adeline offered money, lodging, and training. Unconvinced, Avid noted he could secure those himself. Before he finished, the two towering figures beside Adeline drew their swords, eyes gleaming. Avid tried for one more condition. When Adeline asked what, he blurted, the world. She teased, what's the world to you? Avid replied, the Roman continent. Adeline laughed. I thought your dream was to conquer the world, and it's just one continent? Avid, confused, thought, a whole continent sounds trivial to her? Adeline teased further, I thought Alice was your world. Avid's limits shattered. Elise was his everything. Furious, he shouted, how do you know about Elise? Ray glared. Lower your voice. Avid sat, trembling with frustration. Adeline quickly explained her intent to find Elise, the ultimate price for cooperation. Yet Avid resisted, fearing coercion, control, and being discarded when useless. Adeline empathized, I've felt abandoned too. Avid hesitated, weighing the offer. If it were just him, he'd join without a second thought, but his comrade's safety was at stake, he couldn't risk their lives recklessly. Koken clapped a hand on his shoulder, urging him to accept. The other members chimed in enthusiastically, excited at the prospect of leaving their criminal hideouts behind, swearing the knight's oath, and doing something greater. Thus, a deal was struck between Adeline and the Eagle mercenaries. Adeline then boldly requested to borrow their ship to reach Mavane Island, leaving Avid stunned by how much she knew. The Eagles were given a month to prepare and ensure safe passage through the night forest. At a designated spot, Venzak retainers would guide them to the estate. Everything went so smoothly that Adeline felt uneasy, much like sitting at this candlelit, flower-adorned dinner table with Ray. Ray explained that Wacken wasn't joining them because he'd already eaten himself sick. Adeline froze, suddenly shy, they'd never dined like this before. She grew quiet, awkward, while Ray watched her, recalling the unfamiliar sadness in her eyes when she spoke to Avid about feeling abandoned. That expression was new to him. What happened to her? Adeline broke the silence. Do you have something to say to me? He shook his head. No, nothing special. Quickly, he handed her the magical bag she'd lost during the kidnapping. She beamed, thanking him, thinking it was gone forever. He mentioned sensing magic when he touched it. Adeline denied crafting it, saying she bought it at a shop and that it could hold anything like an infinite space. Relieved he didn't press further, she smiled as he simply said, "Oh," and gazed at her thoughtfully. Raising her wine glass, Adeline teased, "Anyone watching would think you're staring because I'm so beautiful." Expecting to fluster him, she was surprised when Ray looked at her somberly and said softly, "Yeah, that's right." Adeline choked on her wine. He doubled down. "I'm looking because you're beautiful. The way your face flushes reminds me of a peach." Her face burned red. "Is he insane?" Ray asked, "Don't you like being called beautiful?" "No, it's not that," she replied, her eyes dimming as the sudden affection overwhelmed her. "It doesn't feel bad." She steadied herself, thinking, this man isn't as real as the one who always avoided me in the past. If I fall for him, I'll be the one hurt again. Pushing aside her sadness, she forced a laugh. "Anyway, you've kept your promise as a husband, even calling me beautiful. We really look like a real couple." Ray froze, stung by her bitter words. His lips tightened, hand trembling on the table. "You're my wife," he said quietly. Adeline countered, "I'm playing the wife for our mutual benefit." In her resolute gaze, Ray's reflection stared back, heavy with sorrow. "Don't you ever." She stood, hands on the table. "I'm sorry, I'm not in the mood to eat. Can I go back to my room?" Ray chased after her, grabbing her hand, desperate. "You're the one who called me your husband, who liked hearing it." Adeline froze, torn between emotion and pain, lips pressed tight. Wrenching her hand free, she returned to her room. Amid the lively chatter of other guests, Ray sat alone at the table, not eating, lost in thoughts of her. He wanted her smile, but he'd gone about it all wrong. Even seeing her brought him joy, yet her mix of sadness and forced cheer left him uneasy. That night was restless for Ray. In 500 years, he'd never dreamed, until now. Was this an illusion crafted by the Suos? It wasn't a prophecy but a vivid memory. He saw himself at the Rotlin estate to fetch Adeline. Her father's displeasure was clear, and Ray, too, was irritated about the marriage arrangement. When Adeline appeared, her face was somber, fearful, her eyes stirring pity in him. Then, abruptly, she shifted to a bold, haughty demeanor, a change he hadn't noticed at the time. As he turned to leave, she wept silently, watching him go. Back then, he saw their arrangement as a mere inconvenience, even complaining to Astor about her arrogance instead of the timid kindness Astor described from his visit to the Rotlins on Ray's behalf. In the forest teleportation, she'd collapsed from exhaustion. Ray held her, genuinely worried, stroking her beautiful face, brushing her hair, captivated by her lips and her beauty. But when she woke, her emotions shifted from touch to embarrassed fear, scrambling out of his arms. He thought she despised his touch. From then on, Ray kept his distance. When she first entered the night forest, monstrous trees reached for her, and she trembled in fear. Yet Ray, cold and distant, offered no protection. She hid behind him, clutching her skirt, eyes brimming with sorrow. It wasn't that he despised her, he simply didn't know how to talk to a woman. Her lonely figure trailing behind them filled him with guilt. She must have hated it. Her tears, her fragile frame, so pitiful. A gust of wind stirred Ray awake. Sitting up, he wondered, just a dream, right? Morning light poured through the window as he reflected on the dream. She has a vulnerable, lonely side, like Astor described, but I never noticed until this dream reminded me. That morning, Adeline also dwelt on her rudeness at dinner. She felt guilty but was torn by past pain, afraid to fall in love again. Wearing a thin cloak over her nightgown, she stepped out anxiously and saw Ray in the sitting room. Calling to him, she approached. Ray asked, "Do you have dreams like me, my Duchess?" Surprised, Adeline recalled Devis didn't have ordinary dreams. They stumbled over verifying it. Suddenly, she bowed her head, softly apologizing for leaving dinner. "No need," Ray said, his hand clenching, voice strained. "Don't apologize." Adeline feared she'd upset him with unnecessary words, not daring to hope for more from him. But Ray was tormented, unsure how to bridge the gap. Adeline headed for the door, saying she'd eat with Wacken downstairs. Ray stood frozen, recalling his dream. In it, he was invisible, reaching for her as she wept alone. "Adeline," he called, but she couldn't see him. That despair hit him now. Why does she act like in the dream? She should be happy, not pushing me away. The trio finally finished their breakfast, including Wacken, who was thrilled to eat something delicious for once, unlike the awful food at the dark estate. Wacken and Adeline were as friendly and cheerful as ever. Ray watched, a pang of jealousy stirring. She's warm with everyone but me. After Adeline stepped away, the two men discussed dreams. As a Devis, Wacken had never dreamed and couldn't relate to Ray's talk. Still, he offered Ray some practical advice about love, sharing basic insights on human psychology and pure affection. When Adeline returned, Ray was still brooding over her distance. Adeline, brimming with excitement, led them to the arena for betting. She pooled all of Wacken's money, 10 gold coins, 50 silver, and about 655 talon coins, wagering everything on today's match. They studied the tournament board and quickly identified the top contender, the great thief of the continent, a notorious name. Adeline explained the bookmaker's game. Everyone bets on the great thief. If he loses, the money goes to those who bet against him. Obvious, right? If the great thief lost to someone other than the house's pick, the payout would shift dramatically. She entrusted the challenge to Wacken, confident in him. Swiftly, they registered their bet, stamped with Adeline's pooled funds, on an obscure fighter named Wolf Fong, a nobody no one else backed. This sparked chatter, with skeptics eager to swallow their wager, piling more money on the great thief. The odds for Wolf Fong soared to 2,000 gold coins, matching the fighter's initial investment. Ray and Wacken stared, stunned, at the bulging sack of gold. Adeline noted each coin could sustain 2 commoners for life. She had no intention of spending it on herself. As they prepared to leave, a sharp-eyed middle-aged man approached, the arena's owner. He initially threatened to investigate Adeline's group for cheating, but she turned the tables, exposing how he rigged matches to make the great thief lose in the final round for the house's profit. Though her logic was sound, her real persuasion came from the 2 men at her side. Wacken glared, drawing his sword, ready to throttle one of the owner's lackeys. The crooked old man finally noticed the cold, commanding figure beside Adeline, Hyrayth, a man even emperors feared. Realizing the woman must be his wife, the owner, ever the opportunist, bowed deeply, promising to warmly host the Dark Duke's party. The Eagle mercenaries, having bet on the great thief, lost a fortune. Their admiration for Adeline's brilliance grew. Ray told her, "We have plenty of money at home, you know that." But when she remarked it wasn't her money, Ray said it didn't matter whose it was. Seeing the sorrow in her eyes, he froze. Back at the inn, Avid reported a serious issue. 5 orcs had appeared in the forest outside the city. Wacken, thinking orcs were extinct, saw a golden opportunity to hunt them for profit, a goal for the mercenaries. Adeline wanted them to train in their first battle, suggesting 4 or 5 knights per orc. Avid's crew eagerly set off. Adeline moved to join, but Ray's hand stopped her shoulder. "Too dangerous," he said. "Orcs are Demon King creations." Adeline snapped, "I know, that's why I'm worried regular mercenaries can't handle them." Ray replied, "I don't care if they can or not. You shouldn't either." He realized his mistake instantly, not what he meant, but Adeline was already angry. Wacken jumped in, making it worse. "The captain means we should stay safe and leave it to the mercenaries." He added seriously, "Captain, 1 orc is trouble. 5 together? Something's off." Ray, pensive, said, "The Demon King might be awakening. With that many orcs, we don't have enough holy water to purify them. We should stay at the inn for now." Adeline protested, "We can't leave Avid out there alone, I need to help them." Ray gripped her shoulders, refusing to let her go, but her worry escalated. "At its peak," he said, "I'm worried you'll get hurt." Adeline paused, wavering. "Right, because I'm the seer. If even I get hurt." "Damn it." Ray snapped. Seer, stop saying that. I'm worried about you." In his strong embrace, Adeline froze, blushing. "He's worried about me?" He softened, loosening his grip. "I don't want you to get hurt." Realization hit her. She'd always thought her value to Ray was as a seer, but maybe not. Hesitantly, she asked, "Really?" Ray, flushed, turned away. "Because you're my wife." On this stage, the two looked like a perfect couple. Wacken watched, dumbfounded, then grinned, volunteering to handle the orcs. "With my holy sword, those beasts are nothing." Adeline stopped him. "You can't use the holy sword, it could alert the Suos to our location." She feared Hela finding them but couldn't mention her name. Worried Hellas' foresight might expose her as no true seer, Adeline panicked, ready to join Wacken against the orcs. But Ray's firm no stopped her. With one hand, he grabbed her waist, lifting her back. He reassured her, even without the holy sword, Wacken's strong. Adeline, blushing and shy, stepped back, moved yet haunted by the past. Even when I took that sword in my past life, I told myself I loved him enough to believe he had a reason. This Ray is so different, kind in a way that hurts. Though Ray had changed because of her different approach this time, she couldn't stop loving him. Mortals shine brightly in their short lives, burning with intense, complex passions. Angels and demons can't understand how beautiful that is. She told Ray, I'm worried for Wacken. I'm not that weak. Ray, poetic, replied, but I am. A 500-year-old Durlot was weak because protecting her in battle made him vulnerable. You're my weakness, Adeline, he said, gently brushing her hair. Her heart skipped a beat. In the forest, the orcs lay dead, never to rise. Koken stared at the carnage, Wacken's work, his satisfied grin like a true demon's. Avid's eyes gleamed with admiration. He's the rogue I've been searching for. Wacken reveled in the spoils, orc hides, heads, blood, and bones, a fortune to be sold. Avid, awestruck, noted Wacken felled each orc in one blow while their mercenaries, despite full effort, were outmatched. The fight ended so quickly that when Ray and Adeline finished their tender moment, they could only claim a share of the spoils. Adeline generously said, I'll take just their hearts and blood, the rest is yours. Avid and his crew were ecstatic. She turned to Wacken. You don't mind, right? Wacken, clearly not strapped for cash, didn't care about selling monster parts. Avid, tearfully moved, exclaimed, choosing the right master matters so much. Koken scoffed, says the guy who kidnapped her. Avid snapped, shut up, you jerk. In the inn's room, Adeline, exhausted, slept soundly. Ray felt a bit more at ease in their relationship. Holding a candle, he entered her room and placed it gently on the table. Sitting beside her, he gazed at her beautiful sleeping form, wondering what this feeling was. As an angel, the anxiety he felt for this woman was suffocating, indescribable. When she looked at him with love, it was as if he were somewhere far away. Maybe I really am crazy. Overcome with fatigue, Ray thought he could rest beside her for a moment. He slumped forward, head resting near her on the bed. Another dream came. Once again, he was an invisible spectator in his own life's drama. Maven's voice rang out, You're keeping the Duchess in the room next to Wacken? Ray was stunned. Unlike his previous dream, this didn't align with reality, her room wasn't next to his, was it? Even more shocking, the dream Ray responded coldly to Maven's question, ignoring Maven's pitying look for Adeline. After Maven left, Dream Ray abandoned his desk, stood by the window, and thought of Adeline. What am I doing to keep her from fearing me? I can't understand why she's on the verge of sobbing in my mind. All day, I think of Adeline. I'm completely smitten. The Rael Ray watched his lonely dream self, filled with questions. The scene shifted to Ray and Aster in the study. Aster complained that Adeline, after 6 months at the estate, hadn't produced a single prophecy. They were frustrated with constant bad news, orcs multiplying, the demon king likely awakening, the heavens on the brink of collapse. The dream changed again. Ray sneaked into Adeline's bedroom through the window, unnoticed. She sat there, sad, gazing at him. Unable to find kind words, he only asked about her prophetic dreams. There were none. Prophecies weren't his priority, but his concern for her always circled back to questions about future predictions. The real Ray, watching, felt disappointed in both his dream self and himself. Neither knew how to express their feelings. Dream Ray turned to the window to leave but paused, asking why she didn't refuse their marriage. Adeline blushed, moved, then grew somber. She explained she'd always been caged, and this marriage was her chance to escape to a more bearable cage. Dream Ray left, vowing to take her out to ease her discomfort. The real Ray jolted awake, torn by the dream's emotions, wondering why he had such dreams. Anxiety engulfed him, as if the dream might swallow reality. He reflected that, like his dream self, he wouldn't have spoken to Adeline if she hadn't called out to him first. Determined not to repeat those mistakes, he steeled himself. At dawn, as light crept into the room, Adeline woke, startled to see Ray there. I wanted to see you, he said honestly. I'm here because I wanted to be with you. Adeline, barely awake, couldn't believe it. The Hurry Svenzak in my memories would never say, I want to see you. Ray's intense gaze made him blush, and he fled her room in a hurry. Adeline sat on the bed, wondering if things were strange but believing he'd only come to confirm her seer status. Still, she felt she'd done better than in her past life, giving her hope for their relationship. That day, Ray made a shocking decision: he'd sleep with Wacken. Adeline wondered if she'd said something wrong in her sleep, her mood sinking, unable to hide it. Ray, concerned, touched her hand and asked why she looked so down. She admitted worrying she'd upset him, causing him to change rooms. Ray clarified, I'm doing this to confirm something. I'd never be angry with you, no matter what, because it's you. Wacken's eyes widened at his captain's transformation, and even Adeline doubted this could be Ray. He can't say such things so easily. They half joked that Ray's soul must be possessed by a demon. Ray, offended, stormed off. Adeline, seeing his reaction, knew he'd spoken sincerely. That night, Ray had no dreams, those only came when he was near her. The next morning, they prepared for the journey to Mavane Island. Wacken and Adeline, still chummy, picked out suitable swords. On the ship, Adeline chose a separate room to give Ray space, thinking it was what he wanted. His face fell, visibly disappointed. In her room, Adeline studied a map, strategizing to defeat the siren and save Maven. In her past life, she'd disappointed Aster by failing as a seer. Maven had died, and they couldn't find Riley, the healing angel. She vowed to find Riley this time but, for now, had to stop the siren before it woke and killed those around her. Pointing to a reef on the route, she noted this island was where they'd fought the siren before. The ship sailed on, burning through magic stones in a seemingly hopeless search. The captain was shocked to learn they were hunting a monstrous sea beast but had no choice, already at sea. The siren, a massive creature, half human, half octopus, had a hypnotic song that drove people mad and could crush ships. Wacken promised to protect Adeline, the priority. But she was here to protect someone too. She revealed her secret weapon, explosives made from orc hearts, designed to detonate inside the siren's belly, a plan requiring precision. During the discussion, she grew thirsty. Wacken said there was no water, only liquor. He found a sweet pink wine for women. Adeline sipped it, loved it, and downed a large glass. She was drunk instantly. Ray arrived to find his wife tipsy, clinging to him, giggling, Hyrayth, Wacken, this is my husband. Wacken bolted, leaving Ray fuming. Adeline mumbled, I can't walk anymore. Can you take me to my room? Ray's anger melted, his face softening and flushing. All right, he said, scooping her up like a princess, grumbling lightly but fondly. She babbled happily, it's so weird. I never imagined this in my past life. But we look like a happy couple right now. Adeline rambled on, then passed out. Ray, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts indulgent, thought, past life? She's just drunk, talking nonsense. Aren't we already a real couple? He carried her to bed, where she slept soundly, oblivious to her worried husband. Exhausted, he allowed himself to sleep on the floor beside her, hoping for a dream to answer his questions. A dream came, continuing the last. A woman approached him, saying, You've finally returned, Duke Hurry Svenzak. I'm the one who'll grant you a glorious future. She had trendy iPhone 17 Pro colored hair and fiery matching eyes, introducing herself as Hella Alton. After a night of heavy drinking, Adeline woke, clutching her head. Ugh, my head hurts. Why am I in bed? Her memory foggy, she mumbled, water, water. Looking around, she saw Ray slumped asleep beside her bed. Why's he sleeping here? Questions swirled, but she set them aside, sitting quietly to steal glances at him. After decades together, her deepest feeling was admiration for his striking handsomeness. For the first time, she could gaze at him freely, studying his sleeping face with quiet intensity. Adeline couldn't help but murmur, Ray, the first time you called my name in the past, I could never forget that warm, deep voice. Isn't it strange? I can't even recall when I heard it, but your voice was filled with love. So I want to understand why you called me that way. As she spoke, her hand reached toward his face, intending to touch his closed eyes. But Ray's eyes snapped open, meeting hers. She let out a soft "oh" and yanked her hand back, startled. Ray said nothing, swiftly grabbing her hand and pulling her into his arms, his other arm wrapping around her shoulder like a true lover. Ray, she stammered, flustered, searching for an excuse to slip out of his embrace. But the romantic moment halted when Ray asked, "Serious, Adeline, do you know who Hella Alton is?" Her heart stopped, eyes wide with shock. The worst has come. Flustered, she denied knowing Hella and, claiming she needed water, preferably cold, she asked him to fetch some. Ray, skeptical but compliant, left to do as she asked. Adeline collapsed onto the bed, hands trembling as she clutched them tightly. She thought of how often she and Hella had crossed paths in her past life, how she'd been locked in the Black Tower, where her first life ended. Fear gripped her as she imagined Ray returning to the dark estate, investigating Hella Alton, and discovering she wasn't a true seer. Everything would repeat from my past life, no matter how hard I've tried. Ray, fetching water, pondered Adeline's flustered expression. She's lying, but why? He discussed it briefly with Wacken but got no answers. He theorized that his dreams might reflect a real past he'd lived through. Deciding not to press her further, he didn't want to see the fear from his dreams in her eyes again. Adeline lay on the bed, overwhelmed with worry that everything would unravel as it had before, her newfound bonds with everyone, including Ray, crumbling because she wasn't a seer. When Ray knocked and brought her iced water, he asked, "Are you okay?" Sipping hesitantly, she said, "Ray, did you know there's a siren and a demon beast on our path to Mavane Island? I plan to awaken and destroy them." Ray was horrified. "Why?" Adeline, head bowed, gripped the glass tightly. "To prevent a disaster I can't explain right now." Curious but helpless, Ray agreed, only because he'd promised to follow her wishes. Adeline sat in silence, thinking, why is he so kind to me, even without knowing who I am? Or does he no longer trust me? She declared she'd spend 3 days locating and eliminating the siren. Ray promised to help, and they headed out for breakfast, knowing Wacken would grumble and order extra food if they kept him waiting. As Adeline bent to tie her shoelaces, she stood and stepped ahead, saying, "I want to ask you, am I useful?" Her voice trembled, eyes teary and desperate, mirroring the look from Ray's dream. Panicked, Ray followed, asking why she felt that way, but she brushed it off vaguely and walked away. The plan proceeded. Ray and Wacken searched for the siren's lair among the reefs. Adeline anxiously asked for updates each time they surfaced, but the answer was always nothing. The vast reefs, with countless nooks and crannies, made finding the creature nearly impossible. The captain reported they were nearly out of magic stones. Adeline decided if they didn't find the siren by tomorrow, they'd head to Mavane Island. That night, when everyone was asleep, Adeline crept to the deck and began a search spell. Drawing a large glowing circle of advanced runes, a spell she'd struggled to master in her past life, she cast it. To her delight, it worked on the first try. She sensed the siren's presence deep in the ocean, silently cheering. As she cast, she recalled Ray's past words, "You'll never use this spell." Did he mean she lacked the skill, or that she'd never need it? Staring at her hands, she wondered, since when did I have this power? Satisfied with her success, she decided to keep her spellcasting hidden and return to bed. Tomorrow, she'd conceal it all. Unbeknownst to her, Ray watched from the mast, wondering if she'd used a search spell, so difficult to perform. He dismissed the thought, convinced it was too complex for her. The next morning, Adeline cheerfully pointed to a spot on the map where she believed the siren hid. When Wacken asked how she found it, she grinned, claiming it was her seer powers. Wacken praised her, but asked, "Now that you've found it, what's the plan? Wake and kill it?" Ray and Wacken stared, dumbfounded. "How?" "By blowing up the reefs with the Orcard explosives I made," she replied. Wacken, holding the small bomb, dove into the sea with determination. He cast a minor spell to locate the beast, cautious not to wake it. After searching, he gasped, "I found it, it's huge." He needed to place the bomb and escape quickly. Before he could surface, a massive tentacle grabbed his leg. The siren's red eyes glared at him. Knowing he was no match, Wacken snapped his fingers, sending a distress spell to the ship. On deck, Ray and Adeline saw a flash from the water. Ray stepped in front of her. "Something's wrong. Wacken's been caught." Adeline's heart stopped, eyes wide, hand over her mouth. What if fate shifts to someone else? If saving Maven costs Wacken's life? Seeing her expression, Ray reassured her, "Calm down, Adeline. Go back to your room, no one's here to protect you with Wacken caught." She insisted she could protect herself, but Ray, unconvinced, grew frustrated and snapped at her. Tears streamed down her face. "You said you'd never be angry with me. They argued briefly as Waken's strength waned and the siren's song echoed across the sea. Ray ordered her to stay safe, and the crew, as Adeline had instructed, plugged their ears with wax. Beneath the sea, Ray swung his sword with all his might, battling the monstrous siren. On the ship, Adeline stood frozen, staring at where Ray had dived. She calculated, magic stones amplify spells, and you can imbue them with simple magic for later use. Just crush the stone while thinking of the spell. Ray had taught her this in her past life. She'd asked, so I just throw the stone? What if there's nowhere to throw it? He'd replied, it's fine if it falls into ordinary hands without mana. A mage can destroy it with a thought. Perfect guidance. Adeline applied it now. She infused a fire spell into a magic stone, using her will to guide it to the ocean's depths. As Ray severed tentacles to free Waken, a blazing arrow of light shot toward the siren's core. Who fired that? Waken? The siren? No, it was a fire arrow. Seeing Waken nearly crushed, Ray sliced the tentacle, pulling him out of the arrow's path. The strike wasn't massive but gave Waken the chance to escape. Ray stared, stunned, at the familiar magic. The battle paused, just like that. Waken, gasping, said, Captain, your magic saved me. Ray urged, get to Adeline. Waken reached the deck, amazed to find Adeline safe, alone. She was frantically using magic stones to save the crew. Some, unaffected by earplugs, had gone mad from the siren's song. She'd knocked them out by directly affecting their minds, explaining, I didn't know how to use stones to make them sleep, so I improvised. Then she noticed Ray was missing. Suddenly, a massive transparent barrier enveloped the ship. Ray surfaced, and the siren rose, laughing gleefully at its prey. The barrier was vast, but the siren was even larger. Adeline told Waken, go help Ray. The ship and I will be fine. Waken hesitated, then ran to Ray. Ray snapped, furious that Waken hadn't stayed to protect her, but Waken said, I trust her. They fought together. Ray severed a siren arm, but it would regrow quickly. As they prepared a second strike, Ray froze, sensing magic stirring. Adeline? She was chanting, crushing the stone she'd shot earlier. The fire arrow exploded inside the siren, incinerating it. The sea cleared, smoke dissipated, and the sky turned bright. Adeline cheered victoriously. Waken waved from afar, while Ray, gripping his sword, stared at her with suspicion and worry. What the hell was that, Adeline? Waken congratulated Ray, awed by the barrier he thought Ray created. Ray frowned. That wasn't me. Before Waken could process, Adeline called out, instructing him to collect the siren's blood, flesh, and heart. Waken set to work, leaving the Venzak couple. She asked if Ray was okay. He looked at his wife, slightly afraid. If Hela is real and the true seer, who is she, so powerful? He doubted her but couldn't abandon her. They reached Mavane Island, wealthy and radiant, spending a day there. Ray, sulking since the battle, said nothing. Adeline, reverting to calling him Duke, believed he didn't like her, a misunderstanding. Proudly, she told herself it didn't matter, peace at the Dark Estate was her goal. At a renowned island restaurant, they ordered heaps of food, mostly devoured by Waken. Adeline laughed when Waken suggested hiring the chef for the Venzak estate. She called a waiter, can I meet Chef Aster? It's just a coincidence, not our blonde Aster, right? Ray gripped his napkin, blurting, it reminds me of him. Then, from behind, a voice startled them. It was Aster, Bruno. Waken tackled him in a hug, while Ray, overwhelmed, stared at the man who'd cooked for him since childhood, vowing lifelong care. Bruno called Ray Fabian. His restaurant's name was a beacon for celestial beings to find him. Waken introduced Adeline, the captain's wife, who'd led them to Bruno. Ray's gaze softened, thinking, it doesn't matter what she is, Adeline is enough. He called her name. Her smile brought tears to her eyes for the first time. When Ray asked why she cried, she teased, because you're too handsome. She reached to touch his face, tears brimming. Ray held her hand, thanking her for bringing Bruno back. They returned to the Dark Estate swiftly via a portal gate. Aster was shocked Bruno was alive. Waken stopped teasing Maven, who struggled with their luggage but was alive, a miracle. Bruno's lavish feasts became the estate's staple, with the old chef proudly assisting, his pay unchanged, a great joy. Adeline, barely settled, announced a grand gala to invite guests. Aster, stunned by her haste, asked why. She explained it was to identify angels and demons hiding among humans, though she wasn't sure she could see through them. Gripping her fork with a wicked glint, she declared, "I'll catch them." The Venzak crew paled. Ray reassured, "All right." They agreed. Adeline had grown bolder but urged caution. She smirked, scheming, fearing these happy days would slip away if she didn't change the past. Amid the joy, she felt they were like a family. Then a new memory hit, searching for Aster in the Black Tower, terrified. He was impaled mid-air by a giant thorn, arms limp, eyes closed. He'd warned her to stay hidden, as no one was left to protect her, she was too precious. The memory shook her, freezing her mid-meal. "Aster, wait," she whispered. Ray noticed her shock. Adeline steadied herself, stunned that she'd forgotten Aster's sacrifice. He'd never been cold to her, he'd died for her. She forced a smile, but the revelation rocked her. Overwhelmed, she stood and left the table. Ray followed, worried. As she turned back, she smiled, "Don't worry, Ray. No matter what happens, I'll protect you to the end." With plans swirling to protect those she now realized were so dear. Ray felt a warmth and safety in Adeline's promise to protect him, despite her being far smaller and seemingly weaker than him. The plan began to take shape. In the Filbert estate, Lord Filbert Verdon, sporting scholarly glasses, calmly read a report while his butler detailed the Venzak family's movements. What caught Filbert's attention was their inclusion of a chef, suggesting they were planning a grand feast. 2 months later, the Venzak estate buzzed with vibrant energy. The ground sparkled with flowers and greenery, everything polished for the upcoming gala. Over those 2 months, Adeline had honed her swordsmanship through relentless practice. Ray smiled softly, recalling her determined expression. Yet, she spent most of her time in the basement, researching obsessively, a habit that worried the Venzak household. Human intellect had limits, and pushing beyond could drive one mad. Concerned, Ray descended to find her. As he opened the door, Adeline rushed into his arms, exclaiming, "I did it." Caught off guard but overjoyed, Ray wrapped his arms around her waist, praising, "You did wonderfully." Realizing her exuberance, Adeline shyly withdrew her arms from his neck. Their moment was interrupted as the rest of the household barged in, eager to see her work. Adeline proudly displayed a gleaming black gem. "This will let us open the Night Forest's gate any time. It's made from siren blood." Instead of unicorn blood and horn, she'd used siren essence to forge a magnificent, wide pathway. Ray chose an open spot, tossed the gem, and magic erupted. The radiant light stunned even the seasoned divine beings present. Adeline turned, beaming, "It's amazing, isn't it?" Later, at her desk, Adeline reviewed the guest list, noting key figures. Baron Simon Hesse and his wife, Lillian Hesse, stood out. Simon was no mere incarnation but a true demon, a suo. Weighing her targets, Adeline felt stifled. She retreated to the greenhouse, awaiting Catherine with afternoon tea. Chatting with the maid, Adeline felt their bond was far warmer than in her past life, filling her with joy. Ray approached from a distance, worried to see her alone in the greenhouse without protection. He even suspected Avid might try kidnapping her again. Bending down, Ray gently lifted a lock of her soft hair, kissing it naturally. Adeline melted into a dreamy haze, while Catherine's eyes sparkled with admiration for the couple. They strolled through the garden like new lovers, their gazes tender and joyful. Ray's thoughts darkened as he recalled a recent dream. In it, Lillian had accused and humiliated Adeline, who knelt silently, unresisting. The sight pained and baffled him. "Her smile is so beautiful, I want to protect it." As he pondered, Avid ran up, proudly showing off a newly mastered spell. His sword glowed fiercely, but Ray, with one hand, absorbed its energy into his palm, saying calmly, "You must temper your power to control the sword's aura or magic. To achieve that, you need a solid core." Avid, enlightened about cores, thanked Ray gleefully. In return, Avid shared insights on love, encouraging Ray to express his feelings. He recounted his past as a knight and his beautiful love with Elise, a marquis's daughter, torn apart when she vanished, leaving him with unending regret. That night, Ray lay with his arm over his forehead, mulling over love. As a Durlot, his duty was to lead the heavens to reclaim life. How could he waste time on something like love? As he muttered, drifting toward sleep, Adeline's image appeared. She called his name. Startled, he opened his eyes, she was really there. Thinking he was ill, she sat by his bedside, watching him. Ray steadied himself, realizing that if they loved each other, she'd become a target for the Suos. That's why the dream Ray avoided her, visiting secretly at night while acting cold in public, to protect her. That Ray was me. He turned away from her hand, startling Adeline. Worried she'd upset him, she asked what she'd done wrong. Ray had no excuse to dismiss her, only asking her to leave. But this life's Adeline wasn't so yielding. She grabbed his hand, demanding the real reason, flustering him until his face reddened. Overwhelmed, he pleaded for her to go. When she didn't, he lunged, pinning her hands to the bed. His punishment was a fierce kiss, pouring all his unspoken feelings into it. Regaining her senses, Adeline pushed him off, scolding his reckless behavior. Her irritation followed her out to the dining room, where three young men stared at her stormy expression. Adeline posed a philosophical question. Can I ask about the Devas? Do they have a mating season or something? The men choked on their drinks, unable to answer. Embarrassed, Adeline realized her blunder and fled. The trio speculated whether their captain had rushed things, catching her off guard. As the night deepened, Adeline curled up in her blankets, shy and lost in thought. Ray knocked, wearing a hooded cloak as if he'd been out. He apologized, presenting an exquisite ring in a box as proof of his sincerity. Adeline, dazed, slipped it onto her finger, admiring the gem's beauty. Ray explained it was a dream he'd held for centuries, inspired by human traditions, to give a ring of love to his beloved. As Adeline slipped the ring onto her finger and thanked Ray, she noticed his eyes suddenly glow a vibrant green. Or rather, she saw a flash of green light emanating from them. Lost in thought, another memory surged forward. She'd seen that same glow in his eyes in her past life, a seer's ability to recognize angels. Stunned for a moment, Adeline froze, prompting Ray to place a hand on her shoulder and ask if she was okay. Flustered, she stammered that she wanted him to leave so she could sleep. The gala was set for March 1st. Several carriages approached the dark estate's enchanted gates. Two nobles greeted each other in a corner outside the shimmering portal. Lord Hessa. Lord Cora. It's been a while. How's life in the mortal realm? Quiet, Cora, Baron Simon Hessa snapped. Unlike you, I'm not obsessed with power. Being a baron suits me fine. Cora crossed his arms. Have you contacted Filbert? Hessa replied, I tried, but no luck. Seems he's not coming. Rubbing his chin, Hessa mused, Filbert's quite interested in the Dark Lands, though. I heard they only invited nobles of count rank or higher. As they debated whether Duke Horace Venzak was human or celestial, they reached the dazzling gate. Cora gazed at a glowing flower on the arch. Even an angel couldn't craft this. They lacked the power. The two demons plotted quietly. Cora said, Liliane, if you can seduce Venzak and uncover his secrets, I'll grant you freedom for a time. Inside the castle, Adeline pondered the green glow in Ray's eyes, identical to the light from the holy sword Nikagra's and Wakan's blade. Can I sense angelic power? She wondered. If I can spot red light in the guest's eyes, does that mean I can identify angels and demons? And why do I have this power? From kissing Ray? Ray entered, awestruck by his wife's beauty in a captivating off-shoulder gown, her smile angelic. The gala sparkled with chandeliers, gems, and soft music. Adeline teased that Ray must ask her to dance. As he hesitated, Aster approached, cheerfully offering her the first dance. Before she could be whisked away, Ray pulled her back, wrapping an arm around her waist, formally inviting her to dance. Unwilling to hide his jealousy, he claimed her to ensure no one else touched his wife. They twirled under the admiring gazes of the guests. Adeline mentioned she'd mingle to identify any demons present, but Ray bristled at the idea of others touching her. They compromised, allowing her to dance with a few guests, and reluctantly, Ray let her go. At the gala, Adeline spotted the Hessa couple slipping away. Simon was dragging Liliane into a corner. Using a search spell, Adeline eavesdropped on an abusive exchange. When Liliane was left alone, trembling in fear, Adeline approached her. Unlike the cruel, humiliating Liliane from her past life, this Liliane was broken, cowering. Adeline offered cosmetics to soothe and conceal her bruises, deeply moving Liliane. Later, sitting alone, Adeline recalled the pain of Liliane's past life insults. Seeing her fear now, Adeline felt a twinge of empathy. Simon Hessa approached, greeting Adeline and inviting her to dance. The scoundrel targeted beautiful women, especially Venzak's wife, to probe for secrets. After a few steps, Adeline's feet ached. Locking eyes with him, she saw a red glint in his cunning gaze. Stunned but quickly composed, she whispered an invitation for another meeting. In her room, Adeline prepared, realizing she'd identified 2 demons in one night. If I can see angels and demons, who am I? Hela Alton is the human seer, my husband is a Durlot from the heavens, so who am I if not the demon king? She dismissed the thought, clinging to her belief that she was human, born of a mortal mother, unlike ageless angels. Resolved, she clasped her hands in prayer, God is guiding me. Meeting Ray, she shared her discovery of the 2 demons. He didn't seem pleased, only asking, how did you know? Did a prophecy tell you? Adeline froze, dodging the question, saying they'd need another gala next month to eliminate the demons, then left. In her emotional turmoil, she steadied herself and pursued her own plan. Under the moonlight at the Hesse estate, Adeline teleported onto their balcony, where Liliane stood, fragile in a sleeveless dress, alone and sorrowful. Adeline gently covered her mouth, outlining a plan to eliminate Simon Hesse. Liliane, trembling and clutching her bruised body, agreed. Her task was simple, inherit Simon's wealth and align with Ray's side. Adeline teleported back to her room, where Ray stood with his arms crossed, waiting with a pensive gaze. He asked only, you can teleport? Terrified, Adeline admitted it, then asked if he wasn't curious about her. Ray replied, I'm worried you'll put yourself in danger going out alone at night. If you're going somewhere, tell me. Adeline felt guilty but couldn't confide in him. She recalled the tale of a traveler who met a man on the road, shared his wishes, and was promised their fulfillment on the condition that he tell no one. The traveler, too excited, blabbed everywhere, and his wishes vanished. What if I'm like that traveler? What if I met a god before I died? She realized the last person she saw in her past life was a god, Wraith. Calling after him, she said, Ray, I'll do anything for you because I love you. Ray gave a brief reply and left. Days later, in the outside world, Filbert stood near gossiping noblewomen marveling at the Venzak's opulence. Filbert groaned, annoyed. Horace Venzak, newly titled, showing off and networking was expected, but what intrigued Filbert was the teleportation gate formed by the night forest. It was beyond even the god's capabilities. Yet, the 2 demons sent to investigate reported only that the Duchess was beautiful. Filbert knew little of Venzak, so he decided to play his trump card, Hela. On the next full moon, Adeline slipped out in a discreet outfit, hooded cloak concealing her. In the garden, she silently drew a large teleportation circle. Ray watched, thinking, she can teleport without chanting. Even as a Durlot, I need incantations lately because my holy powers weakened. Her search spell for the siren, her ability to sense angels and demons, it all points to one answer. Is Adeline the Demon King? He reconsidered. If the Demon King awoke, demons would grow stronger, easily crossing the night forest. Why would they pass up that chance? Besides, a prophecy led him to marry her. If it wasn't a demonic ploy, Adeline's presence was an advantage. Why do I keep convincing myself she's the Demon King? As a Durlot, if she were the Demon King, he'd have to kill her himself. Yet, he wanted to keep her close, a maddening dilemma. Meanwhile, at the Hesse estate, Simon was striking Liliane. Suddenly, she pointed to the balcony, spotting a woman's shadow in the garden. Simon bolted outside, lustful and eager, followed by a few servants who didn't know who he was chasing. In his loose nightclothes, Simon trailed Adeline to the forest's edge near the castle, brimming with anticipation. She stopped, turned, and flirted briefly, placing a hand on his face. Then, abruptly, she gripped his throat, pinning him to a tree. Using a spell to control his mind, she terrified Simon, who hadn't even heard her chant. She targeted his heart with magic, crushing it. Finished, she sighed, relieved it was easier than expected. Ray watched from a distance. As Adeline turned, he stood there, saying, Do you want me by your side? You killed Baron Hesse. She described how she used mind control magic to torment Simon with illusions and pain, bursting his heart. Rambling, she pleaded, Please trust me. Ray only asked, Are you hurt? Kneeling, he took her hand. I won't doubt you, no matter what, even if you drove a sword through my heart. Tears fell as Adeline leaned down, kissing his forehead. So you love me too, just as I'd die by your sword. Her kiss drifted toward his lips. Ray, tense, grabbed her hands teasing his shirt. Don't push me to do things I shouldn't. Adeline pressed closer. What shouldn't you do with me? Her lips met his fiercely. Ray lost control, embracing her tightly, lifting her, kissing her passionately, their tongues entwined in a blaze of emotion, unwilling to part. Later, he lifted her chin, softly saying, Adeline, I want to sleep with you tonight. Her eyes widened, brimming with emotion. In striking black silk nightwear, they held each other gently, whispering good night, doing nothing more. Adeline was content, sleeping beside him under thin blankets, feeling his warmth, was already magical. Ray slept soundly, dreaming again. The atmosphere was grim, signaling darkness's rise, with vile demons wreaking havoc. In a room, Avid, guilt-ridden, thought Wacken had kidnapped Elise. A beautiful woman with blue eyes stood beside Avid, the one he'd sought for a decade. Wacken had rescued her from the belly of a giant beast, Dovabella, joking it was full of women. Avid, grateful, wanted the eagles to join Ray, but Ray suspected Avid was avoiding Elise's father, Lord Kuala, who'd reclaim her. Wacken whispered that taking the mercenaries was beneficial, a prophecy from Hela. Ray jolted awake, that name again. Recalling Hela's face, he was certain, if Adeline wasn't the seer, Hela was. Why did I feel such negativity toward her in the dream? Holding the sleeping Adeline, stroking her hair, he reflected on her promise to protect him. Avid's recruitment aligned with Hela's prophecy in the dream, just as Adeline brought Avid to him now. The greatest danger to me is myself. Adeline woke, gently asking if he slept well. Ray, seeing her refreshed, felt conflicted. Sleeping with her muddled his mind, blending reality and unreality. I shouldn't sleep near her anymore. But the problem was, he loved it. Adeline mentioned she used to dream often of her past life but hadn't lately. Ray theorized, an angel like me starts dreaming, and she stops. Is there a connection? He decided to avoid sleeping near her, asking her to refuse if he requested it, saying it was because she was too wonderful. Though complicated, they agreed for now. At the Hesse estate, they buried the Baron properly. His widow, Liliane, appeared devastated, his sudden heart failure mourned by the family, though some felt relief from his abuse. In her mourning attire, Liliane's eyes gleamed with newfound hope for her future. In a dark, oppressive place, a young woman named Alice prayed for salvation. Her own parents forced her to eat rancid food and locked her in the family's dungeon. When she finally submitted, they sold her off as a bride, only for her to end up trapped in the endless abyss of Duvabella's belly. Still, she clung to hope, praying to reunite with Avid, unable to endure much longer. By March, the weather had warmed slightly, and the second gala loomed. Ray and Adeline strolled joyfully through the garden. Adeline shared her plan to kill another demon before the event. Ray's blood ran cold at her resolve, too stunned to react. Her target this time was Cora. Hesse had died of a heart attack, and his wife Liliane had sworn loyalty to Adeline. But Cora? Ray suggested he was an avid horseman who frequented wild mountains, a fall from a horse wouldn't seem suspicious. Adeline brightened at the plan, but Ray grew anxious, dreading the day he'd have to choose between her and his comrades. No matter what, he'd protect her. Gazing at her pensively, he muttered, if only I could lock her in the Black Tower. Adeline paled, tears welling up. I don't want to go to the Black Tower. Please, don't lock me there. Citing exhaustion, she fled their sword practice. Ray stood, filled with regret, as she vanished. Nearby, Aster spoke up, having witnessed the exchange. He cautioned Ray against threatening to imprison a woman. With his vast knowledge, Aster offered advice. Ray's mood swung, pensive one moment, furious the next, but he absorbed some of it, exclaiming, love is so hard. If Wacken had heard, he'd have been floored. In her room, Adeline's hands trembled, haunted by her past life in the Black Tower, bullied by Hela and Liliane, ignored by Ray, lonely, losing her few friends, until that fateful sword strike. A maid peeked in, saying the Duke summoned her. Adeline, claiming fatigue, wasn't sure she could face him. But outside, something was afoot. Aster and Bruno discussed finding a unicorn for Adeline, as it would protect her and fight alongside their captain. Bruno snapped, have you apologized to her yet? Who says they'll lock a girl up? Ray bristled, Aster couldn't keep quiet. Adeline had refused to come out, but Aster sensed fear, not anger, in her. He thought he could talk to her. Over tea, Aster told Adeline about the unicorn plan and explained Ray's clumsy words as akin to a marriage proposal. Adeline blinked, surprised. Aster began, because the tower. But Maven interrupted, announcing that Feather, a black-spotted mare Adeline hadn't met due to her pregnancy, was about to give birth. Excited, Adeline said she'd never left the castle, let alone ridden or seen foals. Ray took her hand, leading her to watch the birth, asking if the sight would scare her. Adeline recalled Ray saying childbirth was new to gods born from the Tree of Life, and he understood why a mother would risk her life for her child. Watching the foal rest peacefully by its mother, Adeline yearned, in my past life, I never had a child. This time, I want one, with Hyrayth. Holding his hand, she asked softly, Ray, what are you thinking? Have you considered having a child with me, or do you already have one from your 500 years? Ray frowned, puzzled. I'm a man. I can't get pregnant. She rephrased, have you ever gotten anyone pregnant? Ray, shocked, replied, no, why would I bother with that hassle? His words sent Wacken and Aster into hysterics. Adeline realized her mistake, imagining a child when its father would return to the heavens once restored. Ray tugged her hand. Good job, let's go. But Adeline yanked free, declaring to everyone she'd leave the estate for a week, starting in 4 days. Aster protested, you shouldn't divorce Ray. He didn't mean it. Bruno added, you could find someone better, but the captain can't. Please don't leave him. Their defenses made Ray seethe. Adeline raised a hand, clarifying she was only leaving for necessary business, specifically, to kill another demon. Aster and Bruno worried, insisting she only needed to identify angels and demons, they'd handle the rest to keep her safe. Aster claimed he'd be fine, but the image of him impaled in midair haunted Adeline. She murmured, I'm not so sure. Excitedly, she added, I won't go alone. We need one angel to stay here. I want you two to come with me. Ray should stay. Ray asked, you don't need me? Adeline crossed her arms, teasing, why would I? That's such a hassle. Mimicking his earlier words, she left his comrades chuckling as Ray's face darkened, speechless. Ray grudgingly apologized, but Adeline hadn't forgiven him. She swapped Aster for Bruno, choosing Ray and Bruno to accompany her. Handing duties to Maven, she promised to return before the April 10th gala. Ray, arms crossed, sulked on a chair, then said pensively, if Wacken mentions finding something in the frozen lands, check it out. And investigate Duvabella carefully. Aster was stunned when Ray told him his wife was to seek out the monstrous Duvabella. In private, Ray confided to Aster about finding Hela Alton, who had guided him to locate Duvabella and rescue a woman named Elise, promising she'd be a valuable ally. Aster advised, if I hate someone, I keep them close, learn why I despise them, then eliminate them. Ray flinched. Hela and Adeline, he hadn't pinned down who Hela was, but he wanted to know everything about Adeline. Meanwhile, Adeline teleported to a shimmering waterfall in a wild, breathtaking landscape. Excited, she scanned for a path frequented by horseback riders. Wacken spotted fresh hoofprints, likely from a group that passed yesterday. Adeline pointed to the waterfall, suggesting they set up camp behind it to wait for the riders' return. The vantage point was ideal, but crossing to the other side was no easy task. Adeline began conjuring a magical orb to create a teleportation path, but Ray swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist, leaping effortlessly to the spot with his divine strength, no magic needed. Adeline asked if he was hiding her magic from Bruno, but Ray replied, my subordinates aren't like me. I'm the fool here. His confession made his face flush red. That night, they pitched tents and relaxed around a campfire. Thanks to a magical bag that could hold anything, Bruno prepared a delicious dinner, and they chatted merrily. Bruno asked about the bag's origins, but Adeline brushed it off, saying she got lucky finding it. They discussed Cora, who, unlike Simon, had done good deeds, feeding the hungry, helping others. He cherished his small family, wanting only a peaceful life with his wife and young child, seeming almost human. Bruno argued for sparing Cora, but Adeline was resolute about eliminating all rogue demons, her fierce gaze unnerving him. The next day, Bruno wandered, searching for herbs in the remote area. He spotted a rare orange wolf mushroom, valuable enough to make one as rich as a noble. As he touched it, Bruno vanished without a sound. Adeline, just waking, stretched and eyed the clear waterfall, planning to bathe. She asked Ray to keep watch until Bruno returned. Ray promised not to peek. Good, she thought, snapping her fingers to teleport behind the waterfall. But instead of bathing, she set her plan in motion. Ray, standing guard, noticed a radiant unicorn nearby. Approaching gently, he calmed it and reached out. With a flash, both the unicorn and Ray disappeared. Nearby, Korra rode his horse, joyfully thinking of his newborn twins, his first children since two others, born 200 years ago, died of old age. After a long absence from the mortal realm, he'd found happiness again with a new wife and children. Suddenly, a force bound his horse's legs, halting them mid-gallop. A red magical aura suspended Korra and his mount in midair. Adeline had ensnared him with a spell. Dangling upside down, Korra gasped, "Duchess, you used magic?" She accused him of spying on Venzak for his master. Confirming his suspicions, she revealed Venzak was indeed an angel. But that was Korra's final secret. Despite his pleas and promises not to harm the mortal or celestial realms, Adeline was unmoved. "Don't resist. Your magic can't match mine." Korra begged for his wife and children's safety. Adeline agreed, then obliterated him and his soul, erasing all traces before leaving. Though she felt some pity, nothing would jeopardize her plan. Korra's horse, freed earlier, likely galloped home with grim news. Returning to camp, Adeline searched for Bruno and Ray but found no trace. Grumbling, she noticed a cat with pointed ears sleeping in the grass. Curious, she muttered, "5 tails," and reached out. The creature woke, its deep golden eyes blazing, startled that a human could see its true form. Sniffing her feet, it remarked she wasn't like other humans. It noted 2 others, non-humans, had touched it without recognizing its true nature. Panicked, Adeline grabbed the creature, shaking it, demanding to know about the 2 it mentioned. The cat asked her name, delighted by her uniqueness. "I like you. You're different from any human I've met. You're unaffected by touching me. Tell me your name, quick." It introduced itself as Duvabella, thrilled by Adeline's name and the fact that, after eons, someone could see and converse with it. Its glowing eyes probed her for her deepest desire. Adeline wondered, is this a divine or demonic beast? How could the monster that trapped Alice be a cat? How did it swallow her? She debated wishing for the heaven's restoration, the tree of life's revival, or a path to the demon realm. Playfully, she said, "A giant diamond?" Duvabella purred with laughter. "You see me as a cat, but I'm not one. People see what they desire most. If you see me like this and aren't swayed, you're an exception. But those who touch me are sent elsewhere." Calmer now, it rested on her lap, closing its hellish eyes, recounting, "They're in my belly. They're happy because I eat their sorrows, but they go mad and die." It didn't mean to consume them and couldn't release them. Since Adeline wasn't greedy, she could enter Duvabella's true form within its belly, kill it, and free those she sought, urgently, as they were nearing madness. Adeline didn't hesitate, declaring she'd enter Duvabella's belly to do what was needed to save those dear to her. Duvabella, pleased, purred in approval. Half a month later, Wacken arrived at the waterfall, searching for Ray, Adeline, and Bruno. Aster had sent him after hearing that Count Korra had died from a fall off his horse over 10 days ago. If their plan was complete, where were they? Wacken found 2 tents covered in dry leaves, with no signs of an attack. Adeline, meanwhile, had been wandering inside Duvabella's belly for what felt like an eternity, tirelessly searching. At last, she found Alice in a chamber, nearly driven mad by illusions. Adeline herself had glimpsed illusions, a loving vision of her mother, tempting her to linger. But her clarity let her resist, pushing forward to find those she sought. There were dozens of people trapped inside, and she vowed to save them all. Racing through empty corridors, she stumbled into another room where a beautiful woman with pale blue hair turned to face her. Adeline offered help, learning her name was Riley. When asked if she'd seen Bruno, Riley collapsed, tears streaming down as she realized Bruno was alive. Adeline reassured her that Wacken, A.S., and Adeline-Hyrayth were all safe. Riley's memories flooded back at Ray's name. When Ray was forming in the Tree of Life, the previous Durlot had been thrilled, knowing he'd soon be free of his role. Fabian, with his light golden hair, stood beside Riley, watching over young Ray. Riley, lucid enough to know Fabian's repeated deaths to protect Ray were illusions, admitted reality wasn't much better. Trapped for over 500 years, she'd withered, ready for hell's embrace. Tearfully, she asked, "Has that child become a Durlot?" Adeline confirmed he had. Riley, believing everyone else was dead, hadn't escaped in Adeline's past life either. A sob from the next room interrupted Elise, whom Adeline had tried to save earlier but lost track of amid her own illusions. Adeline took Elise's hand, urging, "Do you remember Avid? Try to recall him." A gentle light glowed where Adeline touched her, likely Elise's own radiance. In a darker place, the tree of life was birthing another angel from a glowing red orb. Fabian and Hyrayth stood by, hopeful for the next lot. Ray, then 65, too old to be the youngest, though he looked like a boy at 67, stood with Fabian, who gently encouraged him. For his next mission, Fabian said Ray would look cooler as a swordmaster than a mage. Ray chose to master both. They stood by the tree, serene. It was a beautiful memory, Ray thought, when he still spoke and laughed freely. Another illusion appeared, Ray's youth with Bruno. In a kitchen, Bruno fried fish while Ray waited, blurting, "If she were here with us, it'd be perfect." Bruno mentioned Fabian assigning him to join Ray's next mission, as Wacken wasn't skilled enough and Aster was busy. Bruno, still grieving his mortal wife's death 40 years prior, was reluctant. His daughter, now 60, had little time left. Ray, puzzled by Bruno's sorrow, didn't fully grasp it. He was preparing to enter the mortal realm, join the magic tower, and become a swordmaster with a flawless human identity, avoiding the distraction of love. But Ray had overlooked the spark of love already kindled when he mentioned her. Back with Adeline, Alice stabilized, resting on Adeline's lap. Riley, beside them, was also steady. Alice stirred, asking about the golden-haired woman before her. Adeline introduced herself as Adeline-Hyrayth, sent by Avid to rescue her. She updated Elise. Avid, her beloved, was now a valiant knight under Adeline's husband in Maher. Riley added, "Stay near Adeline, and the illusions won't affect you. She's the only one who's endured this place." They chatted until they noticed a sullen boy with burning golden eyes watching them. Adeline and the boy locked gazes, his eyes flashing. "You finally see me, Adeline." It was Duvabella. Riley unleashed a powerful spell, but Duvabella blocked it effortlessly, smirking, "Sorry, Riley, you can't kill me. Only Adeline can, now that she's found me." Adeline demanded why Duvabella appeared here. It explained that she was the only one who achieved her desire, finding Elise. Others couldn't, as Duvabella couldn't fulfill their wishes, like creating a perfect Avid or reviving the dead for Riley. Adeline, having succeeded, earned the right to end Duvabella. Inviting its own death, Duvabella puzzled Adeline with its willingness. It clarified, "I'm a creature born of the subconscious you met. It liked you, so I do too." Adeline drew her magic sword, hesitating, then resolute. But she dropped it, collapsing and hugging Duvabella. "I can't kill an innocent child." Duvabella, touched, accepted her as its second master, an unprecedented exception. In another illusionary chamber, Ray found himself in the mortal realm under the name Felix, a name shouted boisterously by someone outside the door. A sharp-featured young man with deep golden hair, Raphael, likely a friend, called out. Felix was the alias Ray had crafted for his mortal life. As Felix, he laughed with unbridled joy. At the Magic Tower's classroom, the clamor of students filled the air, with shouts of, "Adeline! You cheated again, didn't you?" On the table, a golden-haired girl had won a pile of coins in a card game, besting Wacken and AS, who were in their human guises. As Adeline stepped outside, she bumped into Ray. Stunned, he chased after her to introduce himself. Beaming, she asked his name. Flustered, he blurted, "Ray-Hyrayth," instead of Felix. She introduced herself as Adeline, or Adele, and from that moment, he couldn't bear to lie to her. Teasingly, she asked why he followed her. "Like me?" Ray hesitated, recalling Bruno's pain and the complexities of love. Then he realized, this was what it felt like to like someone. Without hesitation, he replied, "Like? No, I love you, Adeline." She covered her mouth, giggling delightedly, and they began dating. As they grew older, they married, radiant in their wedding attire. One day, a beaming Adeline turned to him, saying, "Ray, I think we're going to have a child." Their daughter, Julie, grew to about 5 or 6, laughing joyfully as Ray pushed her on a swing. She was the world in his heart. The illusion shattered at its happiest moment. Adeline stood beside him, arms crossed, frowning. "Who's Julie? Were you with another woman in that illusion?" They emerged from Duvabella's belly, released by the creature. Wacken rushed up, frantic with relief at seeing Adeline and Ray. Then, spotting Riley, he froze. Is that an illusion? As Adeline, still jealous over the name Ray called out, petted the cat-like Dovabella, Ray stood dazed, grappling with the illusion's joy. Was it ever real? He reassured himself that some parts were true, but the perfect moments were mere fantasy. Heartbroken, tears streamed down his face. Adeline noticed his sorrow, gently touching his cheek to comfort him. Sobbing, Ray said, Adeline, I want us to have a child. Before she could react, he pulled her into a fervent kiss. When his tears subsided, he said, I want a child with you, a sweet, happy girl named Juliana, Julie for short. Adeline, tears in her eyes, wondered if this was his deepest desire, manifested in the illusion. She hugged him, agreeing, lost in their intimacy, oblivious to their three onlookers. Riley, curious about Ray's newfound strangeness, smiled warmly. He's grown into a derlot who can laugh and feel joy. I'm truly happy for him. Wacken, too, grinned at his captain's happiness. Back at the castle, they were met with a tirade. Aster roared at Ray for vanishing without a word for so long. Mid-rant, Riley peeked out, teasing, your temper hasn't changed a bit. Aster froze, joy and emotion flooding him as he embraced her. Riley, where have you been? Adeline watched, blushing, suspecting Riley was the one Aster loved. Maven reminded them of urgent gala preparations, delayed by their absence. Noticing a black, pointy-eared cat calmly grooming itself, Adeline warned against touching it, though it was safe now, tamed by its new master. Aster gaped at the legendary Duvabella. But Riley interrupted, pointing to the shy blue-eyed girl in the corner, Elise, with urgent matters to address. By dusk, Adeline and Ray brought Alice to Avid. Hesitant, she pitied her beloved, self-conscious of her frail, aged appearance. Adeline reassured her, Avid's been waiting for you, no matter how you look. Ray agreed. He'll never stop loving you. I know because, like Avid, I understand what it means to love someone. He told me he's never forgotten you for a moment. Go to him, don't waste another second. Summoning her courage, Alice faced Avid. He stared, wondering if he was dreaming, before their tearful reunion after a decade apart. The Venzak couple returned to their room, crossing the grand hall with the cat trailing behind. Adeline asked if Duvabella would stay. It confirmed it would, promising to fulfill its master's requests but warning against succumbing to its illusions. The more you indulge in false dreams, the more lost you'll feel in reality. One day, if you escape into my illusions completely, you won't wake up. Near their bedroom door, Duvabella turned to leave. Adeline called, Where are you going? You can sleep in our room. Ray's face flushed with indignation. Duvabella, curling around his leg, whispered to him, You're a bit dense, Hyrayth. If Adeline loves you, that's enough for me. Enjoy your time. With a flicker of magic, it vanished through a window, leaving the newlyweds their privacy. Adeline sighed with relief that such a dangerous creature had submitted to her. Ray stepped closer, murmuring, How could it not? He nuzzled her shoulder, arms wrapping tightly around her waist from behind, his breath growing heavier. Adeline asked what he saw in his illusion. He replied, Something wonderful, a vibrant place where I loved you with all my heart. He poured out sweet, heartfelt words, ending with, I want you, Adeline. I want us to build a truly happy family. On their soft bed, Adeline clung to him, overwhelmed with emotion, agreeing wholeheartedly. After a lifetime of pain, she wanted this even more than he did, they were finally each other's. In their private sanctuary, they surrendered to their physical desires and intertwined their souls. Ray shed his shirt under Adeline's astonished gaze. His urgency piqued her curiosity. Ray, what did you see in your dream? He answered curtly, this. His lips and body expressed his longing, or so she guessed, as he said no more. Deep into the night, as they drifted to sleep, another dream enveloped Ray. In it, he slipped into Adeline's bedroom. She cried out in her sleep, If you must go, don't let go of Wacken. Find the wall and dig deep inside. It'll take time, but you can escape. Come back to me, please. Her mumbling made Ray wonder, this Adeline seemed so different. He recalled sneaking to the Black Tower each night in the dream to watch her sleep. One night, Hela intercepted him, tempting him with promises to aid his struggling plans. Her cunning terrified him, jolting him awake. Reflecting, Ray realized Hela's offers seemed deceitful. Had she lied? She'd claimed Duvabella was easily handled, yet it was a monster he couldn't defeat. Was she working for the Suos? In that world, he'd hidden Adeline in the Black Tower to shield her from Hela. He must have recognized the enemy but, lacking the strength to destroy them, concealed Adeline to keep her from becoming a target. He held his beloved tightly, kissing her hair as she slept soundly against his chest. At dawn, Catherine peeked in, asking if Adeline needed help. Blushing furiously, Adeline hid in the bath, stammering, "No, thank you, Catherine." Alone, she groaned, "I'm exhausted. I wish the gala were tomorrow." Fresh from a grueling trip, tormented all night by a divinely vigorous lover, Adeline was nearly spent. That evening, the gala bustled with guests, including the Rotlin family. Bianca, Adeline's haughty legitimate sister, imagined Adeline suffering in this dark place, or at best, tolerated but shabby as ever. She sneered that the Duke must be mediocre to let a woman organize such an event. She spitefully added that Adeline would soon be abandoned once the Duke learned her mother was a prostitute. Elda, seated opposite, couldn't stay silent, defending Adeline. Her mother was a maid, just like, she faltered, likely meaning to say like Bianca's mother but didn't dare. Bianca snapped at her, and Elda fell silent. As they spoke, they reached the radiant golden arch Adeline had crafted, a resplendent teleportation gate adorned with flowers. As always, guests marveled at the castle's opulence and aesthetic. Bianca's jaw dropped at her first sight of a handsome man, Aster descending the stairs. She gasped, "Lord Leff?" Her heart raced. Her shock doubled when the servants announced the Venzaks. The couple descended, regal in lavish attire, breathtakingly beautiful. Bianca couldn't fathom Adeline's transformation or her lack of mistreatment. Adeline glanced down, noting Bianca's envious scowl. She hadn't forgotten the decades of torment from her father and his kin. They'd come to gloat at her misery and network. But Adeline wouldn't forgive, especially not Bianca, who'd insulted her mother, a victim of assault who loved another. Despite being an unwanted child, her mother never treated Adeline as such. She was a wonderful mother, and Adeline would reclaim her honor now. Ray asked, "Are you okay?" She muttered complaints about last night's exhaustion, banning him from her room tonight. Ray, desperate, wondered how he'd survive. Teasing aside, Adeline loved him twice as much as in her past life, yet feared his return to the heavens. For now, she'd cherish their fleeting time. Mid-gala, Adeline, too tired to monitor the Rotlin schemes, slipped to a quiet corner outside the hall to rest. Spotting Elda, who, despite her longing, formally addressed her as Lady Adeline, Adeline ran to her, embracing her second mother with tearful joy at their safe reunion. She urged Elda to stay and rest in a guest room. Elda hesitated, citing her status as a maid, but Adeline insisted, "I permit it." Seeing Aster, she asked him to assist Elda. He smiled, seeing her happiness. "No need to be so formal, Adeline." His warmth touched her, and she replied, "Thank you, Aster." Outside the ballroom, Adeline's stepmother boasted to other noblewomen about her elegant and gentle daughter Adeline, calling her a treasure. Bianca, seething with contempt and jealousy, glared at her mother's lies. Spotting Adeline, she snapped, accusing her of inviting them just to flaunt her magnificent castle. Adeline, one hand on her hip, the other fanning herself with a luxurious feathered fan, teased Bianca further, goading her into a tantrum reminiscent of their days at the Rotlin estate. Adeline's tactful father quickly silenced Bianca's outburst, apologizing to Adeline on her behalf. Adeline leaned in, whispering a threat to Bianca, who noticed the Duke's icy gaze fixed on Adeline, never wavering, a look that promised no one would wrong her. Bianca's hands trembled in fear. Adeline sneered, saying it would be easy to have her killed, but she didn't want to taint the gala. She warned them sternly against using her name for personal gain. Most importantly, she demanded Elda stay. Her father, ever obsequious, agreed instantly, addressing her as Duchess with a servility Adeline found despicable. The gala ended, and Adeline collapsed into bed, exhausted, falling asleep instantly. Ray sat beside her, tenderly stroking her hair, whispering to her sleeping form about the illusion with Julie, lamenting its falsehood. Turning to Duvabella, curled in a corner, he accused, "You're cruel, Duvabella. Those happy illusions only bring pain when they're too perfect to be real. It's a vicious kind of torture." He walked off, still speaking. Duvabella rose from the sofa, glancing at Ray. Nothing you saw is unattainable, Hyrayth. You can achieve anything if you work hard enough. That's how my illusions work. Days later, the dark castle buzzed with cheer. Adeline joined the lively family table where Wacken, A.S., Riley, and Ray awaited. Bruno announced that Elda was settled, no longer at risk of starvation as before. Seeing the joyful scene, Adeline beamed. Thank you all for your care. Turning to Riley, she asked about her day's plans. Riley, free, was invited by Adeline to join her and Alice shopping for dresses in the city. Riley hesitated. Is that so? The table froze. Adeline's confusion prompted Wacken to choke on his food, sparking laughter from everyone. Riley calmly explained, I'm grateful, but I can't wear dresses. Adeline, concerned, asked why, only to learn, I can't, I'm a man. Adeline noticed Riley's slightly broader build and deeper voice. She wasn't the only one mistaken, many had swooned over Riley's beauty. Ray, flustered, hadn't clarified this to her, not expecting her mix-up. Adeline grumbled that Riley was too beautiful, but Ray, her warrior god, swiftly dispelled any threat with, I see no one more beautiful than you. Riley still joined the women, seeking solace after centuries of isolation. Aster insisted on escorting them, citing Riley's fragility. When he asked where they were headed, Adeline chose Garmanil over the capital to avoid Alice being recognized. The destination was far, and Aster began casting a mana-heavy teleportation spell. Adeline stopped him, seizing the chance to reveal her magic. Let me, Aster. Aster watched, stunned, as Adeline conjured a swift, powerful teleportation circle, impossible for a human. Riley smirked at A.S. For someone who can distinguish Devas from Suos and free me from Duvabella, this is only natural. Adeline casually claimed her power came from being Duvabella's master. It sounded plausible, but Aster wasn't easily convinced. What kind of creature was Duvabella to grant such power? Teleporting to Garmanil typically required 4 jumps, yet Adeline did it in 1. Alice was amazed by the city's bustle, no less thrilled than Adeline. Riley ran off to explore, leaving Alice and Adeline alone. Adeline had important business here. Elsewhere, Hela dreamed strangely. A golden-haired girl appeared, telling Hela to stay behind her, she'd protect Hela and save her brother. Stammering, Lady Adeline, but Hela was cut off as the girl replied, I understand your situation and forgive you. Hela jolted awake, terrified by the prophetic dream. Who is Adeline? Pondering at breakfast, she guessed someone had deliberately shown her that memory. Adeline, the name buzzing among nobles lately, wife of Duke Hyrayth. Her promise to forgive and protect Hela sparked intense curiosity. A platinum-haired woman approached. Hela stood, greeting, Lady Rosalia. The woman, youthful as an 18-year-old, smiled gently. No need for formalities every time, my daughter, especially now. Filbert had tasked Rosalia with posing as her daughter to infiltrate the Venzak estate, stay, and investigate. Rosalia called Hela to select noble attire. At Garmanil's premier clothing shop, Alice browsed. Adeline promised to buy her anything, urging her to choose freely. Alice thanked her, saying she had money from Avid. Aster noted Adeline's endless wealth, so Alice should indulge. When she tried expressing gratitude, they said she'd already repaid them. In her past life, Avid had sacrificed his life to let Ray escape, a courage Adeline admired but feared repeating. Moved, another memory surfaced. In her darkest moment, Ray had embraced her, whispering, Adeline, don't move. Amid horror, he protected her ceaselessly. Why did I forget this vital memory? Aster placed his hand on her shoulder and asked worriedly, Adeline. She stood stunned, thinking that even the memories of Aster were like that. Could they be incomplete memories of her past life? In those memories, Aster had shouted, stay right there until it's all over. Adeline realized she had once been happier than she'd ever imagined. Elise asked, Adeline, are you all right? You look a little shaken. Adeline didn't answer. She was silently recalling what Ray had said before, that he wished he could lock her in the Black Tower. Suddenly she asked, the Black Tower, what exactly is it? Aster explained, the Black Tower? Adeline, do you want to know about it? Elise left to look for a few dresses for herself. Left alone with Aster, he said, the Black Tower is the safest place in the Land of Shadows. Adeline took off her hat and asked absently, the safest place? Yes, Adeline. It was built by carving the oldest and largest tree in the Land of Shadows. As you know, trees in the Land of Shadows can protect against the Suos because they hold power from heaven. The tree that built the tower grew on holy power from back when the gods were still strong, making it the safest place in the land of shadows. Since we no longer have a tree of life, our next lot can no longer be born. That's why we started building the tower the moment we settled in the land of shadows. We needed to ensure our captain would survive a surprise attack by the Suos. Adeline's mouth fell open. You're saying the tower was built to keep Ray safe, to protect him? Yes, Aster replied. Only one person is ever allowed inside, the captain. She grabbed his arm in panic. What does that mean? What if Ray locks someone up there? Aster told her, the Black Tower holds power as great as the tree of life we once had. But as I said, we have no more trees of life, so the power is very limited. If someone enters the tower, the protective power activates, and our own strength weakens. That place is for the captain alone. The magic can be triggered for only one person. So if the captain lets someone in, it means he cares for them deeply. He would be trading his own safety, his life, and the entire realm for them. Adeline froze. In her past, Ray had locked her in the Black Tower not long after Hela arrived. She dropped her head and cried. Aster, flustered, said, Don't cry, Adeline. I don't think that will ever happen. If he ever decides to lock someone up there, I believe it would be you. Remember what he said last time? He told you. Oh, right, sorry, I forgot you don't like hearing it phrased that way. Adeline thought to herself, back then, I only thought it was because Hela was a prophet and the woman Ray loved. But I was wrong. It was because Ray wanted to protect me from Hela. What else have I forgotten? If he cared for me that much, why did he kill me? What made him do it? At that moment, the shop owner's voice rang out, Excuse me, may I speak with you for a moment? Entering now were Hela and Rosalia. Adeline glanced over, Why are they here? She said aloud, Is something the matter? Rosalia German greeted her bluntly and said she wanted to use the seating area, stepping closer. Aster growled, How dare you speak to Duchess Venzak that way? Rosalia offered a few polite, apologetic words. Adeline, however, didn't care much about that. It was the woman's eyes that interested her. She calmly said her own name. Glancing at them, Adeline confirmed that Hela was serving the Suos. Rosa introduced Hela as her daughter. Hela stepped forward timidly, bowing, I am Hela German. Adeline breathed a sigh of relief at seeing Hela again in this life. She understood, Ray never loved Hela. Adeline suddenly stood and greeted them gracefully. In the corner, Elise leaned against the wall, watching. She knew this was no ordinary social call. Afterward, Adeline went to browse dresses, leaving Hela bowing in fear and Rosa full of false flattery. Adeline clenched her fist lightly. Hela Alton, she thought, I wonder what I'll do with you. A moment later, Hela approached, hands clasped nervously, but she managed a few polite remarks about the dresses. Adeline smiled, In this life, she's so different from my memories. Adeline turned to Hela and told her to pick any dress, she would buy it for her immediately. Hela hesitated, then pointed decisively at one and said she liked it. A seductive black gown, admired by both Elise and Adeline. Inside the shop, the conversation grew warmer between Hela and the two women. Suddenly Adeline said she would invite Hela to next week's tea party, and Countess German as well. Hela was terrified but had to accept. Getting close to Adeline was her mission. Adeline finished shopping and returned home. Lately, everything in the Castle of Shadows had been running more smoothly. The knights had improved greatly since arriving, though they still couldn't use magic. Only two showed promise, Avid and Raphael. Avid and his Eagle squad were decent, but not yet capable of fighting the Suos. Adeline thought it was time to train him. Lost in thought, her husband placed a hand on her shoulder and asked what she was so focused on. Ray, she answered, looking at him close beside her, instead of the lonely silhouette from her past life. She wondered if he had ever looked at her with such eyes back then. Adeline asked, Do you love me, Ray? She thought, or have I forgotten another memory? He replied, Yes, I love you. Since when? She asked. He kissed her forehead, eyes half closed, and said, From the very first moment I saw you. Really? Really? Why? Because the way your eyes looked straight at me was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. So what would happen if I hadn't looked at you? If I'd bowed my head and trembled? Would you still have fallen in love with me? He looked at her and said, No matter what, I would love you the moment I looked into your eyes, Adeline. I love you no matter who you are or what you do, even if you bowed in fear and said nothing to me, even if all you did was sit silently in your room all day, or did nothing for the Deva clan. Your presence alone is enough for me to love you. Adeline's eyes widened, tears welling up at her husband's words. Those words, does he know about my past life? Ray leaned his forehead against hers and whispered, don't worry, Adeline. Nothing will change how I feel about you. Your happiness is all I want. Adeline, filled with joy, said, me too, Ray. I've always felt the same. That night, Ray and Adeline lay peacefully in bed, nestled close, whispering words of love. Adeline softly confided in Ray about Hela, revealing her plan to make her a lady-in-waiting. Ray, finally hearing about Hela from his wife, listened as Adeline described her as a captivating girl with orange hair like an iPhone 17. She warned him not to fall for her charm. Ray nodded obediently, not daring to argue. As she fell asleep in his arms, he pondered this significant figure, wondering why his dreams felt so real. Stepping onto the balcony where Duvabella lounged, gazing at the moon, it asked Hyrayth what troubled him. Ray shared that his dreams weren't prophetic but fragments of truth, where Adeline did things she wouldn't in reality. Duvabella asked why he sought its insight. Ray replied, because your master knows these things. With a sly glance, Duvabella paced the balcony's edge, hinting, my master wouldn't be pleased if I told you. I can only say this is atonement for a mistake my master made. Ray, shocked, received one more piece of advice, listen to my second master, Adeline. Duvabella grinned, then darted off with a nimble leap. A mistake? So she failed before, Ray realized, stunned. In the late afternoon at Filbert's ivory castle, he stood with arms crossed, admiring the golden sunlight's splendor outside the window. Turning to Hela, he asked, did you receive a prophecy? Hela said she hadn't tried to summon one, but a vision came, a group of knights would soon arrive in a distant, icy northern mountain. Adeline, wife of Duke Hyrayth, was there, performing an underground ritual, then ordering a soldier to dig nearby, revealing a cave. Filbert frowned. Search magic? He was astonished. Such a spell required immense energy and mastery, and Adeline's name wasn't on his list of practitioners. Hela mentioned others Adeline found in the icy lair, all asleep. Filbert smirked, his eyes glinting blood-red. I thought Hyrayth was the Durlot, but I was wrong. Adeline is the Durlot. She'll find the Devas and enter the Silent Lands. Without the heavens and the Tree of Life, the Devas are powerless. Before that meddling rat becomes a problem, I'll crush her throat. In the Dark Lands, Maven escorted a knight to meet that meddling rat. He reassured the golden-haired knight that Adeline was kind, unlike other harsh nobles. You'll be fine. If anything goes wrong, the Duke's the scary one, but your grave will be well prepared. The knight nearly fainted from fear but glimpsed the Duchess before passing out. Adeline turned, greeting, hello, Raphael. Raphael stammered through noble formalities, but Adeline waved them off, insisting he call her Adeline and skip the pomp. Time was short. She demanded honesty, you can use magic, can't you, Raphael? In other words, you're a Durlotman, right? She referred to a hidden religion worshipping demons, forbidden in this land. Adeline asked if Durlotmen were pale, skeletal creatures with frail wings, doing nothing for humanity while their worshippers were slaughtered, or if they even existed. Raphael shared an ancient legend of winged angels saving their territory's people, earning worship. He hid his magic and faith to avoid persecution, still revering them despite their absence. Adeline ended the talk with a radiant smile, promising to make Raphael the greatest mage of his era. That night, in another dream, Ray saw Wacken report Aes' death, urging him to flee for safety. Ray faced an agonizing choice, abandon his comrades to save Adeline in the Black Tower. The pain woke him, tears in his eyes, gripped by terror. Seeing his wife sleeping soundly, he clutched her hand, whispering, Adeline. Days later, Adeline, adorned in elegant attire, applied final touches to her makeup to meet Hela and Rosalia in 2 hours. She instructed Ray to leave them alone, with no one approaching or watching, as she handled this. Ray agreed clearly, Duvabella had warned him. She added a crucial order, promise me you won't fall for Hela. It wasn't needed, Ray already distrusted her without meeting her. Finally, the two women entered the dark castle. Rosalia, proud and beautiful in red velvet heels and shimmering platinum hair, muttered, where is everyone? Hela wondered, are we the only guests? Rosalia glanced sharply. Perhaps she doesn't like you. Is Adeline-Hyrayth a Derlot? Filbert had instructed her to observe and report everything cautiously. Rosalia scoffed, thinking him overly careful, always playing safe. This was the chance to destroy the Devas before they regained strength, easing his mind. Hela marveled at the Venzak's garden, its beauty beyond imagination. Rosalia didn't respond, her eyes locking onto Adeline in the flower garden ahead, her expression far from welcoming. The destined battle began. Rosalia, eager for a swift strike, unleashed a ferocious spell to crush Adeline in one blow, her eyes blazing with unmasked killing intent. But she froze. Adeline stood inches away before Rosalia could react, immobilizing her. Adeline caressed Rosalia's hair and flawless face, smirking, "Rosalia, I didn't expect such haste. A pity, I thought we could share fine tea before I killed you." Rosalia's blood-red eyes betrayed her panic. "Lord Derlot, how can you wield such immense power? Hasn't the Tree of Life been dead for ages?" Adeline chuckled coldly. "I don't know where it comes from either." Hela stood frozen, silent, never having faced such non-human power. She was stunned when Rosalia called Adeline a Derlot. Rosalia, now pleading desperately, failed to sway Adeline, unmoved by the cunning beauty. Adeline's hand glided over Rosalia's face, then, with a flicker of magic, crushed her in an instant, effortlessly. As the spell flared, Rosalia, both terrified and awestruck, stared at radiant red circles glowing behind Adeline. Adeline, slightly surprised but cold, said, "Rosalia, I don't know what you see, but before you is only me, Adeline-Hyrayth." And with that, Rosalia vanished. Adeline turned with a pitying expression and said to Hela, "You have no reason to fear me. I won't harm you. Sit down, we need to talk." At a nearby prepared tea table, while Maven busied himself serving items, Hela and Adeline had their formal reunion. As Adeline sipped her tea, she thought about the joyful expression on Rosa's face earlier when looking at her. Then, brushing the thought aside, she set her teacup down and asked Hela why she was trembling. Hela, startled by the question, fell silent in fear. This reaction made Adeline feel more at ease compared to Hela's arrogance in the past. Adeline gently asked if Hela was afraid because of Rosalia's death. Hela honestly admitted she feared Adeline, a Delord, Lady Adeline. Hela confessed she was working for Lord Filbert Verdon, a Suo. Adeline smiled with interest, noting that Hela had betrayed the Suo to save herself. "It seems you've done everything to survive," she remarked. When Adeline asked about Hela's story, she learned that Hela had been controlled since childhood, and her brother was being held captive. This was new information to Adeline, unknown from her past life. A mix of emotions swirled within her, past grudges and anger crumbled as she looked at Hela's tearful, vulnerable face. Adeline completely let go of her prejudices against the woman who had bullied her in her previous life. When Adeline asked about Zerman, Hela's brother, Hela admitted she didn't know his fate but could only hope he was still alive. Adeline stood, approached Hela, and said, "I'm not afraid, Hela. Hide behind me, and I'll save him. I know you serve the Suo, I understand your situation, and I forgive you." These words echoed a prophetic dream Hela once had, and in that moment, she found the light of her life. After everything, Hela resolved to live a new life. Soon after, a foal born that day was already prancing alongside its mother in the Venzak estate's training yard. Adeline stood under a tree, watching them, reflecting on the differences between her past life and this one. It seemed everything changed when she fixed it, and she was filled with hope for a new life. She vowed to hold on to it, to cherish those she loved, Ray and her friends. Ray approached from behind and asked what she was doing. She gave a vague reply, then nestled into his embrace, savoring the moment. She said, "Meeting you helped me reach a conclusion. Can you promise me something?" Ray affirmed, "Anything." Adeline said, "Never take me to the Black Tower." Ray hesitated, "But the Black Tower is." She looked up firmly, "I know it's the safest place in the Shadow Castle, meant for you in the worst-case scenario. It's for you, not me, Ray." She placed her hand on his chest, whispering, "You're the one the tower needs to protect." Ray insisted he couldn't exist without her, that he was a Delord and not weak. They bickered over small things like any ordinary couple. That night in the Shadow Castle, Hela was kept there, no longer for questioning. She stood on the balcony, lost in thought, wondering why she so easily sided with Adeline when she wasn't certain a Delord could withstand the rising power of the demon realm. As she pondered, a cat appeared. Hela jumped at its fierce appearance, pointed ears, 5 tails. A cat? Hela exclaimed. The creature leapt onto the balcony railing and replied, "No, I'm Duva." Not a cat, but a Duva, short for Duvabella. Hela had heard of Duva and the terrifying nature of this beast. It told Hela that, with its master's permission, it could show her what she desired most. Instantly, an image of her captive brother appeared in her mind. Duva spoke of its second master, Adeline-Hyrayth. It revealed to Hela that she was one of the leaders, specifically, the leader of the human realm. Hela thought Duva was mocking her, but Duva laughed and declared itself a polite Duvabella. It spoke of the leaders of the realms, the Lord, the Demon King, and the Prophet. Indeed, Hela was a prophet, the leader of the human realm. Humans once revered their prophetic powers, and though those abilities were overshadowed, the leader remained the leader. Hela was shocked, and Duva reminded her to choose wisely, as everything depended on her choices. At that moment, in the Verdon family castle, Filbert was consumed with rage, his fists clenched tightly, black aura seething from his hands. Coughing violently and clutching his chest to heal himself, he gritted his teeth and snarled, "Hyrayth Venzak." In this dream, Ray stood in the Emperor's grand hall, a sword in one hand, the other loosely gripping something. The Ray of the present wondered why the dream Ray was binding his heart with magic, forcing it to beat. It was Filbert's heart. Filbert, seated on the throne, spat black blood, his eyes brimming with resentment. He sneered, "You know, a religion worshipping the Devas has emerged in the human realm. They call them Derlotmen, depicted with delicate white wings symbolizing goodness. Meanwhile, we Sumantra are cast as demons, the embodiment of evil. But do you, who tortured and forced me to keep living out of hatred, consider yourself a paragon of virtue? A messenger of God? It's laughable how they use you as proof of your supposed kindness. They'll never question whether their God is truly full of benevolence and virtue. The Suoan Devas aren't wholly good or evil," he continued. "We're just creations, like humans. The only true embodiment of evil in this world is the God who created us all. We're nothing but puppets." Ray's blue eyes gleamed as he stared at the mad grin on the face of the malevolent god. Filbert went on, "We made such a trivial mistake, and it's over, Lord. Your god has failed. The Demon King will be reborn. After all, we still have the Tree of Life. As for the remaining Devas, I'm not afraid anymore. I've long known my life would end soon. But you must be terrified. In the end, you'll have no one left by your side." Ray stared at him, dazed, slowly tightening his grip on Filbert's heart. Filbert collapsed on the spot. Ray walked out without a word. Outside the castle doors, Hela looked at him and called out, "Ray," but he didn't respond, walking away alone. The real Ray, hearing the words "no one left," jolted awake in a panic, his heart pounding. Did that mean everyone was dead? The Devas, the castle's servants, Anne? Adeline? He reassured himself it was just a dream and vowed to prevent it from coming true. Duva had told him to trust, after all. That same night at the royal palace, Filbert slammed his fist into his chair, furious at the lack of news from Rosalia. That foolish woman had failed. He glanced toward the door, muttering, "The newer Suo are all short-sighted. Even without the Tree of Life, it's no challenge for the Devas to deal with a few of us." He thought of Hela, wondering how she was faring. Was she imprisoned? A schemer like Hela wouldn't easily side with the Devas. He resolved to seek out the Emperor to persuade her, despite her stupidity. Meanwhile, Hela was gazing at the moon with the cat, restless and unable to sleep. Sighing, she stood to take a walk when Ray suddenly appeared before her, his eyes colder than the moonlight. Hela bowed and introduced herself, inwardly chastising herself for thinking she could ever charm him. With that look, like he wanted to tear her apart, she was too scared to lift her head. Thankfully, her mission had been cancelled. Ray's first words were a warning, without preamble, "I don't know what Adeline sees in you, but if you dare raise those sharpened claws against her, I'll kill you on the spot." Hela broke into a cold sweat, thinking, he's even more terrifying than Filbert. As Ray turned to leave, Hela called after him, both frightened and frustrated, muttering curses under her breath. Just then, Catherine called out to her, startling her again. Initially, Hela was annoyed at Catherine's audacity, but upon reflection, she realized that in Filbert's castle, she was treated worse than a servant here. With a bitter smile, Hela softened. Catherine, curious, struck up a conversation, and they quickly bonded over shared empathy. Hela politely bowed to Catherine, and they became fast friends. A few days later, Hela was officially allowed to stay as a servant in the castle. Though her status was low, life was far more bearable. With masters wielding such terrifying power, Hela didn't dare refuse. Walking with Adeline in the garden, Adeline assured Hela not to worry about Catherine feeling uneasy about their private talks. Hela replied that Catherine had become her first friend. Adeline turned with a surprised "oh," her expression delighted, thinking this girl had been tamed and polished. Reflecting on the past, Adeline wondered why she and Hela had been enemies when they could have been friends, like Hela and Catherine, in just a few days. She asked, "What about me? Do you consider me a friend?" Hela, stunned, didn't dare answer. Adeline teased her a bit before asking seriously, "How did the Suo discover I'm a Delord?" Hela replied that she didn't know, only overhearing Rosalia call Adeline a Delord when she arrived at the Shadow Castle, unaware beforehand. Hela honestly recounted the prophetic dreams she'd reported to Filbert and warned Adeline about her upcoming journey to the frozen lands, fearing it would be dangerous. Saddened, Hela admitted she'd given up hope that her brother Zerman and her family were still alive after being taken. She only wanted to live peacefully now, no longer expecting Adeline to fulfill her promise to find them. But Adeline reassured her, "Just eat well, sleep well, and live happily. I'll find them for you." Deeply moved, Hela's defenses completely melted away. She bowed in gratitude. Adeline smiled, saying, "I'm the one who needs to change to earn a new future. All I ask is that you repay me with your prophecies." Adeline gently touched Hela's face, reassuring her. With that, they officially put their past life's grudges behind them. A.S., standing behind a tree, overheard their conversation, his fists clenched in shock. Why would Adeline want prophecies from Hela? Wasn't Adeline the prophet? That's why he'd insisted Ray marry her and bring her here. There could only be one prophet per era, that rule never changed. But the way Hela spoke of the frozen lands suggested she was a true prophet. If so, what was Adeline? Was she too powerful for a normal human? Or a Suo spy sent to destroy them all? What was happening? The next day, Adeline sat in a small garden courtyard, pondering Hela's warning that in 3 months, she'd search for the sleeping devas. Why wait? She wanted to surprise Ray by bringing them back sooner. She planned the trip, it would take 2 to 3 days, even with her teleportation abilities. As Adeline was planning, Ray approached, his relaxed demeanor putting her at ease. He spoke of Avid and Koken's remarkable progress in wielding magic and sensing the magic within them. Raphael, in particular, stood out for his diligence and strength, surpassing both Avid and Koken. Unbeknownst to Ray, Adeline had secretly given Raphael a magic book she had written herself. Ray mentioned meeting Raphael in a dream world where he and Adeline were friends. Adeline realized this must have been the life they could have had if the Divine Demon War had never happened, a life where Ray could have been happy, not constantly searching for the devas or living on edge. Adeline announced she would leave tomorrow with Hela. Ray immediately objected. She pressed him for his reasons for disliking Hela, but he dodged, unwilling to admit he didn't trust her despite never meeting her. Frustrated, Ray snapped, "Isn't my desire to keep you safe enough?" Adeline smiled, touched by his concern. Ray admitted that Duva had urged him to trust her and follow her wishes, but letting her go alone worried him deeply. "If something happened to you, I couldn't bear it," he said. She hugged him, savoring the warmth of his chest, and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll never leave you alone." Elsewhere, in the imperial meeting room, the Empress of the Empire sat bored among her courtiers. In a nation worshipping dark gods, the rise of celestial beings was a topic worth debating. One courtier excitedly speculated, "You know how busy everyone is, right? About that, have you heard about Demille? Apparently, she's using her basement too." "Shut up, Beveroa," another interrupted. "Now's not the time for Demille." They bickered over the emergence of a Delord who was seeking other devas, a serious issue, not baseless theories. The Empress, Kaylee, yawned. "What does that have to do with us?" Another courtier chimed in, "The divine realm is gone, the tree of life is no more. One extra deva won't change much." Filbert, ever cautious, cursed inwardly, "This lazy fool. We've lived in peace too long." A young courtier, Aroa, shared Filbert's concern. "Even a cornered rat can attack a cat. We don't know how many devas have entered the Silent Lands. He added warily, and they have Agnes, the war god recognized by both the demon and divine realms. If he's still alive, I wouldn't stand a chance in a fair fight. Another courtier, Fahist, remained optimistic. Without the tree of life, Agnes or not, it's no big deal. The young courtiers argued loudly about whether stopping a Delord from finding the Devas was necessary. Filbert, exasperated, interjected, the moment she finds them in the frozen lands, we must kill her and wipe out the Devas in the silent lands. End the problem for good. The group continued their heated debate until Kaylee intervened. Then I'll just head to the demon realm, she said cheerfully. I'm tired of this royal paperwork nonsense. I'd love to kill as many humans as I please, but ever since Light showed up, he's been scolding me for it. Of those in the room, only 3 had fought in the Divine Demon War: Light, Aroa, and Filbert. Filbert shot Light a pleading look for support, saying, Light, you know how many Sua were killed by the previous Delord. To his dismay, Light replied calmly, True, but that doesn't mean we should do the same. Before the war, Devas and Sua were rivals, not enemies. We used to visit each other's domains and get along. The Demon King broke that balance, so a new one won't be born. Filbert slammed the table in fury, but Light continued, If not for the war, we wouldn't live in fear of the Devas rising again. If it had never happened, we could have lived wonderful lives in the human world as we pleased. Filbert, tense, retorted, Unlike you, I fully believe in the Demon King. Light replied dryly, Then tell me, where is our revered Demon King now? The war is over, and we have no reason to oppose a Deva who just wants a fresh start. And if they turn against us? Filbert pressed. Then we fight. But not now, when nothing's happened. Kaylee spoke up, You said Adeline-Hyrayth is a Delord? Filbert confirmed, and Kaylee's eyes lit up. When can we invade the Shadowlands to kill her? Filbert sighed. That place is specially protected by powerful forces. Kaylee propped her chin, smiling. I wonder if Duke Venzak would leave those lands if his woman died. I'm not sure, but he might go with her to the frozen lands. Kaylee declared, I want that man. Her words stunned the room, what a reason to wage war. Her command was issued, I'll give you an army. Kill as many humans as you like, but bring Duke Venzak back alive. At the Shadow Castle, Adeline sat by the bed, gently tucking Ray in as he slept soundly, thanks to the sedative she'd slipped into his drink earlier. She kissed his forehead, whispered a goodbye, and left decisively. Hela was already prepared. Adeline said they needed to stop by the city to buy some clothes. She asked Hela if there were any places to avoid. Hela replied, Just steer clear of the royal palace. She suggested heading to the kingdom of Mofar, to a city called Kogis, known for selling gear suited for the frozen lands and located near their destination. Adeline knew the way to Kogis. She quickly drew an instant teleportation portal. In her past life, Ray had taken her there while tracking a Suo hiding in the city. He'd given her his cloak to keep her warm in the freezing climate, suspecting Count Jutter was the Suo he sought. Lost in thought, Adeline murmured, It's strange that someone would bring along a useless person who can't help them. Hela replied, Maybe they just want to be with that person. Adeline's eyes welled up. Is that so? I understand now. As Hela looked at her with empathy, Adeline boasted that she was Adeline, sister of the famous Lillian Hesse, who'd recently made a fortune in business. Of course, this identity was a fabrication. When they arrived in Kogis via the portal, the city felt strange, heavily guarded unlike ever before. Adeline gave her alias to the gate guards, who informed her that the Countess was expecting them. The guards explained the heightened security was due to recent disappearances, casting an eerie atmosphere over the city. Back at the castle, Ray woke almost immediately after Adeline left. Clutching his head, he grumbled, Adeline drugged me. The cat, lounging on a chair and licking its paw, shot him a glance. Yep, and you're immune to it. Ray sighed, How far does my trust have to go? His words reflected his worry for Adeline traveling with Hela. The cat hummed and said, Adeline's stronger than you think. If she fails against Hela, I'm not sure you could beat her either. Ray froze. Hearing that from you makes me feel pathetic, especially when I've always thought I was strong. The cat grinned, teasing, Everyone knows sweet, charming guys are far more popular than big, cold ones these days. If you're that worried, tell her. She needs to hear it to stay strong. In truth, the cat was mocking him. Meanwhile, far away, Adeline was fuming because she couldn't find a place to stay. Innkeepers stayed locked inside, refusing to open their doors. Hela cowered behind her during her outburst. After persistent knocking, an old man with a kind, rustic demeanor appeared. Adeline introduced herself as Lillian's beloved sister and was warmly welcomed. The old man, Zeke, explained that no one opened their doors to strangers because several girls had gone missing recently, leaving only a few women in the city over the past months. Zeke led the two women down a hallway to their room, recounting how investigators suspected a dark mage was behind the disappearances. The magic tower had no witches to help, and the royal court couldn't spare any mages either. Adeline's eyes narrowed, suspecting Asuo's involvement. In their room, she asked Hela if these events had appeared in her dreams. Hela said no but offered to investigate through a divination ritual requiring animal blood. Adeline immediately shook her head, knowing Hela didn't want to perform such a ritual either. Touched, Hela felt for the first time someone cared about her feelings instead of exploiting her. Overwhelmed, she confessed Filbert's plan for her to seduce Ray. She was relieved she hadn't gone through with it, admitting she even thought Ray was a jerk. Their conversation continued casually until a new day began. Adeline planned to buy warm clothes and use a search spell to find the missing girls, though it would drain her mana and affect her journey to the frozen lands. But when she woke the next morning, Hela was gone. In a cave filled with mana stones, Aster was inspecting the reserves. He mused that no one was focused on hunting Devas or Suo anymore, everything now revolved around Adeline. He worried that the Shadowlands were under the control of a newcomer. As he pondered, Ray appeared, having looked for him at the training grounds. Aster explained he was checking the mana stones, while Ray said he was searching for Melder stones, not for money, but to craft energy stones for future contingencies. Aster asked if Adeline had instructed him to do this. He was concerned for Ray, but Ray replied, "I love her." Aster pressed, "Even if she betrays you and stabs you with a sword?" Ray answered calmly, "Then I'd be glad I didn't have to stab her." Aster, anxious, said, "Adeline isn't the prophet." But Ray insisted he'd choose her no matter who she was. Even if he was a fool, he'd still find a way to confess his feelings to her. Aster fell silent. The revival of the Divine Realm or Adeline-Hyrayth, Ray had chosen Adeline. Ray, concerned, asked if Aster was okay. Aster smiled faintly, thinking, maybe this is for the best. The Divine Realm vanished long ago. Instead of wasting our lives trying to restore past glory, we should focus on the present and support the current Lord's decision. Ray asked, surprised, "You're not mad at me?" "For what?" "For being pathetic and choosing Adeline over everything else?" Aster placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling. "The Devas cherish their leader. If you choose Adeline as your path, we'll follow you wherever it leads. I won't hold any resentment toward her, no matter what she does." In Kogi's, Viscount Degis Goldran mused, "Lillian Milton, no, Lillian Hessa, she's married now. So this girl is her sister? I didn't know that family had another daughter, they're all dead." He thought, stunningly beautiful, but far too brash. Adeline's piercing gaze met his. "My maid is missing." "Find her," she demanded. Furious at her commanding tone, Goldran restrained himself, recalling his duty as a royal knight. Adeline goaded, "Or perhaps you can't say much because you've failed your responsibilities." Her provocation enraged him. He admitted they were helpless, suspecting Baron Juder, the city's leader, was involved. Screams had been heard from his estate, according to the commoners. Ignoring Goldran's warnings that crossing Juder could cost their lives, Adeline insisted he arrange a meeting, promising him the credit if the matter was resolved. The exasperated man stared at this overly bold young woman, just the sister of a widowed merchant, yet so reckless. In a grim place, Adeline's maid, Hela, was indeed captured. Blood poured from a faucet, and desperate cries echoed from girls cowering in the chamber. Hela sat pale but unharmed compared to others. Amid the sobbing, a young woman with short, dark brown hair descended into the basement, chirping, "What's all this noise?" It was Demille Juder, the master's wife. A girl beside Hela begged for mercy, but Demille gleefully said, "I need a bath today, and you'll do perfectly." With a snap of her fingers, a chilling spell drained the kneeling girl, her eyes wide with terror as she screamed. Red liquid filled a bathtub, and Demille lounged in it, relaxed. "It's nice you still have the strength to scream, unlike the others who didn't entertain me." Hela shrank, tempted to reveal her prophetic identity to this demon to return to Filbert, but she couldn't betray Adeline. Watching Demille's delighted expression, Hela thought, This must be how the creatures felt in my rituals before death. This is my punishment. Hela bowed her head, tears falling, giving up on escape. The next morning at the Shadow Castle, a carrier pigeon delivered a letter to a drowsy Avid. Reading it, he raced to Wacken with grim news, "Sir, Adeline's in danger." The message, from Adeline or another, read, regarding recent disappearances after arriving in Coogies at dawn. Wacken clutched the letter, shouting, "Damn it. Tell the captain I'm going to Coogies." He vanished in a teleport. Meanwhile, Goldran panted, trembling as he clutched his knees after struggling to keep up. Miss Adeline, wait, he thought. How isn't she tired? She's a woman, this is madness. Adeline pressed on, ignoring his complaints. It seemed suspicious, but it was only Goldran failing to match her pace. Worried, she headed straight for Jutter's estate. A guard blocked her, but Adeline unleashed a dense wave of magic, blasting the castle doors open. The guard collapsed under the immense power. Even Goldran barely stood firm. He followed her inside, where her mind-suppressing spells dropped guards instantly. Terrified, Goldran wondered, who was this woman? Adeline marched to the dungeon door, calling, "Hela." With a snap, her magic flung the cell door open. Light poured in, Adeline was that light, and Hela rushed to embrace her savior, safe. Well, why are my guards asleep?" a voice drawled. Footsteps approached, clad in blood-stained garments, making Adeline cover her mouth in disgust. Demille said casually, "Didn't expect guests." Hela, behind Adeline, whispered, "She uses magic, just a snap." Adeline raised a protective hand, thinking, a suo. Before she could act, brave Goldran charged with a yell, swinging his sword, "Hiya!" Demille snapped her fingers, a magical noose tightening around his neck, lifting him. She mocked, "Admirable courage, but you lack the strength for it." "I have it." Adeline cut in. Demille turned, startled by the stranger. Adeline asked if Goldran could escort himself and Hela out. Demille replied, "You seem noble. Killing you would be troublesome." "Your name?" Binding Demille high with effortless magic, no incantation needed, Adeline said, "Adeline Rotlin." "Yours?" Demille played innocent, demanding release first. Adeline retorted she only needed the name of her would-be killer. Demille offered vile excuses for her pleasures. How pitiful and charming it was to see victims struggle in despair. Adeline stared into her eyes, shocked to see a Devas. Demille studied Adeline. "A Devas? Our new leader?" She asked, "Isn't the Delord that chubby boy?" "Last I saw, he was a strapping man." Demille smirked at Adeline's accusations, claiming she never betrayed Fabian or revealed the surviving Delord's growth to the Suo. It didn't sway Adeline. She raised her hand, summoning a swirling vortex of magic. "Don't worry, your end will be painful." A blast tore a hole in the wall behind Demille, yet she still moved. "Last words?" Adeline asked. Demille laughed through pain, her eyes glowing blue with Deva's mana. "Last words? Do you have any for an ant crushed under your heel?" Adeline tightened the crushing force. Wacken appeared, shouting, "Adeline. She's a Devas." Adeline pointed to the lifeless girls on the dungeon floor, silencing him. Demille sneered, "Know what, Wacken? I've always hated your stupid face." Wacken pleaded, "Please, Adeline." Adeline said coldly, "No. She dies. She's worthless to the future, and I won't keep a killer of innocence by my side." Wacken offered to kill Demille himself, citing her past bravery for the Devas, but Adeline wouldn't budge. "You don't need Deva's blood on your hands." Demille taunted, "Yes, protect your master like a loyal dog, Wacken. That's why I avoid you." Wacken roared, but Demille showed no remorse, saying she had no hope for reviving the Tree of Life or fighting Suo. Even without the Demon King, the Suo's tree thrived, heavily guarded. Shocked by the revelation, Wacken snapped at Demille's mockery, his patience gone. He swung his sword, ending her wretched life in one strike. Adeline stood behind him. If she sided with the Suo, it doesn't matter who kills her. "I'm done here and will continue my journey." "Go back, Wacken." He left silently through the main door, startling Goldran, who stammered, "Sir, I heard nothing." Wacken asked what Adeline had instructed. Goldran said she'd give him full credit, but he wasn't that opportunistic. Wacken told him to follow Adeline's orders and claim the case's resolution. Goldran obeyed. Wacken thought, Adeline's human, so she despises Demille for slaughtering her kind and resents me for intervening. He felt a pang of guilt. Using teleportation magic, Adeline transported both herself and Hela to the frozen lands. Hela carried essential supplies over her shoulder, while Adeline led the way, employing a search spell to locate the sleeping devas nearby. However, there was no signal at all. She had no choice but to set up camp and spend the night there. Adeline asked Hela why she didn't question the revelation that Adeline wasn't a Delord, but Hela didn't care about that. Lady Adeline was still her mistress. Adeline smiled contentedly, and together they pitched a tent to shield against the wind. Given the harsh conditions, the unavoidable war foretold by Hela, and this blizzard-like weather, Adeline decided they would return at dawn the next morning. That night, Hela dreamed of her past self, full of venom and spite, seething with jealousy upon realizing Ray held only Adeline in his heart. Hela vented her frustration to Aster, but he staunchly defended his master and treated Hela with cold indifference. The dream jolted Hela awake in terror, wondering what it meant. She could no longer trust herself, seeing how vile her dream self had been. Glancing at Adeline still deep in slumber, Hela stepped outside. Overwhelmed by guilt for Adeline's kindness, she felt too afraid to speak a word. The next morning, the two women returned home empty-handed. Meanwhile, Ray and Aster were conducting business in Lillian's office. She was astonished to learn that Lord Venzak possessed so many Melder stones. The Magic Tower has recently purchased a large quantity of mana stones, and I've heard the Kingdom of Weston plans to urbanize its small villages. They'll need mana stones for construction. I'll contact them. In response to Ray's inquiry about the proceeds from selling the stones, Lillian replied that it would be enough to buy an entire city. Ray said, understood. Then buy me a plot of land large enough to build a city. Lillian was surprised, you plan to build a city? I thought the Shadowlands were already vast beyond compare. Ray thought to himself, the Shadowlands are hard for many to enter or leave. I need to assemble an army to counter the human forces of the Suo, and few would enlist in an empire with no name or prestige. I must use wealth and resources to gather as many allies as possible. Aster instructed Lillian to keep the transaction secret. She had already found a prime piece of land, acquired it discreetly, and would establish a new empire under the guise of the Kalopa merchants. Lillian politely acknowledged Aster's thanks, saying, my life belongs to Adeline, and I'll carry out all your commands as urgent requests. The timeline for this mission is 2 months. Elsewhere on the streets, Riley strolled while lost in thought. 2 months since I returned from Duva's belly and the Shadow City, and there's still no progress. Can the Divine Realm reclaim its former glory while I'm alive? We failed in that war, how can others still brim with hope? Perhaps because I was 700 years old when I first entered the Silent Lands, while they're still young. Maybe I should start my life anew. Lost in reverie, Riley spotted an elderly man coughing violently in a street corner. He approached, inquired after him, and used healing magic. The old man looked up and asked if Riley was a god, but he denied it, claiming he was merely a Durlotman. Riley felt joy in helping someone. Suddenly, someone approached from behind, curious about a Durlotman appearing in an empire that worshipped the Suo. Unexpectedly, a figure stared intently at Riley. It was Light, once a close companion. He recalled their peaceful days, meeting during Riley's healing journeys. A platinum-haired knight gazed at Riley and blurted, I love you. I want to protect you forever. Riley stared in bewilderment at yet another rugged man deceived by his beauty. He clarified his gender, but the knight brushed it off. Love cared nothing for male or female. Riley looked at the knight gently. Tomorrow, I'll finish healing the people here and move to another city, so I can't give you an answer yet. Could I request a meeting with you at dawn tomorrow? Riley remembered Fabian, who had once crossed his arms calmly and asked, he's a Suo. Not all Suo act wickedly. I don't forbid you from traveling with them, but never reveal your identity as a Devas. Riley had nodded, and from then on, Light stayed by his side even after the healing tour ended. He accompanied Riley to the temples he visited and even joined a Durlotman army despite being a Suo. Now, Light stood beside Riley and whispered, you haven't aged a bit, Riley. And you don't seem surprised that I never age either. Are you a Devas? Riley had been silent until then, hurriedly defending himself. I didn't mean to. It's the unspoken rule between Suo and Devas in the mortal world, never reveal identities. They held no further grudges. Light left with a promise to meet in the alley next time. Riley sat there, dazed for a moment. That alley was the link between the divine and demon realms, a meeting point between worlds where they crossed into each other's domains. The last time they met there, the divine-demon war erupted. Light had thrust his sword at Riley without mercy. Afterward, Riley sealed himself away in the divine realm, never returning to the alley or the human world again. At the meeting point, Light apologized for attacking Riley back then. He had no choice, but he would never have killed Riley. He called the war utterly senseless and revealed that the suicide knew Adeline was a Delord. Riley grew worried at this misunderstanding. If so, Adeline would become their prime target, placing her in grave danger. Light explained that after the war, the Tree of Life had refused to birth a new leader for them. However, Filbert, a Suo currently seizing power, was aggressively pushing for war upon learning the Devas were hiding in the Shadowlands. Light urged Riley to flee, but he refused. Just then, Light spotted Ray and Aster nearby. He bid farewell, see you someday. I hope by then, you'll be smiling. Goodbye. Riley slumped onto a step and sobbed until Ray and Aster found him, asking the reason. Riley forced a smile, fabricating that he'd been overwhelmed with emotion from healing a wretched soul. On the way back, Ray comforted Riley not to be sad, he'd build him a clinic. Hearing this, Riley burst into tears again, inwardly rejoicing. Fabian, can you hear? Your successor is a good man, just like you. At the Shadow Castle, Adeline stared at her teacup so long that Catherine anxiously asked if she had troubles weighing on her. Adeline set the cup down slowly. Everything so far has been ending a few Suo and one Devas, but soon I'll have to slaughter humans too. Killing my own kind will haunt my sleep forever. The man entering then spoke from the doorway. Then leave it to me, Adeline. I'll kill anyone who stands in your way, no matter who, and I'll never hinder you again. It was Wakon's remorseful vow. Adeline covered her mouth, laughing at Wakon's contrition over such a trivial past matter. You don't need to sacrifice yourself for me. Riley suddenly paled, recalling Light's news that the Suo mistook Adeline for a Delord. Ray and Aster jolted in shock. Adeline calmly confirmed she'd known and wouldn't correct the misconception. Riley cried out in horror that she must deny it. Ray broke into a cold sweat, anguished by her recklessness. Adeline replied evenly, exactly right, Ray. Once they discover a living Delord, they'll slaughter anyone suspicious, without mercy. Ray grumbled miserably, how pathetic do you plan to make me look? I'm not so weak that you need to shield me. Adeline insisted it wasn't about weakness. If he died, it would spell the end for the divine realm. He had to survive. Ray shifted from worry to fury and helplessness, storming off. I'll announce to the Empire that I'm the Delord. If they know one survives, revealing myself changes nothing. Adeline shouted, Ray. But her stubborn husband matched her own. Their quarrel terrified the others. Adeline argued fiercely with Ray but couldn't sway him. Enraged, she yelled, yes, use me as a weapon, that's why you married me, isn't it? Ray halted, staring at her with anger and heartbreak, then strode from the room as Adeline screamed after him. Adeline turned to Riley, and Wakon, why didn't you stop your leader to protect him? Aster replied, you went too far, Adeline. We'd do anything to protect the captain. And anything to protect you, Adeline. Adeline's heart skipped. Her fire vanished as they added, don't you realize? You're as vital to us as our commander. Tears fell amid their concern. Aster comforted her, but Adeline fretted, we must find a new tree of life, restore the divine realm. We have to ensure Ray has somewhere to return to. She bowed her head, weeping. Wakon smiled, the place he returns to is by your side, Adeline. They smiled, answering her question of where they'd go if they failed. Bruno said their place was with Ray to the end. Riley added, if he chooses you over the divine realm, so do we. Ray stormed into his study, facing his cabinet of cold mana stones. The cat nearby queried, planning suicide, Ray? What about Adeline and the other Devas? Ray snapped gruffly, none of your business. The cat licked its paw leisurely, what's got you so worked up, Hyrayth? You know Adeline's right. She's not just stronger than you, she'll never fall to the Suo. Ray glared, you don't know that? Glancing aside, he saw Juliana, the girl from his sweet dream, perched, gazing at him. His heart clenched as he snarled at Duva, why are you so cruel? Duva replied indifferently, what do you mean, Hyrayth? I've done nothing. You all see what you desire most from me. And I can show you your deepest wish isn't the tree of life or the divine realm's resurrection. Ray asked suspiciously, I thought you stopped illusions after accepting Adeline as master. The cat answered, true. Maybe Adeline wishes anyone, would stop you. As predicted, I'm her last hope. Damn, this wretched cat shouldn't keep a third wheel around. It showed Ray his daughter's beaming smile, overwhelming him until he turned away. Duva reminded him of its prior advice to heed his wife, but Ray evaded, I can't stand by while she's in danger, especially to protect me. The cat philosophized, you're doing the same, risking yourself for her. Julia sat on the windowsill, her mother's violet eyes doubtful and expectant. Ray froze as the cat finished, why court death? Trust her, and you could live far longer with Adeline. Ray doubted Duva, and if she dies because of me? The cat's eyes flashed coldly, you must make the wisest choice, Adeline-Hyrayth. The future brightens only if the leader chooses sagely. That's all I can say. Ray stared, pondering gravely, as it smirked and vanished from the window. Ray stood dazed. He knew she was strong, but this unease defied explanation, like he'd lost her before. Adeline rushed in then, tears glistening, calling his name and embracing him, Ray, I searched everywhere, I feared you'd gone to the Empire. Ray held her tightly, vowing silently to protect her henceforth, though he felt powerless to do so. He cupped her face tenderly, I'm sorry. I trust you, do whatever you deem necessary. That night, Adeline stood forlornly on the balcony, talking with Duva. She worried Ray had gone out, perhaps to the Empire. The wise cat spoke, you went too far today, Adeline. You should consider his feelings. Hearing the one you love say you must survive at the cost of their sacrifice isn't easy for anyone, including you. Adeline stubbornly defended herself, but Duva suddenly lunged and bit her hand, startling her. The cat turned away coldly, I know you're at your wit's end, Adeline, but you must remember you're doing this for a happy ending. That won't happen if you keep trampling on Ray's emotions. You don't need to prove your worth. Duva turned back, serious, meeting Adeline's gaze. Stunned, she realized her obsession with proving her value to Ray stemmed from escaping her past life's death. Determined to make her husband happy henceforth, the next day Adeline donned her cutest pink dress, tied her hair prettily, and coaxed Ray for a stroll. He blinked in confusion, what? Ray, sweating nervously, was busy working with AS. Aster noted she looked different, but Adeline denied it, her sparkling eyes cajoling Ray, so, shall we go? Out of options, Ray paused his meeting with AS. They actually went out, Aster scratching his head helplessly as they walked off chatting. Adeline suggested climbing a nearby mountain. Ray pointed out her dress wasn't ideal, but she teased, anything tough is for my husband to handle. Ray felt a chill, sensing something ominous, especially as Adeline playfully acted fragile, shrieking at a bug. Hand in hand, they climbed, I didn't think we'd get this high. I'm scared, Ray, she said. The truly frightened one was Ray, silent until now. Finally, he asked, are you okay? Why are you acting so strange? His wife glared, what's that supposed to mean? Ray pressed, what's making you act like you need my protection? You're not scared, Adeline. If I pushed you off this cliff, you wouldn't even get hurt. Adeline blushed, snapping, I can be scared like anyone else. Ray grinned, amused, how foolish do you think I am? You're unbelievably adorable. Adeline huffed, turning away, I've been playing dumb for hours. He pulled her close, caressing her face, you don't need to restore my pride. Knowing I can't protect you is torment. Sometimes I wish I'd never dragged you into this mess. But if I could go back to when we first met, I'd still fall for you. I'd ask you to stay with me despite knowing the outcome. Pathetic, isn't it? She pulled him down, whispering against his lips, not at all. That's exactly how I felt then. Even if you thought you didn't love me, or believed you'd killed me, I'd love you again in the end. They kissed passionately as dusk cloaked the forest. Ray gently tugged the ribbon at her back. She yelped, we're outside. He replied simply, I know. This dress is harder to remove than your usual ones. Push me away if you want, you're stronger than me. Adeline squealed, Ray, then quietly relished her reward for dressing so beautifully. If Ray didn't outmatch her in magic, he certainly did in physical strength. After a while, they dressed haphazardly, sitting up sheepishly. Adeline blushed, I recall we were having a serious talk. Ray wiped his brow, you were too cute, I couldn't help myself. Adeline muttered shy excuses. Suddenly serious, Ray promised to follow her lead without interference but begged to know her plans beforehand. After sharing their deepest emotions, Ray confided, "I have a wish." "I know, restoring the divine realm," she guessed. He shook his head, "to tear down every tree here. I want our daughter to go out whenever she pleases and bring home as many friends as she likes." Adeline started, "You don't plan to return to the divine realm?" Ray said he'd only go if she came along. Stunned, she replied, "You know I can't go there." "Then I'll stay here with you." "But you're their leader." "But I'm also your husband, Adeline-Hyrayth. My home is by your side. If I must be protected by you to achieve my dream, I accept it." He leaned close, whispering, "I can't fulfill my dream without you, so please, don't take reckless risks." Speechless, Adeline listened as he continued, "Our daughter will have my dark hair and your violet eyes. We'll name her Juliana. When I call Julie, she'll turn and beam like the sun. When I pretend her smile blinds me, she'll laugh and run into my arms." Back at the mansion, Adeline's face still flushed with joy, smiling to herself as she recalled the beautiful vision Ray described. Standing by the window, lost in daydreams, Aster brought in a knight, Karos. Karos Trajav, Knight of Maher, once known as the Hell Thief on the battlefield. Adeline met with Karos privately. Sensing his fear, she set down her teacup and said, "I mean you no harm. I only want to ask, is a knight's life better for you than that of a prince?" Karos stammered, feigning ignorance, but Adeline called him by his true name, Kenneth Lafan, son of Kaylee Lafan, someone who knows the royal court well. Kenneth eyed the woman before him warily. Despite her lower rank, her demeanor was no subordinates, casually addressing the former empress by name. He denied it, but Adeline only sought information about someone in the royal court, her maid's brother, whom she suspected was imprisoned in the palace dungeon. Kenneth, shocked and angered, hadn't known the court was a place of captivity. Adeline revealed to the prince, rarely in his own domain, that Marquis Philverden was secretly orchestrating such acts, stunning Kenneth further. But he only feigned surprise, he knew. Adeline exposed why he'd fled the palace and taken a new name in a distant land. Kenneth bowed his head, admitting it. He recounted that at 5 years old, he fell into a lake, his heart stopping. He awoke, but afterward, his sister, 10 years his senior, changed. Before, she resembled their mother perfectly, but after he faced death, he no longer recognized her. Later, Filbert moved into the palace, to young Kenneth's delight, eager for swordsmanship lessons. One day, he overheard his mother speaking oddly with Filbert in his private chambers. "What about you? Haven't you changed too? Why am I the only one returning?" Filbert waved it off, "Because all you do here is sit pretty and torment humans when bored. Why bother with something so meaningless? What now, you plan to stay and perform another transformation?" Kenneth's eyes widened, terrified, realizing this wasn't his mother. The Empress continued, "Of course. Why else would I raise Sorrenti to maturity? She's fully grown now, I'll likely perform the transformation next month." Filbert laughed, "Right, I nearly forgot. I'll deal with the boy once you shift to her. He's still your flesh and blood, don't you feel any affection?" Kaylee pouted innocently, "I may have birthed him, but he's just a human. Why should I care for such a pathetic creature?" Kenneth realized they weren't human. The true terror wasn't his sister but his mother, though he didn't fully grasp their words. A month later, his sister died, or so people thought, believing it was his mother. His mother became empress in his sister's form, Sorrenti. To avoid being the next target, Kenneth changed his name and fled. Adeline persuaded Kenneth to reveal the dungeon's location in the palace, though he feared confronting non-human entities. Adeline tossed a blazing flame from her hand. Kenneth flinched but was shocked it didn't burn. She smiled, saying the beings he feared were Susmantra incarnations, and he could fight them. This convinced Karos to join her side. At the training grounds lounge, Raphael and Karos rested and chatted. Karos shared everything, curious about the magic Raphael had learned. Raphael proudly conjured a flame in his hand. Karos touched it, intrigued, but yelped it was real fire, burning him. He wondered why Adeline's flame wasn't hot. Adeline sat pensively, debating whether to decisively confront and kill the Empress, knowing it would plunge the kingdom into chaos. Plus, Filbert was likely already heading to the frozen lands. As she strategized, Ray, Riley, A.S., and Wacken entered. Adeline shared her plan to infiltrate the imperial castle. Amid their stunned expressions, she explained she had a plan and a palace map from Keros, who was actually. Aster interrupted, you mean to make Keros emperor? Adeline faltered. Continuing this way, she couldn't keep fabricating stories about things she knew, like Filbert imprisoning Keros. They'd discover Hela was the true prophet. Seeing the trusting faces of these men, especially her husband, Adeline couldn't bear to lie further. Confessing was viable. Summoning her courage, she said, I've hidden something for a long time. I'm not the prophet, Hela is. The shocking revelation didn't faze the men. They stared silently, indifferent, and puzzled. Aster crossed his arms, who you are doesn't matter. You're the commander's wife, and we're duty-bound to protect you. What else troubles you? Wacken agreed. Riley stayed kindly silent. But Wacken suddenly turned on As, she's had to win you over because you're always cold to her. The two clowns launched into a heated argument until Riley sided with Wacken, accusing Aster of aloofness, as if he didn't trust Adeline. Aster threw up his hands, protesting it was the captain's fault, he feared Adeline would fall for him, look how handsome I am. My perfection and warmth might make her love me instead of Ray. Riley and Wacken recoiled, horrified, wanting to flee Aaz's absurd tale. Adeline laughed, thanking their care, and shared her attack plan for the next week, it's like this, and like this. At the royal court, not everyone was a fool. Filbert stood on the balcony, gazing at the night in the courtyard below, his distinctive iPhone 17 orange hair marking him as Zenga Swinst, commander of the Royal Army's 2nd Unit. Kaylee approached with a bright smile. Still worrying, Filbert? Filbert bowed respectfully. Kaylee chirped, I love meeting you in front of everyone like this, it forces you to act deferential. What's got you so anxious? My warriors are strong, aren't they? Filbert thought wearily, if I'd known this lazy idiot would take the throne, I'd have crowned myself. Holding his head in frustration, he warned her not to burn down the palace while he was gone. His eyes turned serious, I need to retrieve a certain woman, a mage. In a dank, dark cell, the orange-haired knight lay waiting as Filbert had instructed, expecting someone to come for him. He waited endlessly, vaguely recalling being in this place before, perhaps before he gained his current power. After a long wait, a blinding beam of light appeared. He sat up, startled, as a figure emerged from the radiance. A woman's voice spoke, so you're here, Zerman. I'm Adeline-Hyrayth. I've come to take you back to Hela. Zerman's eyes welled up, instantly remembering his little sister. But fear gripped him when Adeline said she'd take him back. She placed a hand on him, casting a mind-suppressing spell, your job is to close your eyes and sleep. He understood Filbert's warning, if someone came for him, to obey meant Hela would face greater danger. Adeline's original plan, based on Keros's map of the palace dungeon, was for Ray's brothers to split up and teleport to different locations, wary of magical beasts. Adeline found Zerman quickly, but Adavas encountered something far less pleasant. Wacken stared in terror at a three-headed Cerberus, its fangs dripping with saliva, golden eyes lunging toward him. In his moment of despair, the cat appeared, swallowing the filthy beast whole. It vanished completely, leaving Wacken stunned. Duva whined, she's so cruel. Why'd she leave me alone? Wacken asked where the Cerberus went. Duva replied, it's in my belly, happily chewing a bone or something. Wacken let out an "oh," looking around to see nothing but ordinary bookshelves where the beast had been. He and the cat returned. Adeline and her companions observed the sleeping Zerman before leaving with Ray. She remarked, rescuing Zerman went a bit too smoothly. In the room, Zerman awoke, his eyes glowing red, muttering, damn it. Even as an incarnation, I'm too strong to have my soul knocked unconscious by her spell. No wonder Filbert warned me to stay sharp. Zerman's soul had been replaced by Vebro, a war demon hailed as a hero in the demon realm for shattering Fabian's wings and taking his head. He grinned wickedly, this'll be fun. In her bedroom, Hela woke in terror from a dream of her brother with cold, red eyes, holding a dagger poised to stab her, or someone. She meant to tell Adeline immediately, but Adeline arrived, saying she'd take Hela to see him, not wanting them separated any longer. Seeing the face from her dream sleeping peacefully, Hela told Adeline she'd return to her room. Once her door closed, she broke down in agony, sobbing, my brother, he's with them. He'll kill, my lady. Adeline replied quietly, I know. In their bedroom, Ray sat silently by a chair, unable to sleep, reading books while Adeline slumbered. He feared the relentless nightmares that plagued him when sleeping beside her, lately growing more terrifying, uncontrollable. In them, he lost everyone, including Adeline, descending into madness, slaughtering every Suo he met and any human who stood in his way. Ray leaned back, sighed, and stood to take a walk. At the forest's edge, an intruder breached the Shadowlands. A pink-haired girl crashed to the ground, panting and muttering, "Damn it, what cursed place is this? No wonder they couldn't find it. At least I've escaped and survived this long. Maybe it's time to give up." A sword, imbued with potent magic, pressed against her hand. She activated her magic but couldn't overpower Ray. Kneeling obediently, she heard him ask, "You know magic?" Without a trace of humility, the girl faced Ray like a feral cat, and he said coldly, "I have no intention of helping you either, but perhaps I should ask my wife's permission before I eliminate you. For now, sleep, you insolent brat." He raised his hand and lightly pressed a mind suppression on her. She collapsed instantly, managing only a muttered curse, "You filthy coward." The next morning, Hela came to visit Zerman. He embraced her with a look of pity. They exchanged a few casual greetings instead of the tearful reunion one might expect after years apart. Hela said she'd take him to the dining hall. As she reached the door, tears streamed down her face at the thought of the man she called brother, yet who was something entirely different. She no longer understood what Adeline was thinking. In another room, Riley was treating the young girl from the night before. Her wounds were, of course, inflicted by her pursuers, serious, but thanks to the magic wrapped around her crushed heart, she was stable. Wacken asked curiously, "How the hell did she get here?" "A heart sealed in magic means she's no Suo." Riley shrugged, he could only heal the internal injuries, the external ones would have to heal on their own. Like a wild cat, the girl woke up, eyes wide, screaming, "Don't touch me." She unleashed a burst of powerful magic, but it was instantly suppressed. She curled up in terror, unable to cast. Simply because Adeline and Ray had arrived. To Ray's surprise, Adeline used her own magic to dominate the girl with overwhelming force. Seeing Adeline, the girl cried out in relief, "Please. You have to help me, don't hand me over to these guys." She calmed down once she realized Adeline was on the same side as everyone else in the room. The girl sat still while Riley finished treating her. Wacken asked about her origins and learned she was a top-tier mage from the Magic Tower, though her magic wouldn't work here. When Wacken pressed for more details, the girl snapped like a rabid cat, then turned and thanked Riley profusely, and even called him beautiful. Riley replied that he appreciated the compliment, but first of all, he was a man. The girl wailed in pain, "Why are there so many men in this place?" Actually, she hadn't met them all yet. The girl explained she was hunted by the Suo because her mother was an incarnate and her father a mage, giving her power greater even than an incarnate's. She was to be taken to the temple. Life there was horrific, so she fled, but couldn't escape completely. She learned magic in combat, killed her own mother, the incarnate, escaped to the Magic Tower, thought she was safe, only for Filbert to come and drag her back. Using everything she'd learned, she fled again and ended up here. She bowed deeply, begging to stay and learn divine magic. Ray asked what for. She answered, "To kill Filbert." He folded his arms, "Your magic is barely enough for that task." She clenched her fists, "I don't want to use demon-like magic. And it's not just Filbert, I want to destroy every last piece of trash like him." Meanwhile, Vebro was prowling the castle, assessing the Deva's strength. He realized even the knights here were formidable, sword mages, every one, and the Devas themselves were overwhelmingly powerful while he was merely an incarnate. He grew impatient, planning to kill Devas Delord tonight. A crimson sword materialized in his hand as he crept toward Adeline's bedroom, intending to assassinate her and frame someone else, making escape easier than facing a dozen elite Devas head-on. In Adeline's room, Hela anxiously asked if Zerman would truly come to kill her. Adeline confirmed it. Indeed, as the demon raised his short sword to strike, he hit an unyielding diamond-like barrier. Ray threw off the blankets, glaring at him. Vebro instantly recognized Duke Venzak as the Devas Delord, but it was too late. Ray smirked and attacked. Zerman's heart was crushed in agony. Vebro roared, "Even if you destroy this incarnation, it only sends me back to the demon realm. You think your pathetic power can defeat us?" Ray sneered, "Guess I'll have to try." Moments later, he stepped out and told Hela, "You can go in now." He added, "I'm sorry, Hela. I preserved his body, but his soul." If a demon leaves within a few years, the host's consciousness might return, but Zerman had been possessed too long. Hela placed a hand on Zerman's tranquil forehead, pleading for him to wake, torn by indecision. Memories of their peaceful childhood flooded her mind. A month later, Wacken stood on the training platform, enthusiastically declaring they'd head to the frozen lands. The elite troops cheered. Ray stood beside his wife, his expression unyielding, while the pink-haired girl, Doris, grew friendly with Adeline, sparking Ray's jealousy. Yet Doris learned divine magic at a remarkable pace. Riley was set to have his temple for healing the people and would return before the group departed for the frozen lands. Aster approached, excitedly sharing the news. Doris insisted on joining, but was swiftly denied. She bickered loudly with AS, shattering his suave, warm image. Ray advised her that the frozen lands lacked the protective barrier here, and Adeline noted her divine magic was too weak. But Doris, brimming with determination, vowed not to fail. That night, Ray stood somberly, haunted by a dream where he plunged a sword into Adeline in despair. Her gaze pierced him with unbearable pain, keeping him from sleep. Lost in thought, he noticed Hela nearby and asked if she was worried about Zerman. After some small talk, Hela got to the point. She said that in the frozen lands, she'd had dreams entirely unlike reality, as if from another world. Her description stunned Ray. Hela asked if he slept beside Adeline every night, suspecting that proximity to her triggered those dreams. Ray bowed his head, admitting he experienced the same, though far worse since he slept with Adeline daily. He confessed to dreaming of killing Hela, who accepted it joyfully. Hela noted that Elder Elda often slept near Adeline at the Rotlin house but never had such dreams. Her theory was that only leaders experienced these visions and needed to make the right choices. That same night, Adeline dreamed too. She plucked a vibrant green apple, the hue of Deva's eyes, and ate it delightfully. A voice spoke, "It's been a while since you dreamed, Adeline. Ensure you don't fail, I'll help you." In the form of Duvabella, a smiling child bent to kiss Adeline's forehead and vanished. That night, the Demon King awoke. Adeline's eyes opened, glowing ruby-red. Duva, in the form of a red-haired boy, arrived in a frigid, snowy expanse, the frozen lands. A wine-red scaled dragon crawled near, rasping, "You've chosen an intriguing form, Duvabella." Duva asked if it could shrink, as its recent quaking of mountains was terrifying humans. The dragon questioned why Duva came, now transformed into a strikingly handsome red-haired youth. Duva explained that Adeline would arrive next month to find the Devas, urging the dragon to release them, they'd been imprisoned long enough. The dragon asked if Duva's choice of a once-failed child as master was worthy. Duva replied that its first master was the true failure. The dragon and cat bickered over Adeline, and when it came to freeing the Devas, the dragon refused, bound by its master's will. It mocked Duva for casually taking another master while it loyally served its own. In the cave, the dragon glanced at a nearby frozen stone, purple hues spreading across it, and said, "The Demon King has awakened." Duva paled, largely out of fear for Adeline. The dragon, anxious about another failed plan, turned away. "I won't release the Devas, Duvabella." Duva shouted, "Adeline is a victim." Reverting to its primal form, the dragon took flight, adding, "I pity that child, but I've no power to change it. The mortal world may soon perish. I wonder if time will reverse again. I hope not, it's exhausting." At the burgeoning empire, Lillian had made significant progress, accelerated by Doris's fearsome talent. Aster observed, "She's terrifyingly gifted, though a bit crude." Even when he stood nearby, praising her, Doris would snap at him, occasionally calling the suave, golden-haired Aster a mop-headed idiot. A.S., losing his elegance, bickered back. Riley arrived, inviting Doris shopping, saying he'd buy her cute clothes. She blushed shyly. They strolled through the city, rebuilt from ruins into a thriving hub with restaurants, homes, and a central temple. Everything seemed perfect, but at Filbert's castle, he jolted awake, not from a nightmare, but because Adeline entered his room. "Long time no see, Filbert." A sharp man like Filbert, seeing Adeline's radiant pink eyes and commanding aura, instantly recognized his master, bowing reverently, eyes teary. Adeline recounted how she found a complete body by entering a fetus after burning the tree of life, leaving only her soul. The Demon King spoke of being trapped, with Adeline's soul as the snare, still present within. The Demon King noted Adeline wielded an immense, unknown power. When the Demon King entered her body, she fell silent, allowing the Demon King to awaken decades later in her past life. Each attempt to kill the Derlotman was thwarted by a binding force. Adeline was far stronger than the Demon King had gauged. Filbert wondered why the Demon King couldn't stop Adeline from killing Suo, or if her soul surpassed even the Demon King. As a loyal servant, he only bowed in obedience. Adeline stood dazed at the forest's edge, wondering how she got there. She'd been in her bedroom, with just a slight headache. A memory surged, Adeline begging Ray to stab her heart, to kill her. Under the moonlight, Ray, horrified, asked, "Did you know it would end like this?" Adeline, smiling through tears, said, "Because I love you. Call my name. I love how you look at me. I love that you'll mourn my death." She grabbed a dagger to end herself, but Ray, shouting, knocked it away, saying he couldn't kill her. So she threw herself onto his holy sword in his despair. That was the true story of her past life's death, a fragment Adeline couldn't comprehend. Shaken, clutching her head, tears streamed as she regretted blaming Ray all this time. She realized she was the Demon King, obstructing the Devas and revealing to the Suo how to infiltrate their lands. That was why she had to end herself. Frantically, Adeline cast spells to destroy herself but couldn't. She collapsed, helpless. Then, an illusion of Ray with a sword appeared. A flash of light teleported Adeline away. A faceless figure signaled Duva to watch silently and do nothing more. Duva stared as the light faded, unsure what would happen but certain Adeline wouldn't return soon. It whispered, "Be careful, Hyrayth. You'll have to learn to live without her." At the royal castle, the Suo convened an urgent meeting upon learning the Demon King had awakened. Kaylee even questioned how they could trust Filbert wasn't lying, pointing out that only a fool would assume the throne after the war as she had. They were stunned to learn Adeline wasn't a Delord but their master, residing in the Shadow Castle. Filbert admitted his mistake, Hyrayth Venzak was the true Delord. Light and the others shared his doubts, driving Filbert to frustration. Sighing, he patiently outlined the Demon King's plan. Gleaned from Adeline's body, the Devas were building a new city and a human army. They needed to destroy it discreetly before the Devas' plan succeeded, as the Demon King demanded. Filbert planned a surprise attack for the next morning. "I'm sure the Demon King will be pleased when I'm lying half dead after fighting them alone. If any of you wish to join, gather here tonight." That evening, in the newly built city, Doris stood alone, admiring the feminine, frilly clothes Riley had bought her. She mused, "These pretty things seem ridiculous, don't they? But I bet they'd look nice." Holding a dress, she blushed, used to wearing men's clothes for combat or tattered mage robes, she'd never imagined wearing something like this. As Doris tried on the dress, half dressed in its delicate layers, a burst of magic exploded. Boom! She raised her hand to block it. Riley and Aster rushed in, staring at her flimsy attire. Aster asked worriedly, "Foulmouth, you okay?" After cursing him, Doris deflected a massive boulder hurtling toward her, the previous one having shattered her room's wall. Before she could counter, Aster leaped forward, sword drawn, shielding her and deflecting the boulder. To Doris's shock, a stranger appeared in the broken wall, his voice cold, "Didn't expect a Devas this strong." It was Aroa, a Suo from Filbert's meeting, skeptical of his rapid attack plan. Aster recognized him, and Aroa instantly knew Aster. Grinning, he called down, "Hey, Filbert, Aster and Doris are together." Filbert replied, "Aster? He's still alive? I thought the Delord would be here, but apparently not." The belligerent Suo below threatened to kill Doris for her escapes, especially now that she had a knight protecting her. Doris screamed, "You crazed bastard." Aster assessed the swarm of demons poised to attack, with only him and the novice Doris to fight, her skills still raw. Meanwhile, Hela, struck by a prophetic dream, raced to Ray's study, shouting, "Aster, Riley. The new city, it's under attack." Aster, Riley, and Doris fought desperately but were outmatched. Doris quickly depleted her newly learned divine magic. As she prepared to unleash her powerful innate magic, Aster lunged in front of her, blocking an attack and yelling, "Run." Doris watched in horror as he took a devastating blow. Ray appeared, lifting Doris with one arm, soothing, "You did well, Doris." Riley, only able to defend himself, stood helpless. Just as despair set in, Light appeared, shielding him with a barrier against a fierce attack. "Get out of here, Riley," Light urged. "Why save me, Light?" Light smiled, "I told you, I don't want war anymore. Go, please." Wacken pulled Riley back, and they all escaped to the Shadow Castle. Filbert, slightly annoyed but satisfied with destroying Venzak's new city, planned to head to the Frozen Lands next, rallying holy knights to capture hiding mages. Determined, he vowed to kill the Durlotman next. Having rescued Aster, Ray stood grieving by his bedside. Nearly a month since Aster was frozen, Doris wept remorsefully beside him. Riley, unable to thaw the ice, was despondent. Ray stood rooted, lost, thinking, this hurts so much. If only I could share this with Adeline, but even she's gone. With Adeline and the cat missing, he felt adrift. Hela entered, saying it was time to head to the Frozen Lands. A month after Adeline's disappearance, it was time to enact the plan. Ray asked hesitantly if Adeline could be found there. Hela replied, yes, if my prophecy is true. In some dark place, Adeline's eyes were closed, thinking, I want to know how it ends, to see Ray move forward after my life ends. In her dream, she sat crumpled on the ground, clinging to herself, devoid of hope. She pounded an invisible wall, but Ray couldn't hear her. Tears streamed as she realized in her past life, Ray knew she was the Demon King before she did. Despite her causing everyone's deaths, he couldn't kill her. She had chosen to impale herself on his holy sword. Stunned, Adeline saw a vision, her blood turned golden, and Ray rose, eyes icy, slaughtering everything in his path. Ray turned brutal, creating a catastrophe beyond her imagination. Unable to bear it, she begged Duva to release her from its belly. Nearby, the Demon King leaned casually against a wall, musing, so this is what happens after I die. The Delord's formidable, how does he wield such power without their tree of life? Feeling Adeline's emotions merging with hers, the Demon King cursed. A dark-haired girl clung to her leg, impossible to shake off. In the Shadow Castle's garden, Hela speculated Adeline was inside Duva's belly, blocking her prophecies. As she thought this, Duva returned. Hela asked where Adeline was, and Adeline emerged, her face like she'd lived 10 lifetimes. She asked for Ray. Hela said he'd been in the Frozen Lands for 4 days. As Adeline moved to follow, Hela mentioned Aster's frozen state. Seeing Aster lifeless, Adeline recalled Ray's quest for the Demon Realm's gate, clearing 3/4 of the continent's humans and demons, only to die in agony, crying her name in his final moments. Adeline raised her hand, casting a never-before-seen emerald green healing spell over Aster. Meanwhile, in the Frozen Lands, Ray stood observing, praising Doris for making it this far. She admitted she hadn't been treated so kindly since her father's death, especially after Aster was frozen because of her. Doris admired Ray's ability to teleport their entire group, but he replied he was exhausted from it, feeling pathetic. Yet Doris praised him with utmost sincerity, vowing to fight on the front lines and urging him not to protect her. Ray smiled, casting a search spell in hopes of finding the Devas and seeing Adeline one last time. On a large boulder, only a few Suo stood, many others absent due to apathy. Below, Ray's elite army faced them. Though the Suo were fewer, they had the Demon King, who possessed Adeline's body. Kaylee gleefully noted, they're here. 2 peculiar Suo, one with blue hair, another platinum, watched intently, eager to destroy the Devas Delord without their master's intervention. At the Shadow Castle, Adeline healed Aster, who awoke and listened to her instructions. She explained that Ray and the others were in the Frozen Lands, and Aster had a special task. First, he needed to know she was the Demon King, and at the right moment, he must kill her. Aster showed no shock, only asking, why? Adeline recounted everything. If he killed her when she failed to end herself, the Demon King would die too. She shared her past life. For 25 years, I lived in the Shadowlands without you. The Demon King, Camellia, awoke secretly, leaking information to the Suo. When you were killed by them, I realized I was the Demon King who caused your death. AAS, ever optimistic, said, forget who you were before. It doesn't matter. Camellia couldn't possess you, you stopped it. Adeline trembled, the Demon King is awakening faster than last time, AAS. Soon, the past will repeat. After I die, Ray will go mad, slaughtering every living thing. Aster grew uneasy but agreed when Adeline insisted Ray mustn't know. She planned to conjure a blizzard after freeing the Devas, giving her a chance to vanish. Aster gripped her shoulders, reassuring her, not because I fear the commander's wrath, but because I care for you as you do for Ray. Desperate, Adeline said he was the only one she could trust. Aster bowed his head, agreeing, fine, I'll kill you. On the battlefield, Filbert fought Ray's elite forces alone, initially confident. But when Doris soared, using divine magic to incinerate several Suo with green flames, the tide shifted. Some cried, "Water! We need water!" Kaylee smirked, turning away, only to dodge a sword strike aimed at her shoulder. It was Ray, landing with blazing eyes, attacking relentlessly. Kaylee, struck, gritted her teeth in pain, roaring, "I'll kill you." Adeline and Aster arrived via teleportation. She frantically searched for the devas in the ice but found nothing. Aster looked at her with pity, a mere human risking everything for them. Suddenly, Adeline stood, her hand poised to strike, a radiant aura startling As. She demanded, "Who are you?" As, confused, thought she was addressing him until he saw a glowing red eye in the sky, a dragon's eye. The dragon materialized as a red-haired youth, asking, "Why seek me?" Adeline ordered him to release the devas. The dragon insisted it wasn't time, per its master's will. Adeline demanded who decided that, furious, shouting she only wanted a normal, happy life, wasn't that unfair? As, silent, turned away, heartbroken for her. The dragon, unsure how to handle this girl, recalled its master's order to free the devas at the right moment. It hadn't seen that moment yet, even as Ray and his allies battled demons. Yet the naive human struggle to live their fleeting lives captivated it. Adeline's pleading, pitiful expression convinced the dragon why it loved humans. It was filled with compassion and love for this young woman. Bowing, the dragon smiled, "Please accept my apology, master." The ground blazed with light, the ice vanishing instantly, revealing vibrant flora. Aster and Adeline stared, awestruck. On a tree, orbs containing 25 sleeping devas glowed. The dragon's voice echoed, "Adeline-Hyrayth, there are 25. It vanished, having chosen the right moment. Adeline tasked Aster with waking them and finding others. In another corner of the frozen lands, the battle raged fiercely amidst the unyielding ice. Wacken was faltering under Kaylee's relentless assault, her bloodthirsty eyes gleaming. Exhausted from resisting, Wacken was saved when Ray intervened, blocking Kaylee with a single strike. Kaylee stared at Ray with intrigue. This was Duke Venzak, the man she sought to claim. But not every good man was hers to take. Ray lunged, seizing her throat and lifting her into the air. With a crack, she screamed in pain and collapsed. Before Ray could finish her, Riley was bound high above. Ray leaped to save him, instantly becoming the Suo's target. Shielding Riley from a blow, Ray shouted for him to heal Wacken while he fought on, gritting his teeth, "At least until I see Adeline again, I can't die." Filbert, meanwhile, overpowered Doris, lifting her by the throat. The grim scene delighted him. Wacken was gravely injured, Riley too drained to heal, and Ray, their commander, was barely holding on. Filbert declared he'd kill Ray now. Doris cried out in terror, "No, don't." Suddenly, Filbert grunted in pain as a dagger pierced his arm, Avid's desperate effort. Karos and Raphael lay defeated on the ground. Doris saw no hope left. Then, a blizzard erupted. Filbert looked around. It was Camellia, her power radiating. She approached slowly. Filbert stared, awestruck, at the Demon King. But Camellia seized his throat, lifting him and freeing Doris. Ray, seeing his beloved silhouette, collapsed in relief. Camellia demanded Filbert end the war. It was over. Stunned, Filbert hesitated. Camellia wasn't joking. Within Adeline's subconscious, she'd seen a world ravaged by Ray's madness. "It's been 500 years since that war," she said. "We've had enough glory. It's time to stop." Filbert, eyeing Ray's motionless form, protested, "We're about to win." A surge of fury erupted from Camellia, her eyes blazing. "I am the Demon King. How dare a wretched fool like you defy me? If anything happens to Adeline or Ray, the demon realm will be obliterated. Obey me, idiots, the war is over. Return to the demon realm, all of you, now." Moments later, an eerie silence fell. Adeline awoke, bolting to find the others, ready to die. But she froze, stunned. Everyone was alive, though badly wounded. Her husband sat watching her. What mattered was they survived. Adeline pulled Aster aside, urging him to let her die here, so even in death, she could protect them. Aster lunged, shouting to stop her, but her immense power was unstoppable. With a short dagger, Adeline tried to plunge it into her chest. A red-haired woman nearby sighed, "What's she doing?" Seizing the moment, she amplified her magic, shattering nearby ice. As Adeline's spell weakened, Aster rushed to stop her, but it was too late, she lay still. The red-haired woman, now free, approached, scratching her head. Is Adeline with you? She explained she'd shot at Adeline's dagger, bending it, so it hadn't pierced her heart. Aza's eyes lit up. Rayleigh. Get Riley here. Riley, healing Adeline, watched her blood flow. They gasped as it turned shimmering gold. From where it soaked the ground, a tree sprouted, its golden leaves radiant, the tree of life. The red-haired woman approached Ray. Long time no see, Captain. You won't believe it, a tree of life just grew over there. Ray ignored her, kneeling beside Adeline as Riley, in tears, said despite his efforts, Adeline wouldn't wake. Her heartbeat was faint, she'd die soon without help. Ray sank beside her, gazing at her golden blood, clutching her in anguish, sobbing, Adeline, we finally reunited, why like this? The Devas, barely able to rejoice over the tree of life, were heartbroken seeing their captain weep so desperately. Riley tried healing again, noticing Adeline's heartbeat shift. Captain, no time to sit there. She's pregnant. Ray turned, incredulous. Pregnant? Then the child's gone. His doubled grief was eased by Riley. You don't understand, Adeline's not dead, she's in a coma. I don't know when she'll wake. Amid his sorrow, Ray, now a father, flushed, laughing through tears. He recalled a past moment, lounging with Adeline under a beautiful trellis. She'd asked the classic question, if Julie and I fell into the water, who'd you save first, Ray? He'd grinned, can't I save both? Now, resolve surged within him, I'll protect them both. Clarity struck, I understand the prophecy. Adeline Rotlin, who sees the truth, will guide me. Through her, this world is mine. Her eyes exposed the Suo, her blood reborn the tree of life, and with their child, he had everything. He finally addressed the woman behind him, Agnes, take the tree of life to the divine realm. Yes, Captain. Let's return to the Shadowlands. A month after the events, the child in Adeline's womb grew healthy, while Adeline lay still in a coma. Riley, after checking on mother and child, left the room. Ray sat by her bedside, gazing at his sleeping wife. He leaned down, kissed her forehead, and whispered, even holding your hand here, I miss you so much. I'll be back soon, Adeline. In his study, Ray summoned everyone, A.S., Wacken, Riley, Doris, and Bruno, ordering them to return to the divine realm. They stood in a line, hands on hips, and bluntly replied, no. You're defying your commander? Ray asked, eyebrow raised. Aster grinned, come on, this is my chance to be Uncle Aster. I'm staying until Julie's old and gray. Wacken chuckled, saying he'd teach the girl swordsmanship so she wouldn't take nonsense from anyone. Doris muttered, she probably won't need it. Bruno boasted about serving her delicious meals, while Riley asked, what if she gets sick? You'll regret sending me away. Ray's eyes welled up, thanking his friends. They vowed to stay by his side. In her dreamlike state, Adeline thought death felt oddly peaceful, drifting endlessly in darkness, unsure if she'd ever stop. Duva's voice broke through, appearing as a boy, time to wake up, Adeline. Duva, she asked. No, I'm Duva's original master, appearing in a form you know. The mysterious deity showed Adeline the world since her slumber. Camellia had settled in the demon realm, declaring the war over. In the human world, Kairos returned as emperor. Some Suo refused to accept the war's end, but Hyrayth had visited the palace, imposing simple agreements, more like ultimatums, welcomed by nobles. Zerman awoke, a reward for hellish devotion. Adeline and Duva's master surveyed the human world state. Adeline, moved, saw things were stable. The deity asked if she wanted to know about herself and why she'd been given a second chance. Adeline's smile faltered. He explained she was part of his plan. When the Creator divided the world into 3 realms, he sought balance, but even the Almighty could err. The Divine Demon War was that mistake. After it ended, the Demon King was punished, burned to a wandering soul. The Demon King's body could only be reborn if the Tree of Life was. One day, the Creator saw a pregnant woman and planted a seed of the tree within her child as a sacred blessing. When that child, Adeline, died, the tree would sprout from her resting place, to be returned to the angels. To connect the tree to the divine realm, the Creator sent Hyrayth a prophecy. But when Ray gave Adeline his surname, things went awry. They were meant to stay apart, waiting for Adeline's peaceful death, but Ray's love for her derailed the Creator's plan. The tree's aura drew Camellia, then a lost soul, to possess Adeline's fetus. Yet Adeline's soul was stronger, resisting Camellia's control, though Camellia made her first life miserable. Feeling guilty, the creator rewound a small stretch of time, giving Adeline a second chance, and gifted memories of the past to key figures who'd slept near her. The intricate, surprising events left even the omnipotent creator anxious until Adeline's blood hit the ground, seemingly dead, and the tree of life was reborn. Things were stable, and Adeline was glad. The creator apologized, offering two choices: become a devas, living forever with her loved ones, or return to her body to bear her child. Stunned, Adeline hadn't known she was pregnant. She chose the latter, blessed by the creator. She awoke, eyes opening to Ray, but too weak to speak. He faced away, so she lay still, pretending to sleep. Ray whispered that Maven cried today because of her. Aster and Doris were secretly dating. Zerman left the Shadowlands to live his life, and Hela, though sad, was cared for by Wacken. Riley would visit after healing at the temple. Agnes was visiting the human world, to be introduced later. He clasped her hand, saying he missed her. If only we could watch our child grow together. A tear fell onto her hand. Adeline's eyes brimmed with emotion. Ray shared parenting tips Bruno gave him for a rebellious child, his dreams radiant. Sobbing, Ray suddenly jolted Adeline. She sat up slowly. I want to hold our child's hand with you. Beaming, she added, I missed you so much, Ray. Ray embraced her tightly, a perfect ending. They informed their friends, and Hela, Maven, and Catherine's tears could have flooded the city. Wacken tried not to cry, to little avail. Aster grinned joyfully. Bruno admitted he missed Adeline, and Riley smiled warmly. Ray clung to her, glancing at Doris, who exclaimed, It's a miracle. Doris, watching Ray hover like a puppy, pondered life's meaning, then signaled for the side characters to leave. As the door closed, Adeline's eyes sparkled with joy. She touched her now prominent belly, sharing her two lives, each filled with love for Ray. He, ashamed of his past foolishness, knelt, vowing never to leave her. Adeline promised to stay with him and their child forever. I love you, Adeline, he declared. I love you too, she replied, sealing it with a kiss that felt eternal. Later, the story continued. Adeline, pregnant and craving orange ice cream, mentioned it while sipping tea. Bruno instantly teleported to fetch some. As Adeline headed to her room, Wacken casually asked As, you and Doris dating? Aster spat out his tea, eyes wide with embarrassment. Their dating was just Aster helping Doris with her leg injury, often supporting her. Ray teased, you call her just a friend? Now seasoned in decades of love, Ray played advisor. Aster clutched his teacup, knowing Doris's feelings from her expressions. But another face, old, weathered, tearfully calling him, haunted him. As, suddenly somber, excused himself, insisting nothing would happen with Doris. Ray watched him leave, recognizing that look after years. At a bar, Agnes rested her chin, admiring Adeline. A punch hit her head, and a shout rang out, why am I the only one banned from the human world? It was Brittany, a high-ranking devas, blonde and furious. Agnes, hands on hips, grumbled, Hyrayth is the Delord now, use his title. Brittany raged. She, Ray's sister, had cradled his forming soul, yet he married without telling her. Agnes sighed, curbing Brittany's childishness. As Ray's appointed ruler of the human world, she could manage anyone, even his sister. Brittany stomped off, vowing not to return. In the human world, Adeline, heavily pregnant, strolled in the garden. Seeing Doris moping, she inquired. Doris stared at Adeline's elegance, feeling inferior, wishing she could be like her to catch A's eye. Adeline shared love advice from her own experience, making Doris blush and ponder. Mid-conversation, Doris's instincts flared. She glanced at a bush, striking instantly. A magical net trapped a blonde girl, Brittany, screaming. Adeline told Doris to release her, she was a devas. Under Adeline and Doris's sharp gazes, Brittany was curious about a human who could see devas and Suo, wielding the Demon King's power. Adeline asked Brittany's name, threatening to kill her, making Brittany pale. She attacked, I knew you'd show your demonic face. But challenging a demon was Brittany's mistake. Adeline swiftly lifted and restrained her with powerful magic, then dropped her. Brittany screamed that Adeline lied and wouldn't let the Delord marry a demon king. Adeline smirked, too bad, I'm married and pregnant. Aster arrived, sternly eyeing Brittany, explaining Adeline wasn't the Demon King and Brittany deserved punishment for her rudeness. Brittany yelled that Adeline was the Demon King and Aster was mad for defending her just because she was pregnant. Aster coldly threatened to kill her, meaning send her back to the divine realm, if Adeline allowed. Adeline sighed, as long as she doesn't try to kill me. Brittany teleported away, ending the confrontation. Adeline left, leaving Aster and Doris. He bid her a brief goodbye. Doris called after him, avoiding his stunning blue eyes, "Have a nice day." Adeline returned home with Ray, their peaceful walk filling her with joy. But the calm felt dull, and she recalled Brittany's resentful eyes and youthful beauty, sparking worry. Ray opened the door, where Agnes waited. Wacken introduced Adeline to the Divine Realm's war goddess. Warily, Adeline greeted Agnes as Adeline-Hyrayth, delighting Ray, though it was just their temporary human surname. He hugged her in front of everyone, making her blush. Agnes thanked Adeline for reviving the Tree of Life with her blood. Adeline, flustered, snapped. Agnes offered to be her personal guard, noting neither Wacken nor As, nor both, could defeat her. Wacken fumed but couldn't attack a woman. Adeline asked why Devas visited the human world, specifically Brittany's reason. Her jealous probe startled Wacken and Agnes. "Are you okay, Adeline? Did she hurt you?" Adeline grinned, boasting she couldn't be easily defeated with the Demon King within her, poking fun at poor Camellia, now confined to the demon realm. Agnes worried about Brittany's disruption, but Adeline brushed it off, though Brittany's sad eyes lingered, glancing at her husband. That evening, Adeline maintained her sour expression. Ray stood patiently by her, oblivious. Behind a bush, Brittany fumed, watching Ray dote on a demon. Harming a pregnant woman was unthinkable, though. Frustrated that Ray and Aster defended only Adeline, another figure from the Demon King's side appeared. Wacken grabbed Brittany from behind. She yelped, nearly falling from the tree, but Wacken caught her arm, pulling her up. "Gently," he said, "Brittany, go home." His concerned gaze dispelled her doubts about Adeline's Demon King identity, comforting her pitiful expression. Wacken explained human family bonds to Brittany, who recalled Fabian's affection, longing for a family. He shared Adeline's sacrifices for Ray and them, urging Brittany to let Ray have brief human happiness. Humans' lives were short. When Adeline died, Ray would have only his daughter, and when she passed, he'd be alone. Brittany stared at Wacken, understanding at last. In the cave, Doris diligently mined coins, piling up Melder stones to secure the Venzak family's finances for their growing household. Aster approached, concerned, noting she'd skipped meals to work long hours and needed rest. He mentioned that tomorrow, Adeline would take Hella, Agnes, and Brittany shopping in the city, a ladies' outing, and asked if Doris wanted to join. Doris, uninterested, declined. Aster said she'd look beautiful in a dress. His emerald eyes and gentle tone melted her heart. Doris blurted, "I like you, Aster, a lot." Aster froze, unsure how to respond. When he didn't reply, Doris backtracked, claiming it was platonic. Aster interrupted, sharing that at 30, during his first visit to the human world, he fell for a woman named Evelyn. They were happy, but he stayed young while she aged rapidly. Her helpless gaze at life's end haunted him, so he vowed not to love again. Doris, stunned, feigned a pout and turned away, then faced him, comforting him. Aster fell silent, reflecting. The next day, the women shopped. Adeline introduced Brittany to city delights, like street performers. Though fascinated, Brittany pretended indifference. They bonded, and Adeline thanked Brittany for promising to stay by Ray's side as family, asking her to be there when she passed. Brittany, swept up by the performers, wandered off, likely to enjoy the human world. Years later, the Shadow Castle glowed with life, thanks to a new child. Bruno served little Juliana, struggling to stop her from eating sweets before meals. Juliana's beaming smile disarmed Bruno's nanny duties. She was too adorable to refuse. Occasionally, Camellia appeared to chat with Julie, saying she was the strongest, born with Ray's power and hers. Camellia urged Julie to bring engagement rings to Doris and Ray. Guided by Camellia, Julie toddled over, asking when Aster would marry Doris, advising lovers to wed and stay together like her parents. Doris blushed, frozen, while Aster hesitated, then pulled out a ring he'd long prepared, proposing, "I'm sorry for making you wait. I needed time to ready myself." "You're ready now?" Doris asked, tears welling. Aster scratched his head, smiling, maybe not, but it's fine as long as I'm with you. Hela, on a hill, gazed at the peaceful scene. She recalled a prophetic dream of Ray standing alone in a sunset, lonely. Now, he stood in the meadow below, real. Julie ran to him, hugging his leg, asking, Father, what's Mother like? Ray lifted her, curious. Why do you ask? Everyone says she's scary, Julie replied. Ray nodded, sighing, and hoisted her up. Yes, your mother's terrifying. Julie paled. Nearby, Adeline leveled ground with a flick of magic, chirping, Look, this area's wider now. Ray explained, Your mother can turn a mountain into a plain with a wave, so be good and listen to her, Julie. Okay, I will, Julie promised. Ray set her down as his terrifying wife approached, gently asking, What are you two talking about? Hela, watching from afar, smiled warmly. Oh, I understand now. The prophecy wasn't sad. I saw it to witness this moment. I'm certain this happiness will last forever, and Adeline's days will always shine. In the sunset, Ray, Adeline, and their daughter stood together, filled with love, a final, perfect image of their story. May we all find our own beautiful dreams? Farewell.